Tune in. We live, man. We live, man. We live. Tap in, man. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip Dot Show. It's Charles with the most key true thoughts and burn Benny Blow, the want the word, the want the flow. And we coming at you live, man, at 12:12. And I told you, man, we got this content right here, man. New body cam footage and evidence in the Tory Lanez case that shows Megan Thee Stallion never got shot. Let's go. Appreciate everybody liking, comment, subscribing, hitting that notification bell so I know y'all there, so I can throw it to you when it's in the air. Let's go.
I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
Did y'all hear what she said?
I didn't get shot. So what happened? Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? No, I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
Did y'all hear what she said?
I didn't get shot. So what happened? You were just walking off the
The story that Megan Thee Stallion told of.
Dang.
I try to
I didn't
protect
get
Tory
shot.
Lanez initially,
Crazy,
but the
man.
only
Crazy
reason
word.
I'm saying he
Crazy
shot
word.
me down
Free
is
Tory.
because he
I'll be
spoke
back.
out first. They provided a timeline to show that was an absolute lie. She says, I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. Bullets? Because if you look at the pictures they took at the police station of Kelsey's legs had nothing but cuts and scratches on it.
Yep, just another day in 2025. We got more new evidence that Tory Lanez did not pop Megan the horse. And she been lying and framing this man the whole time. Now, I got my thunky right here. You know it's rolled up in the one and only grab leaf. This what I love for me. Go to the shop, get you, you know what I'm saying? Get you some papers, up, come back to the video. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Get it on the floor. Get
Tory Lanez team just revealed bombshell information that will exonerate Tory Lanez and destroy and ruin Megan Thee Stallion's career and her credibility. And they laid everything out on a new website. Congresswoman Anna Paulina is the mastermind behind this new website to exonerate Tory Lanez. Right. And it all stemmed from a tweet that she posted a week ago where she says in 36 hours, we will be releasing new bombshell information that would exonerate Tory Lanez. I remember that tweet. It wasn't released within 36 hours, but instead they started a website coined after the term 36 hours later and released all the information on that website. Dang. A lot of people have questioned her motives, why a congresswoman, a Republican at that, wants to get involved in a Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion hip-hop drama. Right. But she just came out to say she's involved because she truly believes that Tory Lanez was railroaded by a corrupt Democratic system. Tory's team did a great job.
Look at Megan the male horse. I mean, come on, man. Would you trust somebody that looked like that? I wouldn't.
Telling the full story and not just bombarding us with new information right away. One of the initial pieces in the first step, they pointed out information that contradicted the storyline that Tory Lanez told Megan Thee Stallion's dance big and then fired 6 shots at her. They released footage of Megan Thee Stallion admitting that she stepped on glass, but not just that. In this interaction with the police, Megan Thee Stallion was very concerned about her going to jail and her being in trouble. And to me, that's very strange. That's weird. Gunshot victim being really concerned about the police discovering something that could send her to jail doesn't make sense to me. And this isn't Megan Thee Stallion's first run-in with the law. Megan Thee Stallion has a long rap sheet, bro. Megan Thee Stallion has multiple mugshots out there.
Really? So, see, now it's starting to make more and more sense. Every time, the more Flacco keep talking, the more I keep smacking this stoink rolled up in my grabber paper. The more I realize this horse ain't shit.
But Megan Thee Stallion understands the law. If you did nothing wrong and you are the gunshot victim, why would you be going to jail for getting shot?
Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
Did y'all hear what she said? Listen to her again, bro.
If you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail.
I really cannot go to jail. That's all I needed right there, folks. That's all I fucking needed, gang. I told y'all, a girl will send down an entire empire to save her own ass.
Okay.
I told y'all.
I cannot have that on my image. Okay.
I cannot have that on my image. Like, bitch.
What happened to you? Glass?
Glass. You heard that?
Where we were coming from.
Hey, give me that sheet for
I'm not from here, so okay.
That's the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
How is this nigga locked up? I want to put y'all on to some of the easiest money you will ever make in your life. Freecash.com is a website that allows you to literally get paid hundreds of dollars just for playing video games on your phone. All you need is an email and a password. Follow the directions on each of the campaigns and you can earn at least $100. My personal favorite game to play was Sunrise Island, and when I clicked on it, they had a $370 bonus. I got $370 just for playing a video game on my phone. On average, it only takes about 17 minutes for most people to start earning money on freecash.com. So if you need some free, easy, extra money, go to freecash.com, click the QR code right here, or go in the description below and start getting that bag. You did?
I mean, also.
I didn't get
She was also.
But it does sound like I could get out of this if I say, like, why the fuck would you be going to jail? Why would you be going to jail? Why would you be going to jail if you were just an innocent damsel in distress, a gunshot victim? Why would you ever go to... The more I hit this stoic, man, I'm telling you.
Also very concerned about her image and how this story will make her look. The storyline of getting super drunk at Kylie Jenner's house, trying to fight Kylie Jenner,
Right.
fighting your best friend, fighting a man that night, being exposed for sleeping with the man that your best friend is doing a sneaky link with.
Right.
That looks bad for you. That looks horrible. And then stepping on a glass because you're super intoxicated and you're just drunk looks horrible.
Right.
But the storyline of this really angry man shot at you because you stood up for yourself. Now that storyline looks wonderful for your career. So you could understand how that got concocted.
And what I said, I'm gonna stop pausing. What I say like 2-3 videos ago, it's for somehow, some way, because this is what happened with girls. When it's a dude, don't nobody give a damn. A dude could get drugged through the mud, slapped, robbed, hung. It don't matter. Don't nobody care. But when a girl is a victim of something, especially when it was done to her supposedly by a man, why people feel sympathy and you get benefits from that. Her career went crazy. She was falling off, which is probably why she was concerned about the image. At this time, bro, Megan Thee Stallion was not it was not hot girl summer no more. It was starting to be like, ain't nobody listening to your horsey ass no more. You feel me? Do your homework on the horse.
Soon as she picked up that phone and called Rock Nation about the quote unquote incident afterwards. I can almost tell you how that conversation went, bruh. Don't say nothing.
Yep.
Let's intervene.
Yep.
Let's try to get this all cleaned up.
Yep.
Because looking like a horrible drunk who was sleeping with your best friend's man
looks
crazy.
A drunk horse.
Now, the police didn't just take her word for it. The police did their investigation at the scene.
Right.
And at the scene, they discovered enough evidence to show that Megan Thee Stallion stepped on glass, which is why when the police charged Tory Lanez initially, they only charged Tory Lanez for gun possession because they found a gun
in the car.
I think on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatched.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all.
The dude said, the male officer said that we got dispatched for a shooting.
Have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told. Okay.
And then there's some cash over. Looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself.
She dropped a glass bottle. She stepped on it and cut herself. All the officers seen it. She admitted to it, and it's on video. So if you on video stepping in some glass, how the fuck do I go to jail for shooting you in the foot when it's on video? This is fucking crazy, gang.
Oh,
And getting out of the vehicle.
okay. So her friends didn't cut her then.
Right.
Well,
There go the glass bottle. This is toasted, bro. She should go to jail, man, for lying. Just simply for lying, bro. She should go do the 10 years that he was finna have to do. Go do them 10 years that he was finna have to do, bro. This bogus as hell, bro. Come on, man.
All right, move back in the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up. Move back in the sound of my voice. Move back. Keep going. Keep going.
And you can see her limping, her horsey ass. She limping. Big ass horse come limping down the street.
Hey, stop, stop. Move to the left. Keep moving.
It's right down the floor.
That look like a little bit of blood.
Move back in the sound of my voice.
Move back.
Back.
oh,
Keep
she
going.
cut herself.
Keep going.
The corruption here is crazy. The police officer literally watched her with her own eyes.
Yep.
Seen her in 4K with her own eyes.
Step on the glass.
Stepping on the bottle and then began to limp.
And I'm just saying, at the very least, if I was that officer, at the very least, I would have got on my Instagram, my Twitter, and I would have said, that ain't what happened. They didn't call me to the stand in the court, but I watched it happen. Because what a coincidence would it be for somebody to get shot in the bottom of their foot with there's no bullet there. No exit wound, no entry wound, no bullet. Bullet fragments. That's what they said. You get popped in the back of your foot, and then you coincidentally step on glass with the same foot. Because it ain't like both her feet was bleeding. You step on glass with the same foot? Okay.
She
Yeah.
stepped
Okay.
on the bottle in front of the police officers. You just heard her say, oh man, she just stepped on the bottle and she cut her. So if they watched her step on the
I don't
bottle,
understand.
cut herself open, probably had some fragments go in the open wound because she's walking on literal glass at the time.
Right.
How does this equate to
Getting shot.
Tory Lanez popped at her? Now,
Yeah.
I do believe a gun was shot that night.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
I do too.
A gun was indeed shot that night.
I do too.
But I
don't think
don't
it was
think
Tory.
that gun is what penetrated Megan Thee Stallion's skin.
And I don't think Tory the one who popped that gun.
Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail?
I think she the one who
Do you
did
think
it.
we're gonna go to jail?
Because why you worried
What
about jail
woman
so
you
much?
know who just got shot is talking that calmly?
So
Is
you just got done fighting Kylie Jenner. You got into it with Tory, and you got into it with your best friend. It sounds like you've been mad. You kept getting madder. You kept getting drunker. You grabbed that gun and did something stupid. And now you over there scared.
that composed? Is
That's
that
what it
stoic?
sounds like to me.
You
Yeah.
a gunshot victim? Is that composed? That stoic? It's kind of like somebody just sitting on the curb, man, like just waiting for the police to go away.
Yeah.
Is that? Come on, bro. Bro, anybody with a brain can look at this
Anybody would
and say, "But what are we doing here, bro? How do we go from this to somebody being in jail right now for 10 plus years? This is crazy." And they even showed the hospital
10 years,
footage where
bro.
Megan Thee Stallion is telling the doctors,
Oh, Jesus, it's getting
"Yeah, I
worse."
stepped on glass. It's whatever."
And so what happened was you were just one ball stepping on the left. Right foot. I just stepped on gas the other day. So you were already hurt when you got to the and then at that point,
Oh, she said she was already hurt and she stepped on glass.
you were already
Pay attention to her saying, "I stepped on glass the other day too."
Right.
So she
So she probably
already
was
had an
drunk
open
then, too.
wound. And that would make sense when we get to the gun and the bullet fragments and other things involved in this case. But I stepped on glass the other day too.
Right.
So hence when she stepped on glass tonight, it just re-aggravated the open wounds she already had.
Right.
They provided the full timeline to expose the story that Megan Thee Stallion told of,
Dang.
"I try to protect Tory Lanez initially, But the only reason I'm saying he shot me now is because he spoke out first. They provided a timeline to show that was an absolute lie.
Right.
She did not say she stepped on glass initially to protect Tory Lanez, and she didn't change her minds because Tory Lanez spoke out first. That's a lie.
Because Tory Lanez spoke out 3 months later. 2 months later. To my fans, I'm sorry for my silence, but respectfully, I got time today, 9 p.m. Then he responded to Megan on live on October. So it don't even have Tory or Daystar. It don't even have Tory named Daystar, his real name. So they don't even have him even talking about this at all. Megan claims she spoke out in response to Tory, but the timeline shows she went public first. Megan posts about being shot. Megan names Daystar to police. Megan goes live on his birthday. Megan publicly names Daystar as the shooter. A month, almost 2 months later, he says he goes live at 9 p.m. Pacific time on 24th of September, and then he goes live for real on another time in October. So how are you lying to protect him if you named him the shooter 1 day after you posted being shot? He never said anything publicly. So how did you respond?
The timeline goes.
That's false.
Megan posted about being shot on July 15, 2020.
Come on, bro.
Megan names Tory Lanez to the police the following day on July 16th of 2020. Tory Lanez haven't gone public yet. July 27th, so Megan Thee Stallion goes live on Tory Lanez's birthday. Specifically, this was her first live.
Right.
It goes on August 20th. Megan Thee Stallion publicly names Tory Lanez as the shooter.
Lock her ass up, man.
But she already named Tory Lanez as a shooter to the police already, okay? And she goes live on his birthday to taunt him. Continues.
Watch nothing happen to her. Watch how nothing happens to her. She ruined his life, damn near got him killed, had him in prison for 10 years, and she woke up every day. This didn't weigh on your conscience, horsey? You woke up every day knowing you lied and you got a man in prison, away from his kids, away from his father, away from his mama passed, I think. So not his mom, but away from his family, away from his career, not making any money, away from his life for 2-3 years straight, and he got 7, 8 more to go. While you live your life, you wake up and eat breakfast and go on tour and tweet and take pictures, and that didn't weigh heavy on your conscience. That's just evil. That didn't weigh heavy on your conscience that you did a nigga that bogus. Not that you tricked him out of buying a meal for you and you went home. Bitch, you got this man in jail for 10 years and you went on through your life like it was just cool, and you was cool with that. That's a fucked up person, gang. But watch how nothing happens to her. Everybody finna blow up. This shit probably not even gonna go viral for real. Everybody gonna blow up. Everybody gonna prove it. Everybody gonna do all that. They gonna talk crazy about her in the comments for 2-3 days. And by 2 months from now, she not gonna go to jail. And by 2 months from now, everybody gonna forget about it. They still gonna stream her music. The girls don't care. Girl power. And ain't nothing gonna happen to her, bro. Watch.
Daystar tweets money for the first time. So this is when Tory Lanez's first tweet to clear his name. Tory Lanez goes live October 20th. This is the first time Tory Lanez goes live to clear his name. So they like, hold on, bro. If you told the police you got shot, if you got shot like the day afterwards, and you only told them you stepped on glass to protect Tory Lanez, then one, why'd you tell the police you got shot the day after? And then why did you go public naming Tory Lanez when Tory Lanez hadn't spoken or done any press whatsoever? Peep how Megan said in her statement, the narrative that's been reported about Sunday morning's events are inaccurate. She will claim that she was a victim, that she suffered a gunshot wound.
Gunshot wounds. Do you know what gunshot wounds mean? I mean, a bullet hit your skin. That's a gunshot wound. So peep the wording. Peep how she trying to make it sound like somebody tried to unalive her. A gunshot wound is, nigga, like, what we talking about right now?
And that they pulled bullets from out of her legs.
Bullets! That bitch said bullets! I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. What bullets, bitch? The horse never got shot.
She says, I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. Bullets? there was no bullets found in Megan Thee Stallion's leg.
Not
And
one.
the reason why Megan Thee Stallion was worried about being arrested, because if you look at the pictures they took at the police station of Kelsey's legs had nothing but cuts and scratches on it.
And I bet
Megan
you
Thee
she did all
Stallion
that.
did a number on Kelsey.
Yep.
And she bragged about it in her song.
That's why.
Right? You could literally see in the song the lyrics says, "Who will snitch? I ain't never went to the police
with no
names."
I
So
thought
this is a song called "Shots Fired" by Megan Thee Stallion. She
had
raps.
something to say.
Who will snitch? I ain't never went to the police with no names. I thought a bid that got her chain snatched
Called a loss and
had something to say. Hey, you think it's out
That's
of the
crazy,
realm of
bro.
possibility that Kelsey, after getting whooped on by a woman 4 to 5 inches taller than her with about 50 pounds on her,
Man, that horse big as hell, man.
you think it's out of the realm of possibility that she picked up a gun to defend herself? I don't think so. And this storyline,
true.
my perspective,
Probably that too, gang. Probably that too, bro. He right. That make the most sense. She was getting fucked up, cut up, scratched, something. She was getting her ass whooped, pawed on. And the girl probably grabbed a blick and fop, fop, fop a few times to be like, bitch, back up, because you doing too much. Tory Lanez was like, oh, wait, no, don't do that. Now, hold on. That's why eyewitnesses said they seen a girl shooting. That's why he don't got no DNA evidence on the gun. That's why he didn't have no gunshot residue on his hands. That's why she didn't even get tested for gunshot residue. Imagine a shooting happened in a car, with 3 people in a car. They come and arrest everybody and only test gunshot residue on Tory? No, they tested gunshot residue on her too. But by then, Rock Nation had already pressed the buttons that they pressed. They already paid who they had to pay. They already got in with who they had to get in with. Yeah, go ahead, delete that. How hard is it to press? Every computer got a delete button. Everyone got a
Tory
delete
Lanez
button.
team.
I didn't restart the damn video. Every computer got a delete button, bro. Let me find where I was at.
No names. I thought a bid that got her from a possibility that Kelsey, after getting a pounds on her, you think it's out of the realm of possibility that she picked up a gun to defend herself?
That's exactly
I don't
what happened,
think
bro.
so. And this storyline, my perspective, lines up
Free
with
Tory,
what the
bro.
only eyewitness said.
Free Tory,
What
bro.
I think happened, my theory, is Megan Thee Stallion and Kelsey got into a brutal fight.
Yep.
Tory Lanez tried to break it up.
Yep.
Kelsey grabbed a gun and fired shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed.
Yep.
However, the bullet fragments ricocheted.
Yep.
And they ricocheted and got into her foot due to the open wound she already had from stepping on glass in the prior days.
Yep.
And then when they all got back in the vehicle,
they drove somewhere.
Right? And when they all got back into the vehicle, I believe what took place was Megan Thee Stallion
got scared,
hopped out the vehicle.
Yep.
Stepped on glass
again.
Further.
Yep.
Re-aggravate the wound, made the wound look so much more crazy. The police said, what the heck is this? That's what happened. That's the only story that makes sense. And the eyewitness account backs that up.
And it's so weird. It's so weird in Hollywood because it's like, that wouldn't have done nothing to your career. You got into a fight over, that would have helped your career. What the fuck? So you got into a fight with Kylie Jenner, that's clout. You got into a fight with Kelsey and Tory Lanez, tried to break it up, that's clout. You beat a girl up and she shot at you, but she didn't connect, that's more clout. Like, how weird you gotta be to make up a whole, you could have just told the fucking truth. We got into an altercation over something stupid. She pulled out a gun and shot at me. Why? I don't know. She was mad. I was beating her up. Why was y'all fighting over? We just was arguing all night. Okay, lock her up. Give her 2-3 years probation, and that's it. Well, no, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
It's Sean Kelly, the only eyewitness of this case, telling the police that he seen Kelsey shoot Megan Thee Stallion or fire shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed.
Right. This is that night.
Wait. No, it isn't. No?
They shot out of the car?
Well, the windows were open. That's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't really
they were on my side.
This is on video, bro.
Two girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car.
Look,
Two girls fighting,
two girls fighting.
and then they shot. And
Okay.
she got out of the car.
Doors of the Escalade open, and the girl come out and pull open the passenger door and started
Pull open the passenger door.
screaming and yelling at somebody in the car.
So the girl who came out of the passenger, you're talking about the front passenger?
No, the rear.
The rear passenger.
So the girl comes
So
out
the girl
rear
comes
passenger.
out of the rear passenger, and she goes to the front passenger,
Yes.
and she opens up the car door.
Yes.
And then what happens?
They're screaming and shouting at each other, and they start fighting.
The two girls.
So that's
I
when they
can
start
see one,
fighting.
like feet coming out,
Feet
trying
coming
to kick
out,
her,
yep.
and the other one's fighting.
This
and
is
then-
crazy. The fact, man, this shit pissing me off, bro. I ain't gonna lie. This is making me so mad, bro. This is why, hey, bro, listen, man. Man, I can't even say because he didn't even really do shit wrong for real. This man was single as heck. So whoever he was having sex with is who he was having sex with. This ain't got nothing to do with him. All he did was try to break the shit up. He didn't even do nothing. It's nothing you could do no more, bro. As like this is the reality of being a grown man and a man, period. Having a penis in the US is one of the most dangerous things in the world to do. This nigga didn't do nothing wrong. This is on video. This is on recording, bro. This shit wasn't even shown in the courtrooms, gang. Like, that's not weird to you? And you got niggas in my comments. You got people in my comments talking about some he shot her, he was mad, he a weirdo, period. Get y'all weird ass out.
So the girl who does the punching and the kicking is the girl that comes out of the back passenger.
Can we stop there? Because I don't want to. I'll tell you, and then I want to go. My son's on his own.
Yeah, I understand. And it's loud with the cars.
I don't really want to. So basically, the car stopped. The girl in the back got out, started screaming and shouting, ripped the door, pulled the door open,
Right.
but pulled it so sort of viciously that's why I presume the driver got out. She starts screaming. She starts hitting the girl. The girl then had to start, her feet come out. She starts to kick the girl away. The passenger. They get out, they start fighting here. They start fighting. The driver comes round and tries to sort of break it up. It gets a bit more violent. And between them, the girl then climbs back into the front driver passenger seat.
Where's the shorter black guy?
He's in the back.
He's in the back of the car? Okay.
Then
Where's the shorter black guy? Tory Lanez out
the
here.
gun. Then the girl shoots it. So she, the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, so. But then the guy gets out again.
This the dude that they said he was like on a balcony or something like that, and he seen it happen.
And you want to know what happened to the witness to identify
what happened?
From the back.
And you want to know what happened to the only eyewitness who identified the woman shooting at Megan Thee Stallion?
He supposedly
that eyewitness came to court. And when he got to court, the prosecutors took him upstairs. Now, the eyewitness was the defense witness.
The defense, right. It wasn't even a witness
was
at
who
first.
called the eyewitness. The prosecutors didn't want to call the eyewitness. The defense called him.
Of course not.
But when he got to court, Tory Lanez and his family watched the prosecutors take that eyewitness upstairs. And when he came back downstairs, he didn't speak to Tory Lanez, looked nobody in their eyes, went to the stand and completely changed up his story.
When we sat outside, my wife and I, we saw this gentleman come in, and we sat down, and it was identified
We
for us
seen
that,
this
this
yesterday
is
in
Mr.
last
Sean
video.
Kelly. He's
Y'all
sitting
gotta
at
really go watch. Just go to my channel and type in Tory Lanez and just watch this shit, bro. Start from the first one I reacted to, gang. Because the only reason we even talking about this is because Tory Lanez got stabbed 14 times in prison. Coincidentally, right before this new evidence was about to come out. Think that's a coincidence?
across from us on the other side of the hallway. And as we sat there, the prosecution came out, one of their detectives or investigators rather, and one of the prosecutors, they took this gentleman, they went upstairs, I believe it was to the 14th floor at that time. By the time this man came down, the witness they did not want to call, this man came down and his testimony
completely
became so embellished with other nonsense that people who saw it just looked at it and said, this is crazy.
Imagine telling the police seconds, minutes after the incident, everything you just saw fresh on your mind. And then a year and a half later, you go to tell that same story you told the police, and the prosecutors walk you upstairs, walk you back downstairs, and your entire testimony changed. Now, all of a sudden, you seen Tory Lanez shooting.
Come on, bro.
This, to me, is the corruptness that went on. Also, by the way, the owner of the gun, the prosecutor sealed that information.
Okay.
The owner of the gun, the name of the owner, got sealed. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows that.
Tory Lanez's DNA was not found on the gun. It was actually 0.01% of his DNA found. But
that means, as we seen in yesterday's video, that means that DNA could have related to 1 billion black people on Earth. That means they had evidence that 1 out of these billion people DNA matches. See, if it was 99%, 97%, that means this is your DNA, bro. Like this you, bro. If you ever seen a paper, my homie had a paper and he got some girl pregnant. The girl they had to go get DNA samples, see if it was a DNA match. He was like 97% a match. So like that's his son. You know, it's like 98.9%, 99 or some shit like that.
But what that mean is that's damn near like 1 billion black people, right, share like 0.01% of DNA.
Right.
So his DNA was not found on a gun. The eyewitness is saying Kelsey shot Meg. Megan Thee Stallion is admitting, hey, listen, man, I stepped on glass the other day. I already had an open wound. The gunshots probably got fired at her by Kelsey. She probably stepped on bullet fragments that went into her foot, bruh. And also, by the way, the bullet fragments that got pulled out of her foot, those bullet fragments mysteriously went missing.
It wasn't. I don't think it wasn't no damn bullet fragments, bro. Because the prosecutor got a lot of shit missing. They wouldn't make the bullet fragments go missing if they pulled it out of her. They wouldn't make that go missing unless it was never none there in the fucking begin with.
They lost the evidence, and Tory Lanez still got convicted in court. To me, this is the example of being railroaded. But let me know what you think. I really want to know. All right, let me know your honest opinion about it.
Y'all heard it here. As much as I got this throw scrolled up in some grab, I believe y'all heard it first here, boy.
So have y'all seen the 36hourslater.com that Tory Lanez and his team released today?
Okay.
Have you seen it?
I've seen part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Like,
is that first of all, that Megan body cam footage is not new, right?
It's okay. So yes, no. So it wasn't public, like the full thing. Meaning, like there's the footage from like the sky. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But like the full footage, and then the body cam from Sean, I think was not played in court because Sean just admitted, I told the police this.
Because she clearly in that body cam footage says that it's glass in her foot.
And
you seen it?
Yeah. No, and like beyond that though. So, and outside of her saying, I stepped on glass, again, initially, right? So why I think it was like very like suspicious is she's sitting down talking to the cop, not frantic at all, calm, stoic, don't appear to be in pain, and I'm like, a gunshot victim, you as a woman, you guys, bro, you gonna be frantic, right? You're like, oh, and then two, like not only did like she say I stepped on glass, while she was walking out the car, before she even said anything, the police said, oh, she just stepped on glass. I'm stoic, don't appear to be in pain, right? And then, it's crazy. You feel me? And then when she and when the cop went towards the black SUV, they seen the glass that she actually stepped on.
Why was this not presented?
It was presented, but he still got convicted. And that's what they're saying.
Crazy.
Right? No, but my theory is this, because a gun was shot. Now, when she's in a hospital bed, she says, or she told the doctor, I stepped on glass the other day and I stepped on glass today as well. My theory is when she stepped on
big ass feet, just stepping on all kinds of glass.
Well, alleged alcoholic, okay? Well, again, alleged alcoholic.
That's crazy.
So my theory is when she stepped on glass the other day, she still had cuts, right? Now, when she got into the argument with Kelsey, because they actually showed pictures of Kelsey was torn up. And then there's rap lyrics that was not used in court of Megan Thee Stallion rapping and bragging about Kelsey, talking about snitch who? I ain't tell no police who shot me, right? Who got her chain snatched still talking? So Megan is rapping and bragging about whooping the shit out of Kelsey. Now, is it out of the realm of possibility of who just got tore the out about, bro, Kelsey's leg got digs in it, scratches in it, cuts, is crazy, bleeding from her leg. So is it out of the realm of possibility that a bitch who just got up by somebody 6 inches taller, at about 40 pounds heavier, grab a gun and started firing? Now, I do believe that Kelsey did fire a gun towards Meg, but what I do believe is because of the cut from the other day on her leg still, that when she was fired, it never hit her. It ricocheted, there was bullet fragments, and Megan stepped on the bullet fragments and it got into her foot. However, I don't believe that Tory Lanez sat down and shot her legs. Now, Megan in her first statement said...
So do you believe that he aimed a shot at her and tried to shoot at her?
I'll be real. I've been 100% convinced. My mind has been changed. At first, I thought Tory Lanez, nigga, you 100% guilty because I was in court. But a lot of things that's coming out now, some was not really played in court. Now I'm seeing, I'm like, hold on, bro, right? It's the full story. And then, right?
So you don't believe he intentionally shot at her? Where did the bullet come from?
I don't believe Tory Lanez touched that gun at all.
Who shot the gun?
I think Kelsey shot the gun, right? Because also, too, the owner of the gun, the identity or the name of who owned the gun has been sealed by the prosecutors.
Which is odd.
Why would it be sealed?
Sealed by the prosecutor shows that it's definitely not Tory's.
Come on, right? It's Kelsey.
Definitely not Tory's. But he's not allowed to own a firearm anyway, right?
Who, Tory Lanez?
Yeah, if you're a foreign citizen, you can't.
He can.
No. Well, no.
He can get permission to have a firearm in the States.
If he has a green card.
Which I'm assuming he has.
No, because in any country, there's the ability to carry a firearm in if it is needed. That's what presidents and all that use for their security when they go to, or regular citizens. I learned this when I was going to Africa and the white dudes was carrying guns to the airport because they go out there to go hunting.
Sure.
So you can get allowances to take guns you can get allowances to carry guns in countries that have a restriction on guns. So you definitely could get one to carry one in the United States for security.
No.
Not to say say that he did or didn't have that.
In California specifically,
we probably got the strictest
you have to have at least a green card, meaning this, okay? If
you need to be attempting citizenship.
Yeah. If you are in a Sali, you are on a visiting visa, you are a refugee, so like that, you cannot own a gun. In California, you have to have a permanent resident card to own a gun. You feel me? And in California.
Okay.
You feel me?
So, but regardless, the gun, for some reason, they're not showing who the registered owner is, and it's most likely 99% not Tory Lanez.
Because the gun, bro, the gun was like a like
a 380.
No, it was like a brightish color. I don't want to say if it's like light green or pink. You feel me?
I want to clarify this. According to AI, yes, foreign nationals can own guns in California, but there are restrictions and requirements. Specifically, non-immigrant aliens are generally prohibited from possessing
firearms unless they meet certain exceptions. He can have I'm sure with the money he has, he can afford to get this pushed through.
But it's not his gun, though, is the whole point.
Yeah, and even with
it's not his gun, though.
Even with his security, and when they seal the owner of the gun, it could be a situation where there's like a company or something who has security, and they might have, hey, Tory, we'll let you carry this gun for your own protection. But they probably petition to the prosecutor like, hey, this is what we do as a business and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Can you just exclude that we were the people who technically own it? There's a lot that goes on.
Or it's Kelsey's gun.
Or it's Kelsey's gun.
Well, the gun was like a bright color.
But
so that kind of adds more credence to it being a girl's gun.
When you're looking at 10 years in prison and you're a musician who can make millions and you're signed to a record label, all this would have came out if it was going to impact the case. Listen, the man was already convicted with all this evidence apparently exposed. On top of that, I read somewhere that he actually on a phone call admitted to somebody that he shot, Meg. And here's the thing. If Kelsey really shot at her during court, why didn't anyone say that? Why didn't someone say, no, it was Kelsey who shot her and I tried to wrestle the gun away?
Well, who?
No one said it. He didn't even testify on his own behalf.
No, but who would have said it though?
He could have said it.
Tory on the, again, Tory said, I am bound to certain rules and regulations and I'm not allowed to take those things and say that person shot somebody.
Why?
Because he don't want to be a snitch, he said, which is
man, get the hell out of here. Listen. If two chicks are conspiring against you, lying on you, there's a rule in snitching. Once somebody start lying on you, you have the right to tell on them. Even a hood dude will tell you that. Because it's like this. We rob a spot. You the trigger man. They say, who the trigger man? We might not snitch on you. We might not say, oh, well, he shot. But the minute you try to say it was me or Lush and it was you, we now are absolved of that. And we can say, no. It was him. That's a rule of snitching.
Listen, I've brought it up with the Troy Ave and Tax Stone situation. Tax Stone started telling on Troy Ave first, and everybody said Troy Ave is a rat because Troy Ave said, what? I sat in jail for 3 months when this first happened. I didn't tell nothing. I get out of jail, you get arrested, and within a month, you writing a letter to the judge like, bro, Troy Ave shot him. Like, why am I here? So people have said, you cannot like out snitch somebody.
The problem with
two wrongs don't make a right.
No, the problem with what you're saying is when you say I ask people. 90% of the people you asked ain't never been in this situation.
Well,
the other 10% are people who aren't even street people, never been in no crime situation. I'm telling you, and the chat will confirm. If you guys are all caught up in a situation, and the person who did the most damage starts trying to put that on you, guess what? It's either don't say nothing at all, or as soon as somebody start talking, we all start talking.
That's for civilians' common
sense.
That's
not civilians.
You're speaking from a very common sense perspective.
That is not a rule just for civilians.
It's
we
never
found this
okay.
podcast that Brick has said the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's never okay to tell. I have homies that like
common
literally.
Sense, you're right, but the streets is different.
I don't care what Brick said. The streets, whoever you think is from the streets saying that is lying to you.
Brandon,
the minute somebody start telling and lying,
then you can tell too.
Then it's opened up for everybody to start telling what happened.
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What's that?
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think
really cannot go to jail.
Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from. But I'm not from here, so
Okay.
That's the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no, sir.
Tory Lanez says he didn't shoot Megan Thee Stallion, even though he's currently serving prison time for the crime. Now, his team is putting forward an entire website dedicated to debunking Megan and freeing their client. They say she's lying, and they've got evidence like this.
That Billy said you got shot? I didn't get shot. Oh, you did it? Oh, man, for some, you know, so quick.
This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. We interrupt this previously scheduled P. Diddy coverage for some new and wild updates. Tory Lanez' team created an entire website slamming Megan Thee Stallion, saying their now convicted client is innocent and Megan is lying about this 2020 shooting. Real quick, wind it back. I gotta give you some background. First of all, this is Megan Pete, but you probably know her as Megan Thee Stallion. In 2019, she created a cultural phenomenon with Hot Girl Summer, which, by the way, we're still talking about. You also probably know some of her songs, like Savage, specifically the Beyonce remix. You might know her song Body or WAP. And some of you guys are like in the video saying like, Sierra, why can't you say the B word? Why can't you say the A word? Things that I normally would say. Why can't you say the S word? That's kind of like stuff, but isn't. Do you think I can explain what WAP is? I'm just gonna err on the side of caution and say, go listen to it. But anyway, she's a renowned artist. We're talking 3 Grammys that she's won, 5 American Music Awards, 7 BET Awards, 4 MTV Music Video Awards, and loads of nominations, you guys. So she's top notch. Then there's this guy, Daystar Peterson, who you probably know more as Tory Lanez. He's a Canadian artist who was actually first discovered by Sean Kingston. And the Sean Kingston video that we did here on Scandal, the first one, the only one that's been wildly viral overnight. So I know you guys like Sean Kingston. So Sean Kingston, Beautiful Girls, finds this guy, Tory Lanez. Now you might know some of his top songs like The Color Violet, Say It, Hurts Me. He's also been nominated for some pretty high-class awards. He's been nominated for a Grammy, for BET Awards, and he's actually won 4 Juno Awards, which is more than I can say. But now we know that who's who. Let's get to the legal stuff, and this one is a scandal. So this takes us back to July 12th, 2020. And who throws a party? Well, Kylie Jenner, of course, at her place in the Hollywood Hills. So after this party, everything wraps up. There's a few people in an SUV, and we're talking Megan, Tory, Megan's friend Kelsey Harris, and Tory's driver. So Megan would later go on to testify that an argument began because she apparently was mocking Tory's musical talent. I don't know what was said, but she said she was mocking him, okay? After that, there's an incident, which we'll get into. Eventually, police get involved, and Tory is charged with carrying a concealed weapon. And at first, Megan comes out and says, I cut my foot on glass. Like, she's obviously injured. She's bleeding, but she says, I cut my foot on glass. And she's even caught on body camera video saying, yeah, I cut my foot on glass. However, we'll get to the body cam in a minute. However, August 2020 rolls around and she identifies Tory Lanez as the shooter. And she did this all during an Instagram live. So here's a clip from that.
So, since y'all hoes so worried about it, yes, this Tory shot me. You shot me. And you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs lying and Stop lying. Why lie? I don't understand. I tried to keep the situation off the internet.
Okay, more from her Instagram live later. Believe me, we have lots of videos. But Megan eventually says she needed surgery from this shooting, and medical records later back this up, showing that she actually had bullet fragments removed from part of her foot. However, I again want to remind you, she later walked back this whole I stepped on glass thing. She says she didn't straight up say she was shot because she feared for her life. And remember, this shooting happened in July of 2020. And this is, 2020. You guys remember that year, I'm sure. She says later in an interview talking about how the George Floyd situation had just happened, that she's a Black woman living in America, that there are police officers there. And she said, I feared for my life. And actually, she talked about it on CBS. So let's go to a clip of that.
For some reason, I was just trying to protect all of us because I didn't want them to kill us. Like, even though this person just did this to me, my first reaction still was to try to save us. Like,
So Megan kind of explains why she said this glass situation. Meanwhile, Tory denies all of this. He actually came out in 2020, later on that year, with an album. It was called Daystar, and he featured lyrics like this one, quote, I'm not going to sing it or rap it. He said, quote, how you get shot in your foot don't hit no bones or tendons. So Tory Lanez is alleging Megan tried to frame me. That's what's going on here. However, in October of 2020, there's this New York Times op-ed that's posted, written by Megan Thee Stallion herself, and it's titled, Megan Thee Stallion, Why I Speak Up for Black Women. And she kind of explains all of it. Here's what she wrote. This is just an excerpt. She wrote in part, quote, I was recently the victim of an act of violence by a man. After a party, I was shot twice as I walked away from him. We were not in a relationship. Truthfully, I was shocked that I ended up in that place. My initial silence about what happened was out of fear for myself and my friends. Even as a victim, I've been met with skepticism and judgment. The way people have publicly questioned and debated whether I played a role in my own violent assault proves that my fears about discussing what happened were unfortunately warranted. After a lot of self-reflection on that incident, I've realized that violence against women is not always connected to being in a relationship. Instead, it happens because too many men treat all women as objects, which helps them to justify inflicting abuse against us when we choose to exercise our own free will. So there's Megan's side of it, kind of an explainer. And eventually this case, it does go to trial in December of 2022. Now, Megan gets on the stand and she testifies, yes, there was this argument that happened. Remember how she was kind of making fun of Tory Lanez? She says there was an argument. She demanded to get out of the car. And before Tory Lanez opened fire, he said, dance, B word. And he didn't say B word. He said the real word. But again, I can't say that. So remember that part because it's going to come up later. Now, according to reports from the BBC, her friend Kelsey actually messaged security, texted and said, help, Tory shot Meg. So I guess keep that in mind. Megan also testified that Tory was immediately shocked and said, oh my God, okay, don't tell anyone. I will give you $1 million to keep quiet. I'm just too drunk. So that's what Megan says. Tory Lanez is eventually convicted on multiple counts, including assault with a semi-automatic firearm, having a loaded, unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. Now, during sentencing, Megan actually read out a victim impact statement, and here's part of what she wrote, quote, since I was viciously shot by the defendant, I've not experienced a single day of peace. Slowly but surely, I'm healing and coming back, but I will never be the same. Tory Lanez, for all of this, sentenced to 10 years in prison, and he's actually been serving out that sentence since all of this. But meanwhile, always denying the allegations. And actually, there's kind of been a lot going on since all of this. So this is 2022. He's sentenced. There actually was a stabbing while he was behind bars. He survived. And meanwhile, is working toward his freedom with his team. So jump to, this month. This is when Tory Lanez's team comes out with a website. It's called 36 Hours Later. Now, the main header, it's written in all caps. It's huge. It says, Truth Uncovered. Suppressed evidence proves Tory Lanez is innocent. Here's the subheader. It reads, Truth becomes clear when the facts come to light. Key inconsistencies, highlighted in red throughout here about the really important words all, highlighted. Key inconsistencies, unreliable testimony, and missing evidence prove Daystar Peterson, Tory Lanez, was convicted based on a flawed and incomplete narrative. Through Megan Pete's own words, police reports, and expert analysis, the facts suggest Tory Lanez did not fire the weapon and tried to stop the conflict. The case deserves to be reconsidered as the evidence points to a different truth. Now, there's an entire fact checklist here. There's quite a bit of things here. And it points to things like this. It says, Megan actually told police and doctors that she stepped on glass. She wasn't shot. There are other key pieces of evidence on this fact checklist. Tory's DNA was not found on the magazine, only 0.01% on the gun, which is statistically irrelevant, according to this website. Prosecutors misused Tory's rap lyrics, tattoos, and uncharged allegations, all to sway the jury. Disclaimer, it says bottom line, the facts don't add up. The case against Tory Lanez is built on shifting stories, missing evidence, and lies. Tory Lanez did not shoot Megan. Okay, so that's a lot to take in. And if it was just those words, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But it's not, you guys. We've got audio, video, recordings proving his innocence, at least according to his team. So remember Megan's live stream that I talked about? It's heavily featured throughout this website.
I ain't get cut by no glass, but let me tell you why they saying that.
Under that little soundbite, there are big, bold red letters that spell out her quote that says, "I ain't get cut by no glass, but let me tell you why they saying that." Written beneath, why are they saying that? So the website questions the truth, glass or gunshot. And it actually points to several body cams from the night of the shooting. First, here's Megan saying she was not shot.
Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Where we coming from? Hey, can you get a secret? I'm not from here, so I...
Okay.
That Billy Switch got shot at? That Billy Switch got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no such thing.
Another body camera recording shows first responders, and they're talking about Megan, saying they think she stepped on the glass.
Any evidence of any shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatched.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all we have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told.
And then there's some cash over. Looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all together.
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself. And getting out of the vehicle.
Okay.
Another body cam seems to show a glass bottle on the ground. There's also blood. It's like a bloody footprint, which we are blurring, covering because we can't have that shown, but that's what that is. Multiple videos show first responders all discussing Megan cut herself on glass.
She cut herself when she stepped out.
Oh, she cut herself.
Now back to Megan's live stream. She also criticizes police in all of this.
I get to the hospital, the police being so rude to me. Well, what's going on? Like, da-da-da-da, you're being detained, da-da-da. Ma'am, I'm being detained, I'm leaking, but I'm still not saying what happened. Crazy.
There's also big, bold, underlined letters. What did Megan say happened in the hospital? Well, don't worry, there's a video.
Okay. And so what happened? What did it say?
You have to see one glass that can over it. Right there. Just different glass the evidence.
Megan also discusses a witness.
The people in the neighborhood, there's a witness. When the police came, because the neighbors called the police.
By the way, this witness is a man named Sean Kelly, and there's body cam of him too that apparently proves Tory Lanez innocence.
They shot out of the car?
Well, the windows were open. That's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't
No,
really
they
see
were
it.
on my side. The girl opened the door. Two girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car and crawled over.
So on Megan's live stream, she says Tory is the one who spoke out first, but a timeline featured on the website disagrees. So I'm going to go through that. According to this timeline, July 15th, 2020, Megan posts about being shot. July 16th, 2020, the following day, she names Daystar to police. July 27th, 2020, she goes live on Daystar's birthday. And it isn't until almost a month later, August 20th, 2020, that Megan publicly names Daystar as the shooter in this now infamous Instagram Live. Jump to September 24th of 2020, Daystar tweets for the first time. So they're basically saying, wait a minute, Megan, you totally talked first. Then on October 20th, 2020, Daystar spoke out on Instagram Live responding to Megan. According to the website, Megan says she never put a hand on anyone. But according to Sean Kelly's testimony and transcripts, TBT to P. Diddy and reading transcripts, I'm going to read this out for you. The question is, did you state that initially you saw two girls fighting? I did, yes. Did you say that after you saw the two girls fighting, you saw one of the girls shot, sir? I believe so, but ... Now, Tory Lane's team says a corroborating witness saw Kelsey and Megan fighting, saying a woman fired the gun and that it was Tory who tried to de-escalate the situation. And there's video of this too. According to Tory's team and this website, these videos show he cared for Megan. He wanted to make sure that she was okay. So take a look at the videos.
Address that the incident occurred, the shooting happened?
Nah, I don't know the
No?
address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro.
Stay right here for me, bro.
Let go.
Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay? Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her, all right?
Just a quick question.
She's gonna be good.
Do you have any injuries on you? No, I don't.
Do you need an R?
I will come for your friend now, okay?
Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? Your girl to safety?
All right, last clip. Remember when Megan testified that Tory said, dance, B-word, and then opened fire? All right, now there's Nest camera video. So you can hear 5 gunshots. So listen up, there are 5. But you can't hear anyone saying dance, like commanding it. The end of the webpage reads, justice requires clarity, fairness, and facts, not assumptions. So let's get to the facts and bring on today's guest, criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla, one of our fan favorites, friends of Scandal. Thank you so much for coming on. And I have to ask you right away, what do you make of this website by Tory Lanez' team?
I think websites and phone numbers are tools that you usually see prior to the case going to trial. I haven't seen it, post-trial to get information or evidence. But that's basically what it is. It's a tool to try and get evidence from people that may have seen something or can give you, as an attorney, something that you could work off of. So, it's rare to see it after trial, but, it is an instrument that's used by investigators and attorneys often prior to trial. I'll say that.
So my question then, because of all of this, we know how defense teams work and they go through and comb through all the evidence and all of this. As you said, we usually see it prior to trial. So why are they doing it now? Where was this during the trial?
Okay, so what it could be is if you have something that's going to be regurgitated evidence, which already Megan Thee Stallion's attorney is classifying all of this stuff as regurgitated evidence. You open up a website, that's going to get some publicity because you're dealing with celebrities. So people are like, oh, this website's out. And then when you bring forth your regurgitated evidence, it has an air of something that's been recently discovered. Why? Because I just opened up this website. So all of a sudden, it segues you into being able to use this regurgitated evidence, and it gives it the appearance of something that was recently discovered. I'm pretty sure that when you look at what they're showing the public, it probably is not evidence that was found on this website. It looks to me that it's evidence that was around from the beginning, it's video, that things that the prosecution had, that the prosecution turned over, that the defense had. But all of a sudden, people when they get their their 30-second soundbite, they may think that it came from the website when in fact it didn't.
And I think what's tricky about all of this is that this trial originally, it was kind of like the P. Diddy trial. There was no sort of live stream. So we couldn't watch every second of it, we the public. So we couldn't see all the exhibits that came up. So I think you could be right, because a lot of these body camera videos are from the day of the incident, way back in 2020. And now they're coming to light 5 years later. So it seems to me like I would assume that prosecutors would have presented these, or, defense attorneys, anyone at the trial, right? These have probably already been seen by the jury.
Yeah, I don't see how, whether or not it was seen by the jury or not, that's a separate question. I don't see how it wasn't turned over and discovered. where new evidence comes in. If it didn't come out in front of the jury for whatever reason, an evidentiary, dispute or something like that, that's something else. But for it to be new evidence, it's new evidence that didn't exist at trial. And just by looking at what they're showing, I can't fathom that this is something that wasn't, in the hands of the defense team, that wasn't part of the trial in a universal sense, whether it came out in front of the jury or not. I also don't agree with judges that don't allow cameras in their courtroom for this very reason. I mean, I think it's important for the viewing public, when they care about a case, to see the entire process. Why? Because it bolsters our way of finding someone guilty or not guilty. Because if not, we're at the mercy of reporters and the little animated cartoon things. For what? Like, we should be able to see what goes on in a courtroom.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I'm very thankful for our reporters who are in the courtrooms doing that in the courtroom sketches, but I want to see every single second of it. And it just creates confusion too. So, I mean, you talked about the body cam, and here at Long Crime, I've watched literally hundreds of hours of body cam because they press record and it goes for like literally hours and hours and hours. And there's usually multiple that are going about one event. However, I go to this website and the body cam little videos, the longest is maybe 2 minutes. So they're taking little snippets. And so to me, I guess, does that kind of go to the fact that the defense might be trying to play to the court of public opinion rather than the court of criminal justice? They're swaying the views, the narrative.
Okay. Yeah, well, for sure they're doing that. And that they're doing that because it's like an integrated marketing campaign. So you're alleging that there's new evidence at the same time that Drake is out there collecting 295,000 signatures, at the same time as some congresswoman from Florida is jumping on board, saying that she's backing Tory Lanez. So if you look at it, it's not coincidental that all of these things are happening at the same time. It's definitely an integrated marketing campaign. He almost got murdered. Like, he got brutally stabbed. When in preparation for today, I read up on the attack. That was a serious attack. So the guy's getting stabbed like 14 times. So all of that is, part of this push to see whether or not they're going to grant him a new trial. I actually don't even know if this alleged new evidence has been put forth in a motion. I didn't see that in what I was reading, so I really don't know if they've taken that step yet. But obviously, I think they're going to try. But once they do, it's going to be very simple because that judge is the judge that was part of the trial. So if anybody knows if this evidence was new or not, it's going to be the trial court. They were sitting there, so they're going to be like, yeah, this is nothing new. Usually, when you're found guilty, that's it. Like, when a jury finds you guilty, the statistical possibility for you to reverse it or get a new trial or do anything but go down in flames is usually very, very, very minute statistical anomaly that you'll be able to do that.
Go down in flames. I had to laugh in that because I just loved that description. So I guess then where do we go from here? I mean, as you said, the judge is going to look at it, and if it's not new evidence, the judge is like, okay, this doesn't mean anything. But if it's new, I mean, what would that mean if it is new? Would they maybe get a new trial?
Yeah, if it is new evidence that wasn't part of the original case, then yeah, legally they should have a new trial. If it's exculpatory, which it's basically her saying, I didn't get shot. So part of what I've seen is Megan Thee Stallion telling the police officer, no, I didn't get shot. I don't understand how that could be new. I mean, come on, she's telling a police officer. It's part of the body cam, right? So now even if that's new evidence, or even if that evidence really, someone that's a victim of domestic abuse covering for the abuser is the norm. So for a woman that got shot by her boyfriend to tell the cops, no, I wasn't shot, that's not as exculpatory as it may look on to many people, because it's the norm. It's normal for women to protect their abuser. I mean, I'm not making any factual determinations because I really didn't follow the case that closely to know whether he did it or not. I'm just letting you know that in 22 years of practice, I'm sick and tired of seeing, usually women cover for men that have been abusing them, unfortunately. It's just a cycle of violence.
And that is something we've seen throughout all of this, because there is the video of her saying, oh, I stepped on glass, the day of. However, since then, she said that for maybe a couple of months. Since then, she said, no, I was shot. I was just scared. I was trying to protect myself and other people. And that's why I said that. And there's even medical records showing she had bullet fragments in her foot. She had to have them removed. But what do you make of that some people still to this day believe, even though he's convicted, he's behind bars, Tory Lanez is, they still believe Megan was never shot at all?
There's always going to be people that believe anything. So it doesn't really matter. There's nowadays with Instagram, social media, the algorithm that basically promotes whatever you want to hear. We no longer live in a world where there's an editor that's dedicated to neutral reporting. No, that ship sailed. People just want to hear what they want to hear, and their algorithm is feeding them what makes them happy. And then every fifth or sixth second, it shoots something to upset you. So it makes you happy, and then it upsets you. There's people that are going to believe that Megan Thee Stallion didn't get shot. There's going to be people that believe that Tory Lanez is innocent, and there's really nothing that you could do in a time where people's opinions are changed unless they're open to it. So that's always going to happen.
I wanted to ask too about that change.org petition to have him pardoned by the governor. There are thousands of signatures that are already there. Is this something you've ever seen working in the past? Is this possible that he could be pardoned by a governor?
Okay, so I mean, I've seen people do it, and whether or not I've seen them do it effectively, I'll tell you one thing: I've never seen a governor get involved to step in and pardon someone that's accused of shooting a woman, a man accused of shooting a woman. Because at the end of the day, when this governor tries to run again, you're going to have a bunch of people that say, you covered for a man that shot a woman. Okay, now you're taking a huge risk as a governor, because let's say you do pardon him, okay, and then he gets out and he really is an abuser, and he gets out and 6 months later he actually shoots somebody or kills somebody. Your career is over, literally over, and everybody's going to point at the day that you pardoned someone that shot a woman, because at the end of the day, a jury already convicted him. So as a society, we accept what a jury says. And as an attorney, I've lost cases where I have to walk out of the courtroom and I have to just swallow it. Like, listen, I lost, and the jury found them guilty. So I gotta, as a lawyer, you gotta accept it. As a defendant, you gotta accept it. And whether or not Drake, I'm surprised he was even able to get 300,000 people to sign anything nowadays after Kendrick Lamar has murdered him and his reputation. But fine, he got 300,000 people. Okay, so what? At the end of the day, is a governor going to put his career on the line for Tory Lanez? And I really don't think he would or he should.
I know we've kind of talked about it, seeing what the writing on the wall is here, but my last question for you is, what do you think is going to come out of all of this?
Nothing. I think that all of this is nothing. I think it's gonna be, it's cannon fodder for media. We're all gonna talk about it, and then it's gonna be memorialized into a motion that's gonna go in front of a court, and the court is gonna be like, yeah, this is nothing new. No new trial, unless some miraculous way that this body cam footage was not part of the original trial. Like someone in the prosecutor's office didn't press double click on that file and it didn't get sent in the discovery dump, and they can prove it. Then other than that, this is going nowhere.
I guess we'll have to wait and see what's coming out of it. I think you might be right about all of it, unless there is this crazy something that happened that it didn't get it handed over. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Either way, it's been great talking to you, Mauricio. Thank you for coming on and breaking down this website for us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
A lot to think about here, but before we wrap up today's episode of Scandal, we got to talk about Megan. What does she have to say? Well, she's been pretty outspoken since she named Tory Lanez at all. I mean, she was on CBS, she testified in the trial, she went on that live stream, but in light of all this recent stuff, her team has doubled down on his conviction. This is a statement from her attorney. It reads, quote, Meg is a victim of a violent shooting, of a violent assault and attack. But that happened back in 2020, and it's now 2025, and she is still dealing with having to defend herself, that she was the victim and that she was shot. That all gets lost in the narrative every time her attacker tries to place blame elsewhere and paint her as a liar. He's continued to do this. Now, by the way, I do want to note that on the website by Tory Lanez' team, there is a change.org petition on the site. It has more than 300,000 signatures and is asking for the governor to pardon Tory Lanez' conviction. So we'll see what happens, you guys. For now, Tory Lanez is still convicted. He's still in prison, but obviously is trying to have these convictions overturned. It's a scandal if I have ever heard of one. And by the way, thank you for watching Scandal. Make sure to subscribe and send us any sort of emails. Our tip line is scandal@lawandcrime.com. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and I'll see you next time.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? If it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. If you're outside of the U.S., let me know what country you represent. Throw up your flag. Family, I need you to smash up the likes, smash up the likes, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already on YouTube after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to your subscribe button. Go ahead and click that thing right now so you can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like this. That way you'll be in the loop. I'm gonna let a few hundred of y'all come in, then I'm going in, but in the meantime and in between time, I'm going to give some shots out to the early birds, starting with dun, dun, dun. Connie, what's up, Connie Harge? Eddie TV, what's up? Chocolate. Miss Raw, what it do? Yvonne, Judge Dreads. Jamil Thompson, what's up, Illinois? Shout out to Larry Hoover. Devon, Mike L, Boston, what's up, Boston? Erica the Rosemary Empress, Jacksonville, Florida. Got some good memories from Jacksonville. Yeah. AR-15 Williams. Well, man, what is this people telling me to keep that same energy on these females? I don't need no instructions from y'all. I don't need nobody trying to tell me how to feel. I'm going to feel like I want to feel. If I want to keep that same energy, I'll keep it. If I don't, I won't. I don't nobody control how I feel, man. Coming in here, coming on my platform, talking about keep that same energy. Well, some of y'all be tripping, man. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Yeah, I want you to keep the same energy when I say what I'm about to say. What's up, Tony Brown? Julian Alexander? What's up? Judge Jones. Lavender. Say that. Wisconsin in the building. Capri Lopez. What's good, fam? Leonard Spencer. All right, fam, let me get to it. What's up, Chuck Diesel? Let me get into it. Since y'all talking about keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Okay. So there's a new video out. A new video has been released, and it shows Megan Thee Stallion the night that she was allegedly shot, telling a police officer that she didn't get shot. Now, I hear what, I'm in the blogs and I'm listening, I'm reading a lot of stuff, a lot of the comments and stuff, people saying, aha, She's a liar. I told you she was lying. I told you. Have y'all been following the case? If you've been following the case, you would know that she already admitted that she initially lied to the police about getting shot because she didn't want to get Tory into any trouble. She said that she didn't get shot because she did not want to get dude in trouble. She didn't want anybody to get in trouble. She understood that how these folks are, how they overreact, how they'll gun you down, and how, you know, they'll turn the victim into the suspect or whatever. But she said, remember, this is not me. This is what she testified to. She said she told the police that she didn't get shot to protect Tory. Now, let me ask y'all something, fam. Let's say, now listen, and I'm gonna try to be as objective as I can with this story right here, with this piece, right? You get into a fight with a broad. Y'all hitting the same dude smashing both of y'all. This is her best friend or her friend, the Kelsey chick, right? Y'all get into it. Dude pull out the gun to break it up or whatever, however it go. But in any event, somehow, some way, she gets shot in the foot. Police pull up. And you don't want nobody to go to jail. You don't want to get this guy in trouble that you still care for. Even though he did you dirty, he shot you. You don't want this person to get in trouble. Y'all don't think that it's possible? Now, I'm not saying that it is or ain't. I'm just saying, do you think it's possible that a person could try to protect somebody that they care about or love or, you know, or have a relationship with? Do you think that it's possible that they can get into a squabble and the police pull up and now everybody act like ain't nothing ever happened? Y'all don't think that's possible? Y'all don't think that's possible? Because I know I have actually had a squabble with an enemy before. I was squabbling with an enemy and the police pulled up. Once the police pulled up, we started acting like we was wrestling. He was like, yeah, man, ain't nothing, man, yeah. No, we was wrestling, man, we ain't fighting. You know, we both just hopped on code just like that. Soon as the police pulled up, we both hopped on code and acted like we was just wrestling. You know, it was horseplay. So y'all don't think that that's plausible that you could do that? Like try to protect somebody who did you dirty? Now I know shooting is something serious, but keep in mind also that both of these guys they're celebrities. So they have images. They got an image to try to protect. Besides trying to protect their friend or associate. I think it's quite possible. I think it's quite plausible to try to protect somebody once the police roll up. Just like you can have a domestic dispute going on. You can have a domestic dispute. Y'all squabbling. Y'all might have pushed each other, somebody put somebody in a chokehold and everything, pulled a gun or whatever. Once the police pull up, y'all realize now, oh shit. Now you realize it's serious. You realize the gravity of the situation, and you know that the police don't play. You know they will shoot, they will kill, they will detain, they will arrest, they will make your life more difficult than whatever you thought it was before they pulled up. Now you realize let's quash this, man. Let's just, you know what? Let's just quash it. You know, like that. Let's, you know, it ain't worth it. You realize now that the police is involved, how serious it is, and you fall back. Y'all don't think that's plausible? Okay, I see somebody saying Tory was protecting the friend who really shot Megan. Okay, listen to that argument, fam. You know, most of the people who say that they believe Tory did not shoot Megan, they said at first, most of the people were saying, well, she didn't get shot at all. Now they're saying, well, she got shot, but it wasn't Tory who shot her. Which one is it? So y'all telling me to keep that same energy. Are y'all going to keep that same energy? I'm talking about the people who riding for Tory, just riding for him. Because remember, most of y'all said she never got shot. She never got shot. Now that the defense is presenting different evidence, now that the defense is saying that the friend shot her, now y'all cool with accepting that narrative. Well, which one is it? Y'all I've been keeping the same energy since day one. I told you where I stood. I told you from day one that I believe dude shot the girl. And I still believe he shot her. I think that the prosecution is doing a good job at pulling on the heartstrings right now after Tory got stabbed up 14 times at that prison. I think that the defense is doing an excellent job at presenting a different argument here and this new evidence. I think they're doing an excellent job, but remember, this new evidence has already been, the video hasn't been presented in court, but the actual, her testimony has, what she said in that video that's out right now, that new video, she already said that in court. She already said in court that she lied initially because she was trying to protect Tory. Remember, fam, you got to follow the case, follow it all the way through. Don't just get emotional. Remember, she said initially she was trying to protect Tory. But when Tory went to capping and started saying that he didn't do anything trying to make her look bad, she said when Tory started trying to make her look bad, that's when she said, oh, hell no. That's when she went after him. That's when she became furious. When he started flexing on her and stunting and making songs and all this stuff, that's when she got really, really upset about it. So how is it not hard to believe that? I mean, how is that so hard to believe? I'm not going off emotions, man. I'm going off of the information that was provided. I'm going off what both parties said and how both parties reacted. If Tory didn't shoot her, if he wasn't responsible, why was he apologizing when he was in jail? What was he apologizing for? Because if it had been me, got me a troll, hold on. Boom. Boom, block. Let me stop right here. The block party is officially open. The block party has officially started. Let me explain something to you, because a lot of times when I go live, the wind blow the trash in. So let me explain something to you. We don't have to agree. You don't have to agree with me, but disrespect will not be allowed. You come on my platform trying to disrespect me, you ain't gonna last long. You got one time, not two times, one time, and you out of here. I don't play no games with it. If you can't act civilized, if you can't disagree with somebody in a civilized manner, then you don't even need to be on the internet, period. You don't even need to have a discussion. You never need to open your mouth. If you don't know how to have a disagreement in a civilized manner, you don't even need to be on the internet. And you damn sure don't need to be on my platform. So we don't have to agree. People get on here and disagree with me all the time. Hell, you got Trump supporters be coming on here, be on live. But even the Trump supporters that come on here frequently know how to be respectful when they jump into the comments. You dig what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. ENT, what it do? What's up, A. Reese? What's that? AR-15 Williams. So yeah, all I'm saying, fam, is I'm looking at the information. I'm not looking at no emotional stuff. I'm not looking at, oh, it's man versus woman. If the roles were reversed and she was accused of shooting him, if I spoke on this, I would speak in the same manner. I would have the same type of energy if I spoke on it. Because I'd be like, what the hell was Megan thinking? She just threw her whole life away. She threw her career away. What was she thinking? As it is, and I know, it's a lot of, it's sad, man. This whole gender war thing is sad because it's similar to the way people pick sides with race. A lot of people, they can't come to a conclusion or an opinion. They refuse to come to an opinion about a subject until they find out who the subjects are, what race the subjects are. And based on the race is how they decide that they want to comment. They decide which way what side they're on. They don't look for the truth. They look for the race. They look for the relationship, the connection, the relatability. So just like when it comes to race, you got people that pick sides on an issue based on what color somebody is. If a crime is committed, it all depends on what the color of the person is, depending on how serious, or how critical you are about what they did. It just depends on what race they are, right? Same thing with this gender thing. A lot of times it just depends on what the gender is of the person who is accused of committing said crime. Depending on what the gender is, that's how a lot of us form our opinion. And I'm just looking at right, wrong. It's right, wrong, and facts. What are the facts? What are the facts? I didn't make up what I just said that she said during the trial, that she lied initially during the trial. She said she lied. So this evidence that's out is new because it's a video. It's video, but the actual commentary that's in the video was spilled in court. So the judge, the jury, and the prosecution and the defense already know she said she initially lied, but they're not giving the full context to the video. The full context is that she said she did lie initially, but she said in court that she lied initially to protect Tory. So y'all don't want me to repeat that. Y'all don't want me to say anything about that part. You just want me to say, oh yeah, she lied. Yeah, that's messed up, man. She lied. And just leave it at that? Or do you want to hear the full context? She did lie. Who is that? Julian King? Is that Julian? Julian? I ain't never seen that name before. But okay, JK. She lied initially about sleeping with Tory. That's a lie. that's going to cost. Because what happens is once you tell one lie, then it's fair for other people to start questioning your character. They're going to say, well, she lied about this. What else she lied about? If she lied about sleeping with him, what else she lied about? Right? So that opens you up to attack. And that's fair. That's fair. If you lie, then you open yourself up to being attacked. You lie about one thing, you know how it go. People say you're going to lie about something else. You know, when I was growing up, they used to say, if you lie, you'll steal. If you steal, you'll kill, you know? So, and that's just to say to commit one sin. You commit one sin, you'll commit another. But she already said she lied in court. In court, she admitted to lying. So people are looking at this video and going, yeah, look, you know what I'm saying? She lied, look at her lie. You know, they acting like this is some new revelation. This is not a new revelation. She already admitted she lied. Y'all don't want me to like say the whole, like y'all don't want me to put it in context? Yes, she lied on that video. She lied to the authorities that she did not, when she said she did not get shot. She said she did not get shot. But she admitted that she said she lied to protect Tory. And fam, y'all can say what y'all want to say. I'm just saying Tory didn't behave like an innocent man to me. I think if you innocent, if you shoot somebody, if you didn't shoot somebody and you're accused of shooting somebody, I don't think you get on the internet and taunt that person that you've been accused of shooting. I would not get on the internet and taunt someone that I've been accused of shooting. Even if I shot him, I wouldn't get on the internet and taunt him because I got enough sense to know how that's going to look. I got enough sense to know that if I ever end up in a courtroom, these clips, this content is going to be used against me to question my character and my remorse, my empathy. I don't believe that Tory was behaving like an innocent person after this stuff went down. He was doing too much giggling. I would not be accused of shooting somebody and hop on the internet and joke about it and poke fun. I would not get on the internet. I would not go in the studio and make a song about shooting somebody that I'm accused of shooting, and it's an open case. We got an open case. And I'm gonna go make a song about it? No, I'm not doing that. So even if Tory is innocent, he didn't do himself no favors. And his daddy didn't do him no favor either, jumping out there on that courtroom steps and trying to prosecute the prosecution right after his son was found guilty. That ain't how it go. We got to get out of our feelings with this stuff. That ain't how it go. We know we live in a crooked system, and we know that we live in an unjust system. We know that, right? We know that. We know that the cops, a lot of cops out there are KKK. We know that. We know that they profile us. But on the streets ain't the time to check the police. That ain't the time to check them. When the police racially profile you, do you any kind of dirty, even if they don't, before they do you dirty, when you are approached by the police for anything, your job is to get them out of your face as soon as possible so you can get back to living as soon as possible. And if you start being Billy Badass or just start getting loud and getting emotional. What you're doing is giving them an excuse to hassle you, to put a case on you. You know that I'm not saying you don't have a right, but too often the police trample on our rights. And when they trample on our rights, we got to go through hell and back to try to get justice. So the best thing to do is to just try to avoid the confrontation, try to avoid the trauma. And if you feel like the police have violated you in any way, get out of that situation first. Get out of that situation as soon as you can, immediately. And then you put them lawyers on his ass. That's when you handle your business. When he gone about his business and you gone about your business and you follow up. Okay, here we go. That's how you get back at him. You don't try to deal with the police in the streets. Even if you win, you're gonna lose. You can knock a police officer out cold. That knockout is probably, depending on what your record look like, might cost you 5 or 10 years in prison. Might cost you 50 years in prison. You know how they like to tack it on when you do something dirty to the police. If you got a record already, you know what they like to do. So I'm just saying that it's a certain way to behave when you're dealing, with criminal cases. His daddy, I'm sure, loved him. They seem to have a close relationship. But his daddy didn't do him no good, did not help him when he was found guilty. He didn't even help him before he was found guilty because his daddy was making really slick comments about the prosecution during the trial. While you're on trial, it is not the job of your family members or even you to try to clown the prosecution or prosecute the prosecution. That's the job for your lawyers because they know what to say and how to do it. They know how to do it in an eloquent way, in a legal manner that's consistent with litigation. His daddy should let that. First of all, you want to be, anytime you end up in a courtroom, you want to appear, even if you're not civilized, you want to appear to be as civilized as possible. You want to appear to be as humble as possible. You want to appear to be remorseful for any victim, even if you did not victimize them. People say, well, how you gonna be remorseful? You ain't did nothing to somebody. If you didn't violate, why are you remorseful? Now, I'm remorseful for the person that did, whoever did that. I'm remorseful that they even had to go through something like that. Because if you over there laughing and giggling and cracking jokes and taking this thing lightly, the judge, the jury, and the prosecution is taking it all in. And that's going to be used against you. If convicted, you do not rush out on the steps of the courtroom or the courthouse and start clowning the prosecution. Start clowning the judge. You know why? Because you got appeals now. Okay, I was found guilty. I'm disappointed. We are disappointed. But we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting for justice. I'm going to keep fighting for my son because I know my son and I know he's innocent. So we're going to keep fighting. You go into appeal mode. You start the appeal process. If you want to call the prosecution a low-down, dirty, uncivilized mutt, call them that. But don't say it loud enough where they can hear it. Don't be going and getting in front of TMZ and start talking to Harvey. Don't jump on social media talking slick about the prosecution and all of that. The prosecution, the judge, they're people. Some of them are very, very, very evil. But if you approach them with the proper decorum and you have good representation who can convey your message of innocence and fairness, perhaps, just perhaps, there might be a small opening where you can tap into them for a minute, just really quickly, and they might see things your way for a second or two. You got to hurry though, because evil is evil. You got the appeals process. Now, after you exhaust your appeals, you still ain't got justice. If the appeals process is over and you ain't got no justice, you still can't go crazy. It still ain't wise to go crazy, because guess what? You got parole. You might have an opportunity to be paroled early, right? So instead of doing 10 years, if everything works out, you don't get in no major trouble, you might be able to get out in 7 years. That's 3 whole years of your life. If you live to be 100 years old, that's 3% of your life. That is substantial. So it would behoove you to continue to behave in a civilized manner, or at the very least, in an unconfrontational manner. They already think you're uncivilized. Your job is for them, is to make them think you're civilized. They already think you're a bad guy. Your job is to make them think you're a good guy. And you might be a good guy. You might be a bad guy. But your job is to make them think you're a good guy. Damn, kind of feel sorry for the guy. Seems like a good person. They're human beings just like us. I think the people who, this is one of those cases where people are either on one side or the other. They're on one side or the other. They either believe Megan Thee Stallion or they believe Tory Lanez. And you're not going to shake a person's opinion. Going back into the comments. What's up, Kurt Gator? Kurt said people just regurgitate what they see on YouTube. I ain't looked at one court document. God first say definitely ain't on Megan's side. John King, what up? Trey Prince. Mike Dan, what's up, Mike? Idiot. Soul Dragon install. Ishara Cooper. Ishara Cooper. Is that Ishara or Ishara? Ishara. I'm going with Ishara. Ishara Cooper. Ang Harp. Is that Mo? Is it Mao? Moy. I think that's Moy. Cowboy, what up? Marie Gibson, Voodoo Glitch. All right, fam, shutting it down. I appreciate y'all joining the live. I see you, J. Coop. What it do? King Lexicon, my bad. Roberts Enterprises. Captain Kirk. Free Tory Lanez. Looks like most of y'all in this chat right now at least comment. I don't know about the people that's watching, but at least most of y'all in the comments seem to be riding for Tory. Y'all think Megan Thee Stallion is lying. David David Piston says, free my cousins and homies. Damn, Tory. They don't shoot no women. Matthew Ford says Meg is not innocent. Anthony X, what up? What's up, Todd? What's up, Miss Denise? Jay Boogie, what it do? All right, fam, that's my time. I appreciate y'all. More videos coming your way today. A lot going on, fam. Till next time, enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. No more talk.
Hold your hands. Hold your hands up. Okay? Come on, people guys here with their hands up, hands up. All right, move back to the sound of my voice.
I'm lying. Oh, she stepped on glass. She never got shot. I'm the one who said I stepped on glass. I was mine to protect all of us. I was mine to protect all of us.
You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. Alex Spiro, Desiree Perez, and the whole wicked system of Rock Nation, including you, Jay-Z.
All right, y'all. Now, they say the truth shall set you free. And whether you like to admit it or not, it's going to come out some way, somehow. If y'all remember, they always used to say, what's done in the dark would eventually come to light. And one thing about God, he don't like ugly. Now, before we even get into it, right, I find it mighty funny and ironic how just a day before this footage is released and everybody all over social media is now seeing it, they're saying Tory was stabbed 14 times. Now, we just did a video on that. Y'all can check it out, man. Something isn't right. I already said in the last video, they say he was stabbed twice, not once, but twice in his head with a shank, right? Then he was stabbed 7 times in his back
and he was also stabbed in his face. They said he was in critical condition, and then out of nowhere, probably like an hour or so after, they said he was good, normal, and in good spirits. Something ain't right, but that's another rabbit hole. Let's talk about this footage that finally dropped. Now, from the beginning, I don't understand why people just don't use common sense, but that's the power of social media, right? That girl literally got on social media, painted a whole black woman versus men narrative, and of course, all the women just ate it up. And the whole time, she was lying, doing what a bunch of them are set out to do within our culture, which is to cause destruction amongst us with lies and keep us at war. And once again, the whole time, it was pure lies. Now, not only did her story change a whole bunch of times, because first they claimed he shot her in both of her feet, then they said it was 1 foot, then they said he was hanging outside of the window and he shot her as she was backing up twice. Then they said he shot her and told her, dance, B-word, dance. And it was all lies. But that's the power of social media. They sat up there and told us she was shot in both of her feet, but somehow they managed to even show us a whole video of her being arrested, and she was walking backwards, and people still believed it. But once again, people who don't understand anything is easily persuaded to believe anything. Now, I sprained my ankle playing football before, and let me tell y'all right now, it was no way in hell I was able to walk. So you telling me this girl was shot in not 1 foot, but 2 feet, where all of our nerves are, and somehow still managed to walk backwards. Then the irony, she was back twerking in videos with Cardi B in less than a month later. Social media is dangerous. Now, we have a bunch of videos calling out the whole situation when it first occurred, but we're going to get into this thread that's underneath DJ Academic's Twitter, and let's just say somebody went off showing nothing but receipts. Now, some called us crazy, but majority of the people who was rocking with us when this first happened believed everything that was said, because it just didn't make sense, right? Not to mention, she didn't lie when she got in the interview with Gail, fake crying, and said that her and Tory didn't have an intimate relationship at all. But then when she got in court, she said they did. When she posted a picture of her foot finally, because people started calling her out saying that something ain't right and it seemed fake, she caught so much backlash because people said it wasn't no gunshot wound that she took the post down. So we're going to get into this video, y'all. Like I said before, y'all believe whatever y'all want, come to your own discernment, but we're just going to point out a few things that kind of just don't make sense, man. Now, before we do, make sure you hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it.
Hold your hands up. Okay? Come on, people got here with their hands up, hands up.
See that? I know y'all heard that. Pay attention.
Hold your hands up. Okay?
Listen.
People got here with their hands up, hands up. All right, back to the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up.
Close the door.
Back to the sound of my voice.
Now, at this point, she's limping. That foot, that left foot that came out and stepped on the glass, if you pay attention, and you can hear it, clear as day. But that left foot, as you can see, she's limping.
Keep going. Hey, stop. Keep moving.
Look at this. Now, keep in mind, while you're watching this, understand that she's supposed to be shot in both feet. Now, I understand somewhere down the line, it changed from being both to one, but that don't matter neither, right? If you were shot in 1 foot, it's no way in hell you're using that foot. All your nerves are in that foot, right?
Walk back on the sidewalk.
Keep walking back on the sidewalk.
79, Roger, right, no longer hanging.
Keep coming back to the sound of my voice.
And Hollywood, stand by, heading there, LeBred, Hollywood, for
All right, so that's the first video, right? But shout out to this woman right here, because I don't know what it is she has with Meg, but she done ate this whole thread up. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. Now, she says right here that this is the moment she threw the bottle out too. I'm not too sure about seeing her throw the bottle, but I do see her step on it. And however, this is a little more close up. Now watch. Right here. See that? Did you see that ricochet? Look at this. See that? Now, some people were saying that it was a plastic bottle. No, it wasn't a glass bottle. It was plastic. She really got shot in her foot. Okay, right? Now let's go to the next thing. Now, when you scroll down here, I told y'all this girl ate this whole section up. She says, here are the officers actually discussing the fact that she stood on glass on the body cam. Let's see what they had to say.
All right, move back to the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up. Move back to the sound of my voice. Move back. Keep going. Keep going. Hey, stop. Move to the left. Keep moving.
You can't really hear it, but right then and there, he said something about her stepping on glass.
Walk back on the sidewalk. Yeah, keep walking back on the sidewalk. 79,
Keep coming back to the sound of my voice.
Now, she also made a good point here. She says, why not only observe Megan standing on glass bottle, but LAPD also witnessed it live and even commented on it in the body cam footage. You can hear the officers themselves discussing it, saying she stepped in glass, which aligns with both the police report and the initial medical report. So why didn't the officers or detectives bring this up during the trial? And why was the footage of her standing on glass altered to not include that part when the prosecution presented it as evidence in court? Free the truth. Now, if y'all remember, initially, they said that she stepped on glass. Before this whole theory about her being shot and whatever, it was he put his hands on her, but then next thing you know, we was hearing that he shot her. And then after that, that's when we started hearing that she was shot in her foot, whether it was 1 or 2. But the initial report also said that she stepped on glass. Come to find out, the medical examiners also said she stepped on glass. Let's get into the next thing. Now, right here, I told y'all she ate up. She said Dr. Milton Little was a doctor who submitted a report claiming that Megan had been shot and had fragments removed from her feet after Dr. Lafredo, with over 28 years of experience in emergency medicine, by the way, had already treated her for a glass wound on her left foot, and this is facts. If y'all remember, when it first came out, it was a lady mentioned that she had glass fragments, right? They had the not autopsy, but it was a X-ray, and they said that it was glass fragments. It was never bullets. It was never bullet fragments. But that's what they tried to turn it into afterwards, saying that she had bullet fragments in her foot after people seen the picture and said that it didn't look like she was shot. Now, she says he also happens to be the CEO of United Way of Greater Atlanta. The organization has affiliations with high-profile donors like Beyonce and Jay-Z. See, now it makes sense. It makes total sense. Now, when you correlate this whole thing with Jay-Z, Rock Nation, and then when you hear about Tory and his father, when his father called out Jay-Z after the verdict came out that he was guilty, y'all remember?
You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. Alex Spiro, Desiree Perez, and the whole wicked system of Rock Nation, including you, Jay-Z.
Now, it says they have made significant contributions to various United Way chapters. Megan also has the phone number of the organization on her website. At United Ways ATL also made a post declaring Dr. Milton Little a member of the Beehive just 8 months before he treated Megan for gunshot wounds. It's getting bad, y'all. So as you can see here, this basically proves it. In 2019, 11/21/2019, United Way of Greater Atlanta says, quote, what Beyonce said all those years ago remains undeniable. Girls run this world. At Milton J. Little, our CEO and member of the #Beehive. Sheesh. Then she pointed out Meg Thee Stallion's site where it says Hotties Help in Houston, and it has United Way Helpline on there, which goes back to Texas, West Houston. Yeah. I don't know what more clear y'all want, but whoever this girl is, she definitely ate. And I guess people are really tired of the bullcrap. Now also, right, when you go down even more, here she is when she was on Gail. Now remember at first when she asked her about lying, about stepping on glass, and she gave an explanation on why she lied? Y'all check this out.
To kill any of us or shoot any of us. So I just said I stepped on glass because I didn't.
Why did you say that? Why didn't you say he shot me?
I didn't. For some reason, I was just trying to protect all of us because I didn't want them to kill us. Like even though this person just did this to me, my first reaction still was to try to save us. Like
now, when this first came out, we reacted to this. And like I told y'all before, it wasn't a tear in sight that came out for one, right? But then two, now that, you know, time has fast forward and we actually get to see the body cam footage, do y'all think that any of them looked like their life was in danger? Did it look like the cops was being extra aggressive in any way? Does it look like their life was in any danger? No. So she's saying the reason why she lied about stepping on glass, because remember in the police report, it says that she said that she stepped on glass. And not to mention the body cam footage also captured her stepping on glass. So now she went back and said that she lied about stepping on glass. And when she was asked about it, she said, well, I didn't want all of us to lose our lives. I didn't want the police to shoot us. All right, y'all. That's pretty much it, man. I'm just glad that the body cam footage finally came out because it's one thing to dispute what somebody say, right, and argue back and forth. But when it comes to video, it's hard to lie. I mean, you can because we know people alter stuff all the time and whatever the case may be. However, in this case, you could clearly see that the body cam shows she's stepping on some type of glass bottle. You could be in denial all you want, but she even said it herself, and then the story switched. It's a lot of story switching within this case, and somehow this man was still found guilty. Not to mention, they have no fingerprints on the weapon that was responsible for shooting her. That should have blown everything out the window then. And then when they asked her friend, right, her quote-unquote friend about it, what she said? I plead the fifth. Y'all jump in the comments, let me know what y'all think about this. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'm going to keep on dropping. And I'm out.
What happened?
Hey, man, we're gonna walk to the corner, okay? That's where the.
2022, singer, rapper Tory Lanez, convicted of shooting performer Megan Thee Stallion after a party at the Hollywood Hills home of Kylie Jenner. Here's the story. They're at the party. After the party, they get into an argument. Lanez tells Megan Thee Stallion, dance, and shoots at her feet like a cowboy movie, hits her. Proof? Testimony of Megan Thee Stallion, her friend Kelsey Harris, and DNA evidence on the weapon that convinced jurors to convict. Pretty simple, right? Maybe not. Turns out that DNA, only a 0.01% chance that the DNA is from Lanez. He's always maintained his innocence. He was sentenced to 10 years, so this is really about the testimony. Lanez, so what happens? So he goes away, recently stabbed 14 times in prison. Many say it was a hit, okay? Because new evidence is about to come out. All right, a little conspiratorial, but he was definitely stabbed. Lanez supporters believe that the media doesn't care because Megan Thee Stallion is represented by Jay-Z's Rock Nation. Now, I could give a damn about Jay-Z or his company. This just wasn't a case on my radar until now. Why? Anna Paulina Luna. She is a representative from Florida. You see her here on a regular basis. She says she's got new evidence, says it wasn't him. And she joins us now. Representative APL, it's good to have you.
Thanks, Chris. Happy to be back on. And thanks for taking a look at this case.
No, listen, you tell me to take a look at it, I'll look at it. But why did you look at it? I mean, this isn't your jurisdiction. I don't know you to have any connection to any of these people.
Yeah, so as you know, we are on oversight and accountability. And so this case was actually initially flagged for me by Amber Rose. And the reason why I took particular interest in it is because of the fact that they actually had evidence that they presented to me in my office that actually disproved the conviction. So as you stated earlier, that 0.01% of DNA, they actually found 4 people's DNA on that firearm, none of which was Tory's. Not to mention there was 0 fingerprints on the actual magazine. And also too, as you said, 0.01% chance. I mean, that evidence in itself should pretty much speak for itself. Also, there's been ring footage that's been obtained that actually disproves the whole dance, Megan. And so what we're seeing is really there was a case of he said, she said. The evidence wasn't actually respected and properly adhered to actually in the trial. And then they also were doing something that I would find pretty wild and egregious. They're actually submitting his lyrics for rap as evidence to the crime. So look, first and foremost, you have to have a free and fair society. That means we need to respect and uphold the justice system. So I actually reached out today to Gavin Newsom's office, and we are requesting an emergency meeting. We're also working with other Democrats, specifically to the California delegation. But I think that this is something that's pretty egregious, that the way that this was handled, the way that it was. I think that it was largely driven by headlines. And aside from the people involved and the parties involved, obviously I take domestic violence, I take this very seriously, Chris, but I also take very seriously the fact that I do believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, that Tory's innocent. And I think that it sets a really bad message when you have someone of his stature, and also to someone that is as influential as he is, it's being wrongfully incarcerated. And that's exactly why we wanted to use our megaphone for a good reason and help get him his pardon, which I think he'll get.
So Luna, who did it? I mean, she says, and her friends say that he did it. And who else would have done it? And what proof do you have to support that? I get it. Maybe they didn't make the case the right way with the weapon, but who did it?
You know, Chris, that's not for me to weigh in, and that's definitely for the judge and the jury. But what I will tell you is, based on the evidence that we have, the evidence that we have says that he wasn't the guy. And so I do think that Gavin Newsom has some great attorneys that will look at this. But I'd also like to point out that the prosecutor specifically on this case that initially brought the charges is a very interesting prosecutor. Look into who ran him. And at the end of the day, you know, I think Hollywood, as you know, Chris, and politics does overlap, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that happened there. So look at the evidence for yourself. We've posted it for the entire world to see, to determine for themselves. And I know that Tory's legal team actually has an incredible case. And so we are calling on Gavin Newsom to issue that pardon immediately. And also remember, he was almost killed in jail. I actually talked to him today on the phone, and he said that once he does get out, once he does get this pardon, which I do feel confident that he'll be getting, he's going to work extensively in prison reform, because this should never happen to anyone.
Anna Paulina Luna, this is a really interesting one. I've never covered a situation like this before, but I appreciate you using your platform. And let the legal team know. We'll be reaching out if they want to come on to make the case. I'm happy to hear it, and we'll check in with the governor's office as well. Thank you very much for coming on.
Yeah, of course. And Chris too, if you want, we can probably connect you with his dad as well. I think it's important for people to know all the facts.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I'll check in with you right after the show. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, you know, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay. I cannot have that on my image. Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass. Glass? Where? Where we were coming from. Hey, can we get a sheet or a bill? I'm not from here, so okay. That's the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot? I didn't get shot. Oh, you did it? Oh, man. I mean, no, sir. Is the one called for? Yeah,
eyewitness that the incident occurred, the shooting happened?
Nah, I don't know that.
No?
Address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro.
Stay right here for me, bro.
Let go.
Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay? Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her, all right?
Just a quick question.
She's gonna be good.
Do you have any injuries on you? No, I don't.
You need an R?
I will come for your friend now, okay?
Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? Your girl to safety?
Wait, no, it isn't. No?
They shot out of the car?
The windows were open, that's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't
No,
really
they
see
were on my side. The girl opened the door, two girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car and crawled over. Then the gun, then the girl shoots into the car. So the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, so. But then the guy gets out again from the back.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as we just got new audio and body cam footage in from 5 years ago. Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion. Now, this is new to the public. We never seen it before. I would think that this has been shown as evidence to court already, but with everything going on with Tory Lanez now, most stuff is coming out of new evidence, new things that allegedly happened and didn't happen, and this right here is no different. As this team put out a website saying that this is exactly what happened that night, that Megan Thee Stallion told the police this. They even had footage of her in the hospital bed and everything like that as well. Tory Lanez inside the interrogation room, and a write-up that TMZ got, it breaks it down and explains it even more. When it comes to Sean Kelly is the guy that y'all heard speaking right there, the witness, but when he got on the stand, it's coming off different from what he's saying right here, and it's just all a bunch of confusion going on at this point. Tory Lanez's team has launched a spiraling, detailed new website containing never-before-heard audio from the night they got him convicted for shooting Megan Thee Stallion, with the defense's trial witness telling cops at the scene the fired shots came from a woman. Tory's team designed the site 36hourslater.com to uncover the 3 days following the shooting sparked by Megan going on Instagram Live to tell her side. LA native Sean Kelly was interviewed by investigators on the early morning of July 12, 2020, and told cops he could see one woman who we know now to be Kelsey angrily exit the rear passenger side of a Cadillac Escalade and open the driver's side passenger door in a fit of rage to confront the other woman, later learned to be Megan. Kelly says a vicious catfight broke out with plenty of kicking and clawing, and told cops while the driver rushed out to break Megan and Kelsey up, Tory stayed in the back seat. He goes on to describe what appears to be Kelsey dropped shooting into the car. It was only when the gunshots began he saw Tory rush out of the SUV to get involved. Kelly testified to all this in court, but the jury still found Tory guilty of first-degree assault with the firearm and several other charges related to possessing the gun. Now, from the reports that came out of the courtroom, Kelly was on the stand saying something different. At one point, he said he didn't see them with the gun. He just seen the muzzle flash and everything. But then he ended up saying that he saw Tory shooting the shots. I wasn't inside the courtroom. I can only go off what these reports are saying right here, where he has said that on the stand. But right here, he's talking about the female having the gun on this audio. As I said before, bro, I wasn't there, so I can't say what happened and didn't happen. I just know that a lot of stuff, just the way it's getting presented to it, makes a area of doubt for people, bro. A nigga not the nigga that want to see no nigga locked up and for something he didn't do for sure. And I for sure don't want to see a woman getting shot and done dirty or done wrong and things like that. That is never something we with at all. I don't care who the woman. I don't want to see no woman get shot. Nigga, I got women in my family. Nigga, like, come on, bro. Nigga, never. Nigga ain't no dark, twisted nigga. Don't want to see a nigga in prison for something he didn't do. I just say with this case, bro, a lot of stuff that got presented, stories been switched around. It get real confusing with these write-ups and things like that. Tory was found guilty, sentenced to 10 years in prison, going through it right now. They just released the footage yesterday of him being stabbed and stuff too. And that was just a crazy video, bro. Like, seeing that, dog, that really, like, seeing him standing up covered in all that blood and just fighting for his life, bro. That's, nigga don't want to see that for nobody, bro. Like, it don't matter who it is, nigga. Like, even when I see a nigga that's not a star, just anybody going through something in prison, nigga that's seen them videos, it's like, dang, bro, that's got to be brutal. I remember seeing the Wildfield Lucci one, but just regular everyday dudes seeing them get stabbed up, bro, that's tough, dog. And I don't know what's going on with this. They say, as you heard, Tory Lanez team a couple weeks ago, after he got stabbed, they got the driver. He claims that Kelsey admitted this, and that's still going to be alleged because we didn't hear it. We got to see how they going to take it. They pushing to get Tory Lanez released now. This right here is going to raise a conversation all over the timeline and stuff like that again. But I don't know what's what when you hear the audio and he say that he seen a girl do it right there, and it's like, okay, what is really going on at this point? Now, Meg said that she initially lied because she didn't want to get in trouble. She didn't want nobody to go to jail, and she was, as she say, thinking about her image at that point. But then people gonna say, well, hold on, somebody shot you, you was just calm and chilling and relaxed and stuff like that. That's gonna be a question that people gonna raise right now. But, you know, I'm not the nigga that can solve the case from this cell phone. I just will say it's a lot of questions that ain't get answered directly because it's a lot of confusing stuff. Because they said the driver that night was there. He spoke and said he didn't see who shot the shot. But I don't think he came to court. And I would think that he would be subpoenaed to court by the state, even if not for the defense. Even though Kelly was supposed to be brought on as part of the defense, he went on there and said something that was against the defense. Man, I don't know, bro. People getting immunity. Y'all tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
This Harlem legend, no cap, no trap, no trap. Oh, this is Harlem legend, no cap, no trap, no trap. Hey, this is Harlem legend, no cap. Harlem legend TV, we the realest on the screen. Breaking down the culture, keeping everything clean. Hip hop stories raw, nothing in between. From the block to the world, we chasing a dream. See the world through a lens so wide. Every hood story, every truth they hide. I'm the pulse of the block where the truth resides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides.
Yo, 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 yo. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy E-Oil, aka the Harlem Legend, man. Please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you set your bell notification so you know when I'm dropping a video or going live. This one is disgusting. I gotta be real. And we gotta ask ourselves as people, we gotta sit back and really, really do the math. Why is this evidence being suppressed? Right? So when you break it all down, y'all, and we get right into it, Tory Lanez, new evidence has come to light. Yeah, and hey, it's getting nasty out here. New evidence has come to light in the Tory Lanez situation. Now, we know Tory Lanez has been stabbed up. I mean, come on, man. Rush almost lost his life. A lot of his lawyers came out and basically pointed the finger. Yeah, we're going to call it what it is. They pointed the finger. They said that there's something more powerful behind this. A lot of us didn't believe that, though, right? A lot of us, because Megan is even coming out. We know she has her little fan base over there, too, of young, reckless individuals that don't seem to take accountability. You understand? Because she comes out, leave me alone. Why are you bothering me? Meanwhile, Tory is stabbed up, locked up. This is disgusting, y'all. I gotta be real. At the hands of another inmate over something that possibly, I'm gonna say now 90% he didn't do. New evidence has hit, okay? Footage emerges from night of Tory Lanez and Megan shooting. Wait, hold up. Why wasn't this played in court? Why was this suppressed evidence? First of all, let's listen to the audio first, man. Let's listen to what somebody that doesn't know both parties that was actually on the scene. Listen to what he says.
Then the gun, then the girl shoots herself. So the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, so. But then the guy gets out again from the back.
This is new evidence, ladies and gentlemen. They have an eyewitness that was there. And he's saying, I seen the lady shoot in the car. Yeah, hey, I'm just being real. This is devastating evidence. He's saying he's seen the lady. Not Tory Lanez, not the dude. He's saying he's seen the lady. Now, let's look at the footage. Let's get a better understanding. Yeah. I think we need a better understanding. I think we need a clear view. Because it's better when you watch him talk and when you see this. Let's look at the man talk, man. This is exclusive footage. Salute.
Wait, no, it didn't.
No?
They shot out of the car?
The windows were open. That's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't.
No,
We didn't
they
see
were
it.
on my side. The girl opened the door. Two girls fighting, and then they shot.
Okay.
She got out of the car and crawled over. Wait, no, it didn't.
No?
They shot out of the car?
The windows were open. That's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't.
No,
We didn't
they
see
were
it.
on my side. The girl opened the door. Two girls fighting, and then they shot.
Okay.
She got out of the car and crawled over.
Y'all hear what this man is saying? This is devastating evidence towards this whole Tory Lanez situation. But you know what? I'm gonna break some things down to y'all real quick, right? A lot of times in the game that Tory Lanez is in, now you're gonna hear people with outcry saying, "Why did he take the stand in his own defense?" Because you're taught not to. Usually, your lawyer will tell you, "Do not take that stand. We're here to defend you." You feel me? You take that stand. There's nothing I could do about cross-examination and any questions they're gonna ask you. You might not be prepared for. So your lawyer always says it's in your best interest, not to take the stand. That's number one, right? Number two, in the hip hop game, in the game that Tory Lanez is in, he would have told on Megan Thee Stallion or Kelsey Harris, he would have been known as a snitch. You understand? So he was in a lose-lose situation. I'm just being real with y'all. He was in a lose-lose situation, and now he finally sees the light being locked up behind bars. Who were you trying to impress? Who were you trying to look out for? Because you surely didn't look out for yourself and your best interest, because now they out here shitting on your name. You heard? Megan doing all kind of interviews, all kind of documentaries, looking stupid on it. Let's be honest. Some people are just ignorant, and y'all would never see through the lies. You heard? I feel like Tory Lanez played himself, trying to be street credibility and trying to, impress the people you don't have to. You ain't got to impress the hood. You ain't got to impress the dudes. See, if he would have took that stand and said, no, she did it, how y'all would have looked at him? Because now look at the outcome. He's stabbed up. He's doing 10 years in federal prison. Okay? He's sitting there, almost died. Now look at him. You feel me? There's a double standard here. I got to call it what it is. Will we have looked at him as a rat, as a snitch, if he would have took the stand? Would that have been the headlines? That would have been the big story. And I feel like he feared that. He feared that being the big story, that he implicated somebody else. What you would have did? I got to be honest. Would you been serving this time knowing you ain't did this? Would you have went to trial knowing you ain't did this? I'm asking you as a civilian, as just a man, as a stand-up person, as a gangster, as a street dude. If you didn't pull that trigger, why did you feel like he had to not say who did it? Would that have been breaking street code? I'm just saying. I don't make the news. I just break the news down. I don't make the narrative. I just paint pictures. We wouldn't have looked at Tory Lanez the same. Let's call it what it is. And his career probably wouldn't have went nowhere because everybody would have labeled him a snitch. But now that we seeing the outcome and all the evidence is coming out now, and this man have been stabbed up, almost lost his life, was it worth it? Yo, it's your boy E Oil, aka the Harlem Legend, man. Make sure you leave a comment down below, man. We got new evidence out, video footage. You heard? Tory Lanez ain't do this. It's what it's looking like. 99, I'm like 99.9. What are you? And should Megan Thee Stallion or somebody that lied, somebody at the top, should somebody go to jail for this? I'm just being real. If Tory Lanez would have took that stand, would he be a rat? Would y'all label him a rat? And if he would have pointed out Kelsey Harris or Megan Thee Stallion as being the truth, would y'all have called him a rat? I guess we never know, right? Salute.
Another thing that we need to talk about really, really quickly, it might be a congratulations. I'm not for sure if she's had the baby yet, but Cassie is reported has went into labor.
Okay.
Nice. She's in a hospital in New York. Now, there were some reports that there may be complications, but I haven't confirmed that. I did reach out to her attorney to try and figure that out, but he said that it was something that he would not speak on.
You reached out to an attorney about her having a baby?
Who else would I reach out to? Her?
All right, well, I figured,
He reached out to a rep, and the attorney was the first rep number that I had. I don't have a publicist number for her.
I figured we just mind our business about her.
That's
and
what
her
I'm
baby.
thinking too. I mean, there's no. I know you got a job to do, but there's no consciousness kicks in.
My consciousness kicked in because I'm like, I don't know if I want to say congratulations. She's in labor, and if there's complications and something's wrong, like that sounds so like not right.
But you can still say congratulations. You know what I mean? Either way,
I really reached out
on her to have a safe delivery.
Yeah, R don't even say that you heard there's complications because you don't know if it's true.
I can't wait.
I never heard that until I heard it from you.
I also don't know if she's actually in labor or not. He wouldn't confirm anything to me. These are just reports. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I
Now,
would just say a prayer if I heard somebody was in complications. Just the way the black maternal death rate is set up.
yes, and that's what made me.
No, hush. You're lying now.
No, I'm not. When I reached out, I said the first thing I said was, I know this is a sensitive topic, but I feel like if I report on it, I want to make sure that if there is something wrong, I at least can know, like, all right, what not to say, or like, how sensitive to be about it. Dang. Shoot.
Fine.
Well, she's in labor. We're praying for her.
She's in the labor unit in New York.
Wishing her a safe delivery.
That's right. And this is baby number 3, right?
Yes, this is baby number 3 with her husband, Alex Fine.
All right.
Now moving on, we're gonna go into Tory Lanez. So yeah, taking a left turn. So there was this video that was released to the Shade Room, and it's all over the internet now. You guys remember when Tory Lanez was stabbed the 14 times?
We forget it was last week.
There's video of that is circulating. In the video, of course, you don't really see the actual stabbing. You just see the guy over top of him, and Tory's like,
Tory's
kicking.
so little that kicking like
He's
a
kicking
baby.
and punching and basically trying to keep the guy off of him,
like a rag doll, just here to there.
But no guards come the whole time. No guards come.
Because to be honest, it just looks like a fight.
It does.
It just looks like a regular fight.
But I was wondering, I wonder if the guy came up behind him, because Tory's big paws, right? If you look at his jail pictures,
not.
he's
You
muscular.
mean, I was gonna say, no, he's shorter.
But he's muscular, and the guy that looked like he did the stabbing from his pictures, he looked very thin and skinny. So I feel like Tory should be able to flip him around.
Man, everything you say just sounds gay.
I wonder if he came up behind him.
I wonder if he came up behind him. Tory's big.
Tory big.
You know what I'm saying? Then he stabbed him. But I was wondering if he could flip him around.
He hit the ground. He was on the ground.
I know
Envy.
you were the official DJ at the freak off, man. Can't nobody tell me different.
I can't even have a conversation without you saying something gay.
Me? We was just in here minding our business, listening to a story about a man getting stabbed in prison. And here you go.
Pause, king, yo. Go ahead.
Yeah, Envy is crazy because you see him on the ground, Envy. So I don't understand how
that's
you flip
exactly
him.
how he likes it.
Yeah, being flipped over.
Oh my goodness. Also, did you call the jail to confirm? Did you call and say why no guards came to his aid?
I did reach out to multiple people to figure out what is their response to the fact that there's no guards at all in this video, and Tory just gets up and walks away.
So maybe he didn't get stabbed yet, or
no.
He was stabbed up.
He was stabbed because then people started screenshotting like as he walks, and you see like the blood on his body and on his face and stuff like that. So he was stabbed at the point when he was walking away. But again, still no guards responded. And there have been reports that the guy that stabbed him, he's spoken to TMZ, and he told them that he thought that he alleges that Tory Lanez was trying to put money on his head and was trying to take his life, so he thought he was acting in self-defense.
How the hell did he speak to TMZ?
They called him on
Should
the
he
phone.
be in a box?
They
called him on the phone.
He called them on the phone.
He speak English?
Huh?
He speaks English?
The story's in English. They said they had a prison phone call with Santiago Castillo, who's already serving life in prison.
For those who don't know, you used to work at TMZ, right?
Yes.
How do people get videos like that from inside the jail?
It's normally leaked from someone that would have access.
And they get paid for it.
I was going to say, do they pay for it? Like, do some outlets pay for information?
Some outlets
like
do pay for it, but it's not as much as y'all think. Like, people think you get a big payday and it don't be as much as you think. But some outlets do. Some outlets don't. But sometimes things are leaked depending on who's leaking them, because you want something out there. You want people to be made aware of something. And that's why when I watched it, my first thing was, wait, where are the guards? Because to me, that was there's something wrong. Like,
absolutely. Like maybe guards were probably in on or whatever, or something like that. Because where are you guys?
I don't know, but they supposed to be there. But yeah, so I did reach out to. I haven't heard back. I reached out to Tory Lanez's attorney. I also reached out to a rep for the warden, and I reached out to another person on Tory's team as well too. Just trying to figure out how they feel about the guards. Nothing yet.
Okay, so what else is in a pot brewing?
Okay, now let's bring in some love. Well, not yet. Because it's a lot going on with Black Love. Y'all know, I've been kind of in and out. But since I've been talking about no love, we've had Remy and Pat fall out.
Yes.
You did a great job reporting that, by the way.
Thank you.
Yandy and Mendices, I don't know what is happening over there, but
what happened with them?
So Yandy and Mendices, Yandy's like ex-best friend, used to work with her, is claiming that she has like a whole little side boo thing in London, and he got caught up because of it, because there was a photo that looked like it was 3 people when it was, really him and Yandy's side boo. And
how come Scott Young don't got the cameras rolling now?
Listen, I have no idea, but
she do, but she be in Atlanta a lot. No, it's still stuff going on in New York. Perhaps we need to bring the New York franchise back.
That used to be the best one.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. Black love is just it's wavering.
So the guy that he used to be her assistant, right? Or
Yes.
hairstylist or something like that.
Yes.
Something like that. He was making videos, walking around 3 days trying to get all this information out. He said she got a boo over in London that she cheated on in DC with, and he know because he flew over there to cover for her.
Yeah.
I would never hire him ever. And he called himself her friend. And then he got online and started fake crying.
How do you know he's telling the truth though?
We no, we don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
Well, I reached out and I got.
Oh,
of course
Lord.
you did.
Who the hell you called? Yandy, Mendici, or the friend?
I spoke to Yandy.
Of course you did.
And I have a statement from Yandy. It says, I'm human, and right now I'm grieving the loss of someone who was like a brother to me. She's talking about the guy that made the videos. Bryant wasn't just a friend, he was family. This has been incredibly painful. I truly appreciate all the love and support my family has been shown during this time. It means more than I can express. As for everything that has been said, I'm choosing to handle it privately. Not everything needs to be picked apart in the public, and speaking on it right now won't bring any good, only more noise. So I appreciate those giving me the space and our space to protect our peace.
That's why I love Lil Yandy, because AKA he dead to me. Ha! Crazy.
She said you could say that on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a statement from her.
Because that's what that is.
That was a long statement that didn't ask for privacy. I'm just saying. Love you, Yandy, but that was a very long statement just to say, hey.
She keep it real cute.
Yeah, she did. That's one thing she is always mastered, keeping it cute.
Probably the nice little speaking engagement dress what she sent through.
All right.
Then I wanted to show y'all Barack and Michelle.
They broke up too?
No, they together. Date night in New York. Because we're talking about Black love.
Oh, that's dope.
And they're
they was
together.
on a little date night.
And stop playing with them. Yeah, they were out in New York.
All right. Salute to them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
nice.
Well, that is the latest with Lauren. Now, let's get to the People's Choice Mix. It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
You're checking out the Breakfast Club.
Monday, June 9th at 8/7 Central on BET.
Harlem legend, no cap, no trap, no trap. Oh, this is Harlem legend, no cap, no trap, no trap. Hey, this is Harlem legend, no cap, Harlem legend TV. We the realest on the screen, breaking down the culture, keeping everything clean. Hip hop stories raw, nothing in between. From the block to the world, we chasing a dream. See the world through a lens so wide. Every hood story, every truth they hide. I'm the pulse of the block where the truth resides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides. Harlem Legend TV where the realness abides.
No audio. Oh my Lord. I had the audio. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. Oh my God. Lord Jesus. Yo, salute to everybody coming in the building, man. See, my mic been acting crazy. That's why y'all seen that video I dropped earlier. My mic was acting wow. This is a wild one, y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all. On your way in the building, please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you set your bell notification so you know when I'm dropping a video or going live. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV, man. It's a lot of new evidence. There's a lot of new evidence, y'all. Yo, come on, man. Y'all gonna keep on believing this, huh? Y'all gonna keep on believing this broad. There's a lot of new evidence coming out, and I gotta be real. Some of this evidence is like damning, like, y'all suppress this? How do you have the power to suppress some of this evidence? I gotta be real, y'all. Tighten up, Harlem Pause. Dub Honcho, salute. You dig? In the building. Yo, what's Big BK, what's Gucci? Shout out to the whole Brooklyn, man. Y'all already know in the building. G Mac, day one in the building. Yeah, I got a little excited. All right. I ain't had no audio. So what? Cola James in the building. Let me take care of Cola James one time. One time for your mind. You dig? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got to take care of Cola James before we get started. For real. This is wow, y'all. It's a lot going on. I'm going to be real. Like, this girl done fooled a lot of us. She done fooled us. Where's she at? Right here. There you go. Yeah, nah, hey. We've been fooled, y'all. I gotta be real. I gotta be real. We've been fooled. And I gotta say this. It seems like it's coming from the top. It's coming from the top. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, how do you suppress this kind of evidence, y'all? Listen to this.
Then the gun. Then the girl shoots it. So the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it is.
How do you suppress that kind of evidence? Somebody got to have some type of power. Is a bigger, higher source. Think about that. This is an eyewitness saying, I was there. I seen it. Police don't just let that walk away. Let's get a little visual on it, y'all. I want to get a little visual. Let's get a little visual.
Okay.
Let's get a little visual on it. Okay. Because this is disgusting. I got to be real. We don't see this. You don't see this. And when look, man. Look, man. There's no way police say, oh, you seen what happened here? And he tell you, yeah, I seen the girl pop out with the gun. Oh, all right, yeah, get about your business, sir. Have a good day. How does that get suppressed? Somebody answer that. That's wild. Yo, we got 188 in the building. On the way in the building, please. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get a visual on this guy.
I actually called about what was happening.
Okay, what was
going
on?
in this house.
Okay.
It was like a large black. Yeah, he's saying the same. The gunfire broke me up.
Where was it?
Right here.
It was coming from here.
I know they're on my side. The girl opened the door. It was two girls fighting, and then they shot.
Yo, so this ain't evidence. This ain't something that we gonna take and say, hold up. Hold up. The man is saying he's seen a woman shoot. It's kind of wild, y'all. Like, I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot going on with this whole situation, this whole, like, let me hear that one. I gotta hear that again, man. Hold on.
The doors of the Escalade open, and the girl come out and pull open the passenger door and started screaming and yelling at somebody in the car.
So the girl who came out of the passenger, you're talking about the front passenger?
No, the rear.
The rear passenger. So the girl comes out of the rear passenger and she goes to the front passenger?
Yes.
And she opens up the car door?
Yes.
And then what happens?
They're screaming and shouting at each other, and they start fighting.
The two girls?
Yeah, I can see one like feet coming out trying to kick her, and the other one's fighting, and then the passenger gets out.
So the girl who does the punching and the kicking is the girl that comes out of the back passenger?
Can we stop there? Because I don't want to. I'll tell you, and then I want to get my son's on his own.
So the man is scared. The man is scared. He don't want nothing to do with this, for real. He don't want nothing. Man, that man should have been subpoenaed. You heard? They should have played this tape in court. Hey, this man, yo, look, we got to keep it real, y'all. We got to understand something here. This man got stabbed up, dog. He almost lost his life, dog. Yeah, over some cat. The man almost lost his life over some cat. Now, I want to say this, right? Because I hear a lot of people out there, y'all say, why Tory Lanez ain't take the stand in his own defense? I'm going to keep saying this to y'all. I know a lot of y'all ain't been to prison. A lot of people ain't been to jail. We ain't done no time. So they wouldn't know this. But when you have a lawyer, your lawyer says, do not take that stand. We can't defend you when you on the stand. So they look at it as a defense. Don't take it. It's better if we said all we had to say in court. This is how the defense lawyers look at stuff, y'all. If you want to take the stand, they're going to say that's completely up to you. But a lot of times, you won't see nobody taking no stand as the person that's being accused. Because y'all can get me up there and make me tumble and fumble, say things I didn't want to say. Pay attention, y'all. I don't think a lot of people understand the system, and I understand that. I don't want to see nobody in the system. I don't want to see nobody in the system. It's not a good place. Look what happened to Tory Lanez. The system is not a good place, ladies and gentlemen. But I do understand why he didn't take the stand. Yeah, your lawyer always recommends. He got $1 million lawyers. Of course they're going to recommend that to him. Do not take that stand, bro. You tripping, bro. You better not get yourself up there. You get up there fumbling and tumbling, then they got you. And you could be completely innocent. Just not used to getting on the stand, which he's not used to getting on the stand. Think about it, y'all. So you could be completely innocent and get up there and they'll fumble and tumble your ass. Them lawyers is good. Yeah, them state prosecutors, they good. Into the mind of a madman. Salute for the first nickel of the day. I appreciate you. Salute to you, brother. Sean Kelly said he saw Kelsey shoot on the stand under oath. Go look up his testimony. It is still new suppressed evidence. Damn. Is it still new suppressed evidence? I don't know if they even brung that up. They just said they got the bodyguard now making a statement. He made a statement. Also, so we got to keep in mind, right? We got this lady coming out, right? The rep, Anna Pauline Luna, she's the one that's really getting this thing going crazy. You hear me? She's not playing. Hey. A state representative in California got this thing off the floor. Yeah, she's not playing. So she's releasing all this stuff. Him and his team is releasing all this stuff. And Megan says she wasn't in no fight or nothing. Salute into the mind of a madman. I appreciate the donation, King. You heard? I gotta be real. She is saying that she never had a fight, never been into nothing. But Anna Pauline releases photos suggesting Megan and Kelsey Harris fought the night of the shooting. You see what I'm saying? So let's stop acting like Tory is the aggressor. What, he was beating both of y'all up? What, he was getting it in with both of y'all? Think about that, y'all. None of this was submitted into evidence when it came to that trial, bro. Look at this right here. Megan claims I never put my hands on anybody. But eyewitnesses and physical evidence confirm a fight between Megan Pete and Kelsey Harris. Kelsey had open wounds and cuts, actively bleeding. Tory Lanez, no injuries. Let's stop pretending Tory was the aggressor. I'm just saying they not playing. Let me put this up for y'all too, because it just seems to get worse and worse for Megan. Why wasn't any of this submitted in the evidence? Okay, why wasn't any of this submitted in the evidence? Look at this, y'all.
What's that? Do you think we can go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out.
This is Megan Thee Stallion talking to the police. This is wild. I don't even know how this case got this far. I'm telling y'all, there's a higher power pushing this. There's a higher power pushing what's going on here. I'm telling you, you're not going to get around it now. Rock Nation. What? I said their name. Rock Nation. Go ahead and submit yourself. Rock Nation. Hey, it's no reason. It's no reason. Hold on, we're gonna get to the super chat in a minute. I got you right now, good brother Jaffe. Let's look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion, y'all. Okay, talking to the police after the alleged shooting. Pay attention.
What's that?
Do you think we can go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay.
She just said, I cannot have that on my image. What does that give you right away? What does that give you right away? She's willing to do anything to protect her well-being. Oh, not Tory, not Kelsey. Her own well-being, to make sure she don't look like the bad one, period. That's what this was all about. Not to make sure that I came down with any charges, to make sure that I ain't the one going to jail, to make sure that I ain't the one at fault for all of it. That's what this was. I can't believe they didn't submit none of this. Let's let her finish.
Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Glass? Oh, nah. Come on. Yo, this is disgusting, man. Come on. She's telling the female officer it was glass. And this is not the only time she said glass. This is not the only time. We gonna get into it. 460 in the building. Hit the like button. Share the broadcast. Make sure it all goes around. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. I appreciate everybody in the building. But this is crazy. We gotta, hey. This is wow. She sat there and said, come on, man, the cop is actually, so I want to ask y'all, right? Because I know damn well they lock us up for lying. Yeah, false information and all types of, there's all kind of charges for even lying. Because things can happen like this. Look what happened. This man got put behind bars, Tory Lanez. He got put in jail. So when people lie, other events happen. Look what's going on. He got stabbed 14 times. Who should he be suing? I'm going to let y'all get, hey, should she be going to jail? This is hidden evidence for what? Why are they hiding this? What's the agenda to hide the truth? Jaffe Joe, 050, aka BNG, salute for the nickel. They hitting Meg, a man brother. Why is there such of a cover-up? Everything is weird, but if you ask me what's a stallion, a man who hey, look. At first I didn't get it. I had to catch on. You heard? But that is a good question. Why is there so much hitting stuff here? Why is everything being hidden? Why are we just hearing about this in the public? Fight the power. Look, this is telling me as we go along. There's a higher system. If they want you out the way, you could be next. Hey, that's all I'm saying. There is a bigger system. Ain't no way with this kind of, this is like clean cut. She talk about it was glass. She said it was glass out of her own mouth. When did her story change? When Jay-Z called her. Hey, I'm just saying what it allegedly. When Perez called her. Yeah. When Rock Nation called her. No, you got to say this. We need him. Yeah, he tried to play us. He didn't want to resign. We got him. Yeah, he shot you. Girl, he shot you. Oh, I stepped on some glass. Girl, he shot you. Huh? Yeah, he shot you. That's what I'm just saying, allegedly.
Salute to Jaffe Joe 050 aka VNG. Into the Mind of a Madman. The body cam footage you are playing is of Sean Kelly. Okay, so that's the officer? Is that the officer? He is not hitting or suppressed. He took the stand. He was defense witness. So how is it that this is even, like, that doesn't make sense then? If this was played, they still convicted him? Help me understand. If this was played, how did they convict him? How does that work? So Sean Kelly, you giving this the officer? Okay, I didn't know the name of the officer. So I get how? If you playing this, how does he get convicted? There are some powerful people out there, ladies and gentlemen. Salute the Into the Mind of a Madman. I appreciate the insight. You dig? I gotta be real. If they're playing this off of him, and well, Sean Kelly, isn't this a woman though? Hold on. Sean Kelly. Hold on.
Glass, where?
Isn't this a woman? Hold on. Oh, so the body cam footage must be of the witness. The body cam footage of the witness. Okay, I get it. That's a man. But this is a woman right here that she's telling that she stepped on glass. I'm just saying, this is what it is.
Do you think we can go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay.
Oh, Sean Kelly is the dude talking to the cop. God, Lord, see, hey, I don't know these niggas' names. So did he switch up on the stand? Like, what did he do? Because it says itself. It speaks for itself right here. There should be no way. So I'm gonna tell you something, right? When you get off a crime, right? When you do a crime, there's no way. Like, all right, when the crime happens, that's why police like to take notes right then and there. That's why they like to do recordings right then and there. Because if you wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks down, it don't sound the same. You understand what I'm saying? So if they waited 6, 7 months for him to take the stand, and guess who got to him? That's all I'm saying. Hey, I'm just being real. Who got to that man? There's no way. If they have this type of statement, somebody coming out saying what they seen the night of, they coming out saying what they seen the night of, there's no way. How do you go back on that statement if you're telling me right here the night of the event, what woke you up, what you seen? You telling me this right now. How does that work? How do you get on the stand and change your story then? That doesn't make sense to me. And there's a lot more that go with it too. Into the Mind of a Madman going crazy tonight. Yes, I just confirmed. Yes, Sean Kelly is the eyewitness, not the officer. Look up his testimony, please, Harlem. He says Kelly shot the gun, then Tory got out the car and got the gun. Let me see something real quick. Y'all. We could probably get to this, man. Hold on. Sean Kelly testimony. Hold on, we're gonna pull this up, y'all. Drops witness audio from Megan Thee Stallion shooting. Girl shoots into the car with Tory sitting in the back. Oh, this got everything on it. Hold up, y'all. Shit. Hold on. We might have to indulge in this, man. Hold on. We got the phone lines going crazy too. Y'all can call up the hotline. Tory got out the car and got the gun and shot the gun. But I don't understand. If he said this, see, I'm confused. I'm having a hard time understanding. If this man said this on the stand, how the hell did Tory get convicted of a gun anyways if he never shot the gun? If he never had possession of a firearm, how do you get convicted of that? That doesn't make sense. If Sean Kelly takes the stand, right? He tells it all. He lets everything be known what happened. and what he's seen, how does he get convicted? I'm just saying, y'all, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you really add this up. That's why I say there's a higher power. Into the mind of a madman. Salute. I appreciate that. I appreciate the donate. Then you have, there's no way, because when you have this too, this is another thing that kind of like when you got, she's talking to the lady officer saying it's glass. Is she allowed to go back on her statement? If this is all on camera, caught on cam, everybody sees it, everybody, how? How? We should have known she was bluffing from the beginning. This man, Eric, look, this is a bit of a passionate situation, right? Because you got to understand, that man almost died. That man almost died. Yeah, do she get perjury or what is this? Is anybody going to be arrested? Because she needs to go to jail. If that's the case, she needs to, look, they granted Kelsey Harris immunity. So there's no way she's going to jail, right? That girl can't go to jail, right? They can't even get her for lying, perjury, nothing. They can't get her for nothing, right? Because they gave her immunity. So they kind of knew. It's like, yo, I feel like, yo, I'm gonna be real. If you didn't do nothing, what you need immunity for? I feel like, yo, this is, I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot going on. Oh, let's get to this, y'all. Let me get to these phone calls. I want to get to the phone calls, man. No, let me get to the phone calls, y'all. I got to get to the phone calls, man, because people calling in like crazy. I can't get through it. I got to get these phone calls, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We going to take calls, man. Make sure y'all call the hotline 347-766-8858. Hold on, man. What the hell's going on here? Hold on. Bluetooth. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to bring you right in, sis. Give me a second. I got you right now. There you go. Yo. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you're calling from. State your claim.
Hi, my name is Savannah. I'm from Texas.
Okay, there you go, sis. I can hear you good. State your claim. Let the people know where you're calling from. How you feel about this whole Tory Lane situation and all this new evidence coming out?
To be quite honest, I never was true. Her story too many times. Nothing that she ever said was factual. She went on national television and lied and said that she never slept with that man. They were in a full-blown relationship. Then there's audio that came out. And you sat there and you told the police that you stepped on glass. And how evil. How can you even look at yourself in the mirror? This man almost died.
Yeah, it's kind of, I would like to look at her as evil as hell, man. This is evil as hell, man. I ain't gonna lie. Oh my God.
How can you look at yourself in the mirror, know that you took somebody away from their child, know that you did this to somebody, you ended that man's career. He was dropping hit after hit after hit after hit, and he never snitched on you. And you put him in prison. You see that he got stabbed 14. This man got stabbed 2 times in the head, man.
Yeah, and his torso, everything. This is wicked. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Like,
she's kind of wicked. She's kind of wicked, bro.
No, she's not kind of wicked. She is wicked. She's a demon.
But does she go to jail behind this? Like, how does this work?
What I'm thinking is, be real. She has a team behind her, a money-making machine team behind her. I honestly don't think that anything will happen, but for now, her career is shot. Her credibility is done. No way that you can look at this new evidence, all of this new evidence, no way you can defend her. If you look at this,
let me ask you something, because I want to go back to this, right? Because Into the Mind of a Madman says Sean Kelly. So the recording I played of the man that was standing there, the man that the witness. If he got on the stand and said all of this, why is it that he went to jail anyways? How does that work?
So because I watched the trial through and through. So what happened was that was his testimony that he gave to the police. He gave his testimony to the police the day that it happened. And during the trial, he didn't take the stand until the defense team spoke to him. The defense team was in an hour with him debriefing, and when he took the stand, it was a completely different story from what he told the police.
That's why. See? This is what I'm talking about. So who got the Sean Kelly? Yeah, this ain't hard to figure out. Who got the Sean Kelly?
The defense team got to Sean Kelly because in the trial, they waited an hour before he took the stand, and that doesn't happen. Then he kept saying, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm not sure. So they either gave him a deal, gave him money, of course, and then told him, listen, this is what you're going to say because this, that, and the third, or else.
And they stating that Tory's lawyers actually worked for Rock Nation. That's why he got rid of them. Remember, he went through that little problem. He wanted to get rid of them. Yeah, and then because have all this evidence, show it in court. He wanted to take the stand. They gave a gag order. He wasn't allowed to talk. Tory Lanez was not allowed to talk in his defense, and because he doesn't have the money and the power that Meg has, they railroaded him. That's kind of crazy.
And it's not because of it's not because of any other reason. Because you have to remember, at that time, Tory Lanez went fully independent, and he threatened to leak stuff about Interscope Records, and he had an NFT album that sold $1 million in 1 minute.
Yeah, if you check out my other videos, I actually expanded on all of that. I went through all of that, and that's what led up to this. Now, the new evidence that actually came out.
The industry did not like that, and they wanted to silence him. That man made $50 million in 1 day, tax-free. He didn't have to do. He cut out the middleman. They can't have that. They can't have that.
Damn.
But for Megan, you sitting here, you dancing, you twerking. You never got shot. No bullet fragments. No DNA on the gun. How can you be so evil? I hate her. I don't hate anybody, but I hate her. For you to sit there and see somebody almost die behind your lie, you're evil.
It's crazy. That's kind of evil. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. I ain't gonna lie. It's gonna all come to light. I think it's more that's gonna come to light. I think this is just a scratching the surface.
I definitely think it's more. I definitely think it's more. That's why it's coming out in bits and pieces. But in the first video, that girl that's talking is Megan Thee Stallion. Are we going to go to jail? We're going to go to jail.
Yeah.
I want to protect my image. I want to protect my image. And they asked her, "Oh, are you shot?" No, I'm not shot. I stepped on glass. So how are you going to sit there and flip the story? Like, you're such a she lies about everything. She lies about everything. She lies about her surgery. She lies about getting shot. She lies about who she sleeps with. She's just a liar.
I appreciate you calling up, sis, man. You heard? Great content.
Have a good one, Harlem.
Salute.
Have a good one, Harlem.
Yeah, y'all can call the hotline, man. Listen to this, y'all.
That on my image. Okay. So how did that happen? What's that? Do you think we can go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay. I cannot have that on my image. Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Yo. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you're calling from. State your claim.
Yeah, I'm calling from Lorain, Ohio, man. Shout out to you,
Ohio.
Bro.
Shout out to the Ohio, man. Yeah, I'm a little all over the place. There's so many people calling. There's a lot going on right now around me. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Everything that young lady said was accurate, man. It bought these videos right here.
Go ahead. I can hear you. It's somebody keeps calling in while you're on the phone. I don't know how to stop it from another line. Go ahead. Yo. Oh, they done hung up. Call right back, man. I don't know what they was doing.
Where we were coming from? Hey, can you get a cheaper? I'm not from here, so okay.
Yeah, the bell. Only worried about her image. Ain't worried about nothing else going on but her image. That's the sad part about all of this. Come on. Salute. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you calling from. State your claim.
From a fan's point of view, Harlem.
Oh my God, people keep calling in on top. Like, I wish I could dub the calls on the other side. I don't know how to do that. Go ahead, brother.
Call them blowing up. This is part of you blowing up.
But it's like, goddamn, they hear somebody on the phone. They still call it. I don't know what to do.
It don't matter, but yo, just come with it. Let's talk about that. Shout out to Harlem TV. Shout out to 050. Let's talk about it. I'm Yo Harlem. This is what I want to understand. When this first happened and Tory got sentenced for 10 years in prison, only you and China did a blog on it because something didn't seem right to y'all. And Hassan Campbell. Why nobody? I want to know that.
Why nobody? What? Say it again.
Nobody that's up here now, because there's going to be 1,000 people calling up saying, "Oh, I've been knew she was lying. I've been knew she was lying." Well, they wasn't issuing this stuff out when it first happened.
Jesus Christ.
Why are they fighting for Tory now? Why y'all fighting for Tory now?
I mean,
no, for real, you gotta
but I still see people fighting for Megan Thee Stallion.
But no, a lot of people is coming out the woodwork. Like I didn't even see Kylie Jenner of she was belligerent in my house to make everybody know that she was a problem. Nobody made no type of argument when Tory was going through it. I never seen Kylie put things out, and it started in her house.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody's talking.
Right?
But nobody's talking. To be real with you, nobody's talking.
Well, all of them is if Kylie Jenner with her billion subscribers issue out a statement to Tory, all this is not one-sided. It's been one thing the whole time.
Right.
So this is what I'm saying. I ain't hear the fan fight for Tory 2 years ago. He would have been got to appeal with the support of the people. Y'all waited too long. Oh, now you want to help him, and then he got stabbed. Oh yeah, let's rally behind. This man could have been killed, y'all. But 2 years ago, y'all could have helped prevent this. We allowed this to happen to Tory. Don't cry now. We allowed this. It was only 3 people fighting for Tory: Harlem Legend, China, and Hassan. Nobody else.
Yeah, but you know how it goes though, man. A lot of them guys.
No, it don't go like that because the man could have been killed.
No doubt. But
see, now y'all see it when it's too late.
Yeah, a lot of people got their own like you know what I mean, way of doing things though, bro. Like I can't fault nobody else for what they do on their platform.
I could.
I've always said Tory Lanez didn't do this shit, bro. I've always said that, bro.
Yeah, but I will watch you. Says, come on, I know the blog you put up when it first happened, but this is what I'm saying. Now I know you say, everybody got their own voice, they choose to do things, but in having our own voice, how many people we done seen die that we could have prevented, or our voice could have meant something? How many travesties we got to go through? How many? This is just another one. We fighting listen, the reason why everybody fighting for Tory, because they felt like they ain't do it the right time the first time.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
That's some sucker shit. So don't come over here and talk about, I think he did it. Because there was a lot of girls talking about, Tory, do your time in peace. You already have 4 trials. You went to thing. You ain't wanna sit on the stand. Do your time in peace. They backtracking that.
I get you. Hey, look, I'm just letting everybody express themselves. I get it.
Yo, shout out to
some people. Who you do? Wait. Let me ask you this: do you think people are going to go to jail behind this, or they just going to slip under the radar also?
No, he's going to sue. He's going. No, yes, people are going to jail. What are you talking about?
Be specific. Who do you think going to jail?
He's going to sue. He's going to sue Rock Nation for $100 million because all this started because he's going to sue what's this called defamation of character. Not only that, but for me not signing to you, all this things that happened to me after because of this one, because me not wanting to come with y'all. So he's suing them for $100 million. Megan's not gonna go to jail because she is the victim for getting shot. No matter who shot her. Kelly got to go to jail. Chelsea, she has to go to jail. No, she has to go to jail.
But Kelsey can't go to jail, bro. She got immunity. That means you can't incriminate yourself. It don't matter.
Hold on. We got
She can say she shot the nigga now. She could probably say she shot the nigga now.
No. Hold on. I got immunity for what? She ain't get immunity. They didn't give her immunity knowing that she shot somebody.
Yeah, but
they gave her immunity.
Hey,
hold on.
You can choose who they giving that to. They gave it to her.
Hold on. I've been 3.5 years. You could get immunity to somebody on the grounds for something. When evidence changed, that immunity is only for that. That changed that. They gave her immunity.
It could be anything pertaining to that case. We don't know her deal. We don't know what deal she got. We don't know, bro.
Right.
It could be anything pertaining to that case. The shooting, the gun, whatever.
I want to get off this. All I want you to do is I just want you to do another blog, like not alive, but a blog really going into detail. That's all I need.
Okay.
Please.
Salute, brother. I want to get into this though. Salute to Enter the Mind of a Madman. Look up the title under the Street TV channel. He says the whole Sean Kelly testimony. Witness Sean Kelly testifies on. All right, I want to see this. Salute to you. I appreciate that. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see. This is the star witness that's supposed to testify, right?
The overview synopsis of the star witness of the day, Sean Kelly. Sean Kelly. James Hudson, what's up? Can you guys hear me? Let me know you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Named Kelly, Mr. Kelly, Sean Kelly, who actually lived on the street where this whole incident happened, Nicholas Canyon Road. So this was a witness called by the defense, not by the prosecution. So let's go over some of the things that this witness said, and you try to determine if any of this made sense. Because I'm still scratching my head trying to figure out who benefited from this witness testimony.
And salute to this brother, Street TV. Make sure y'all go subscribe and show him love. He was breaking down the whole thing of what went down.
Fine. But it was very interesting. It was kind of a little bit confusing. But let's get into it. All right. So the defense attorney calls Sean Kelly and he asks him, do you reside on Nicholas Canyon Road? He says, I do. And this is a middle-aged white guy with a British accent. And George McDesian asked him, so what happened on that day in July in 2020? He said he was asleep and the back of his house faces Nicholas Canyon. There's a large driveway with garages. They often use my driveway to talk because there's no cell service past that point. I heard lots of shouting. I opened up the balcony and asked them to leave. My son opened his window. And I'm going to post a picture of this whole area on the community tab, the community section of the YouTube channel. It's already posted.
Get the likes up from me. We got 900 people in the building. I appreciate everybody in the building. This is a man, Street TV. He's breaking down Sean Kelly's the star witness in the Tory Lanez case, the one that actually gave the statement to the police that we just seen on evidence. And I guess things switched up. Pay attention. Hit the like button for me. Share the broadcast. Let's grow together, y'all. I appreciate everybody in the building. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Salute.
On my Twitter page at Alex Alonso 101. You can see exactly where Mr. Kelly's referring to. So they show him a photo of the house. They show him a photo of the street where his house is at. And he asked him, what does this photo show? He said, that's my driveway, there's a vehicle, and that's my house. Is that a balcony door? That's my bedroom. And the 2 windows that face Nicholas Canyon Road, those are my 2-bedroom windows. The balcony windows on the side. So tell us when you was awakened. Did you see the vehicle? I did. And then the defense attorney asked him to draw on this map where he saw the vehicle at. So he drew a big rectangle where this black Cadillac Escalade pulled on the side of the street, half kind of in his driveway on Nicholas Canyon Road. When I looked through the double windows, there were 2 girls. I saw 2 girls arguing. So this is the first time we actually get some confirmation that the 2 girls were fighting. Most of us have already figured out that Megan and Kelsey got into a fight, but
Meg said that she wasn't fighting. She said there was nothing. Remember, I showed y'all the pictures.
This witness, Sean Kelly, actually says he saw them fighting. And then McDesian asked him, did it escalate? He said, yes. Where were you standing? Or where were they standing? And he on the picture, he points to the passenger side of the car. The car is parked on Nicholas Canyon Road, facing north on the west side, on the east side of the street. And then he said 2 doors open. He said he stepped out on his balcony, and the 2 girls started fighting. They were pulling hair, hitting each other. He said it was quite violent. And then McDesian asked him, was there a 3rd person? Yes, I saw a tall gentleman get out the driver's side wearing all black. He was black. Large guy out of the driver's seat. That would have been Jaquan Robinson. You saw Jaquan Robinson get out the car. Did he get involved with the 2 women? Did he get involved with the 2 women? They were fighting for a while. They separated. One girl got into the passenger side. They were still fighting and kicking. Where were you standing? I was on the balcony. At some point, did one female leave? They were still fighting. Then I heard what I thought was fireworks.
Yo, welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the world know where you calling from. State your claim, my G.
What's good, Harlem?
Yo.
Calling from the Ville, North Carolina.
Yo, from where? North Carolina?
Yeah, Fairville.
Man, shout out to the whole Ville, man. You already know what it is. Shout out to everybody in NC, man. State your claim, my G.
No doubt. Hey, you can skip all everything that old boy. What he's saying is correct. But if you want to hear the whole thing,
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now, yeah, if you want to hear the real deal, Puerto Flaco, they got got everybody saying everything. All them people that he's talking about right there, you hear the actual recording of it with the police and all, and at the hospital and everything.
Who, Flacco?
Not with this dude reading off, but he reading off of something. You can actually hear them speaking to the police about everything that he's talking about. And even at the hospital. They show Meg at the hospital and all.
Okay. My man Flock. Okay, let me go to Flacco.
Yeah, Puerto Flaco.
Yeah, let me go. Let me.
Yeah, if you want to hear the real deal, that's the real deal. That's the real deal.
Say less. We got Flacco up here now. I'm gonna tap back in, bro. I appreciate you.
No doubt, no doubt.
Salute. Hold on, let's see what Flacco talk about. Flacco's another big time YouTuber, man. Poetic Flacco. Make sure y'all go show him love, even though he gets all the love anyway. Yeah, that's a fact. Let's see.
That will exonerate Tory Lanez and destroy and ruin Megan Thee Stallion's career and her credibility. And they laid everything out on a new website. Congresswoman Anna Paulina is the mastermind behind this new website.
Yes, she is.
To exonerate Tory Lanez. And it all stemmed from a tweet that she posted a week ago, where she says in 36 hours, we will be releasing new bombshell information that would exonerate Tory Lanez. It wasn't released within 36 hours, but instead they started a website coined after the term 36 hours later and released all the information on that website. A lot of people have questioned her motives, why a congresswoman, a Republican at that, wants to get involved in a Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion hip-hop drama. But she just came out to say she's involved because she truly believes that Tory Lanez was railroaded by a corrupt democratic system. Tory's team did a great job at telling the full story and not just bombarding us with new information right away. One of the initial pieces in the first step, they pointed out information that contradicted the storyline that Tory Lanez told Megan Thee Stallion's dance big and then fired 6 shots at her. They released footage of Megan Thee Stallion admitting that she stepped on glass, but not just that. In this interaction with the police, Megan Thee Stallion was very concerned about her going to jail and her being in trouble. And to me, that's very strange. A gunshot victim being...
She sure was. Go ahead, Flacco.
...really concerned about the police discovering something that could send her to jail doesn't make sense to me. And this isn't Megan Thee Stallion's first run-in with the law. Megan Thee Stallion has a long rap sheet, bro. Megan Thee Stallion has multiple mugshots out there. So Megan Thee Stallion understands the law. If you did nothing wrong and you are the gunshot victim, why would you be going to jail for getting shot?
What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I really cannot go to jail. Okay. I cannot have that on
You see that, right? I can't have this on my image. She's good.
my image. Okay. So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where? Where we were coming from. Hey, go get a sheet or I'm not from here, so okay. That the only place you got shot at? Hmm? That's the only place you got shot? I didn't get shot. Oh, you did it? Oh, man. I mean, also.
She was also very concerned about her image and how this story would make her look. The storyline of getting super drunk at Kylie Jenner's house, trying to fight Kylie Jenner, fighting your best friend, fighting a man that night, being exposed for sleeping with the man that your best friend is doing a sneaky link with, that looks bad for you. That looks horrible. And then stepping on a glass because you're super intoxicated and you're just drunk looks horrible. But the storyline of this really angry man shot at you because you stood up for yourself, now that storyline looks wonderful for your career. So you could understand how that got concocted as soon as she picked up that phone.
I understand what Flacco was saying. I want to see his videos, though. All right. So this is the police.
Possession because they found a gun, I think, on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatched.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all we have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told.
And then there's some cash over. Looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all.
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay, and then do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it. And
Whoa. So this is police. This is wild, y'all. This is police. I actually have this too. I have all of this. I have actually all of this stuff. This is actually police telling the story of how did this actually happen to her.
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself. And getting out of the vehicle.
Okay.
So it says nothing about her being shot. I don't know, y'all. Hey. Did the police cover this up too? It's looking like the police in on all this too. If you got the police literally sitting there saying, she dropped the glass.
We're all in the same car.
Okay. And then do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself. And getting out of the vehicle.
Okay. So her friends didn't cut her then.
Right.
Well. Yeah.
Oh, see her looking down, y'all? It do look like she stepped on something, yo. Hold on. Look. Look, she just stepped on something. Look.
The corruption here is crazy. The police.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Oh man, please don't forget to finish the testimony video. It explains a lot. Thanks. I got you. I gotta be real. Yo, the corruption is bad, Flock. You heard? The corruption is crazy. Hold on.
A gun was indeed shot that night. But I don't think that gun is what penetrated Megan Thee Stallion's skin.
Do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What woman you know who just got shot is talking that calmly, is that composed, is that stoic?
Yeah, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. He's right. Oh, this is when she was in the, okay, Flacco's on point. Yeah, Flacco on point, because this is what, I got this too. This is when she's in the hospital and she actually confirms that it was glass. Was this suppressed too? Was this actually suppressed? She's in here saying, right here, she says it was glass. Listen, y'all, listen to this.
And so what happened was you were just one ball sticking in the
I just stepped on glass. Do y'all hear her? So several officers who you know is more powerful than you gotta be super beyond powerful to give the same statement 3-4 times and then get on the stand and say something else. This don't make no sense, y'all. This is wild.
And so what happened was you were just one ball sticking in the I just stepped on glass the other day. So you were already hurt. And at that point, you're trying to see running back from the
Pay attention to her saying, I stepped on glass.
Oh my God. Good morning, America. Good morning, America. I gotta be real. Good, but y'all hear it yourselves. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Poetic Flacco. Salute. He gives great content. I love his content, man. His content is official. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh my God. This girl just said, let's see what he's saying here.
She already had. They provided the full timeline to expose the story that Megan Thee Stallion told of, I try to protect Tory Lanez initially, but the only reason I'm saying he shot me now is because he spoke out first. They provided a timeline to show that was an absolute lie. She did not say she stepped on glass initially to protect Tory Lanez, and she didn't change her mind because Tory Lanez spoke out first. That's a lie. So the timeline here goes. Megan posted about being shot on July 15, 2020. Megan names Tory Lanez to the police the following day on July 16th of 2020.
Crazy.
Tory Lanez haven't gone public yet. July 27th, Megan Thee Stallion goes live on Tory Lanez's birthday. Specifically, this was her first live. It goes on August 20th, Megan Thee Stallion publicly names Tory Lanez as the shooter. But she already named Tory Lanez as a shooter to the police already, okay? And she goes live on his birthday to taunt him. Continues. Daystar tweets for the first time. So this is when Tory Lanez first tweet to clear his name. Tory Lanez goes live October 20th. This is the first time Tory Lanez goes live to clear his name. So they like, hold on, bro. If you told the police you got shot, if you got shot like the day afterwards, and you only told them you stepped on glass to protect Tory Lanez, then one, why'd you tell the police you got shot the day after? And then why did you go public naming Tory Lanez when Tory Lanez hadn't spoken or done any press whatsoever? Peep how Megan said in her statement, the narrative that's been reported about Sunday morning's events are inaccurate. She will claim that she was a victim, that she suffered a gunshot wound, and that they pulled bullets from out of her legs. She says, I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. Bullets? There was no bullets found in Megan Thee Stallion's leg. And the reason why Megan Thee Stallion was worried about being arrested, because if you look at the pictures they took at the police station of Kelsey's legs had nothing but cuts and scratches on it. Megan Thee Stallion did a number on Kelsey, and she bragged about it in her song. All right, you could literally see in the song the lyrics says, "Who will snitch? I ain't never went to the police," with no names. So this is a song called "Shots Fired" by Megan Thee Stallion. She rapped.
What?
Who will snitch? I ain't never went to the police with no names.
Oh, nah. See? I ain't gonna lie. She got some hella fans over there. Because they dying with Megan. Hey, and then she go do stuff. Good journalism, man. This is great journalism, actually, man.
I thought a bid that got her chain snatched called a loss has something to say. Hey, you think it's out of the realm of possibility that Kelsey, after getting whooped on by a woman 4 to 5 inches taller than her with about 50 pounds on her, you think it's out of the realm of possibility that she picked up a gun to defend herself? I don't think so. And this storyline, my perspective, lines up with what the only eyewitness
we all know what's going on. He was banging both of them. You heard? Megan got caught. You dig? Let's call it what it is, with her hand in the cookie jar.
What I think happened, my theory, is Megan Thee Stallion and Kelsey got into a brutal fight. Tory Lanez tried to break it up. Kelsey grabbed a gun and fired shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed. However, the bullet fragments ricocheted. And they ricocheted and got into her foot due to the open wound she already had from stepping on glass in the prior days. And then when they all got back in the vehicle, right? And when they all got back into the vehicle, I believe what took place was Megan Thee Stallion then hopped out the vehicle, stepped on glass further.
We seen it.
Re-aggravate the wound, made the wound look so much more crazy. The police said, what the heck is this? That's what happened. That's the only story that makes sense. And the eyewitness account backs that up. Here is Sean Kelly, the only eyewitness of this case, telling the police that he's seen Kelsey shoot Megan Thee Stallion or fire shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed.
Wait, no, it didn't. No?
They shot out of the car?
Well, the windows were open. That's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't know. They were on my side. The girl opened the door. 2 girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car.
Doors of the Escalade open, and the girl came out and pulled open the passenger door and started screaming and yelling at somebody in the car.
So the girl who came out of the passenger, you're talking about the front passenger?
No, the rear.
The rear passenger. So the girl comes out of the rear passenger and she goes to the front passenger?
Yeah.
And she opens up the car door?
Yeah.
And then what happens?
They're screaming and shouting at each other and they start fighting.
The 2 girls?
Yeah, I can see one like feet coming out trying to kick her and the other one's fighting, and then the passenger gets out.
So the girl who does the punching and the kicking is the girl that comes out of the back passenger?
Can we stop there? Because I don't want to. I'll tell you, and then I want to go. My son's on his own.
Yeah, I understand. And it's loud with the cars.
I think we want to. So basically, the car stopped. The girl in the back got out, started screaming and shouting, ripped the door, pulled the door open, but pulled it so sort of viciously. That's why I presume the driver got out. She starts screaming. She starts hitting the girl The girl on the passenger side, her feet come out. She starts to kick the girl away. One passenger. They get out. They start fighting here. They start fighting. The driver comes round and tries to sort of break it up. It gets a bit more violent. And between them, the girl then climbs back into the front driver passenger seat.
Where's the shorter black guy?
He's in the back.
He's in the back of the car? Okay.
Then
so this is an extended version. Shout out to Poetic Flacco, because I didn't hear all of this. We got to be real. This is an extended version. They asked, where's Tory Lanez, the short black guy, because he's real short. We know Tory Lanez 3 feet. We know he's talking about Tory Lanez. He says that he's just sitting in the back of the car. That's kind of wild. Yo, if he had this kind of, yeah, that's why we got to get to the gun. This is why we have to get to the testimony, because I want to hear what he actually said.
then the girl shoots. So she, the driver's door is open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and going shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, so. But then the guy gets out again from the back.
And you want to know what happened to the only eyewitness who identified the woman shooting at Megan Thee Stallion?
I like this. I like Flacco because he breaks it down. What happened, Flock?
That eyewitness came to court, and when he got to court, the prosecutors took him upstairs. Now, the eyewitness was the defense witness. The defense was who called the eyewitness. The prosecutors didn't want to call the eyewitness. The defense called him. But when he got to court, Tory Lanez and his family watched the prosecutors take that eyewitness upstairs. And when he came back downstairs, he didn't speak to Tory Lanez, look nobody in their eye.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. See? This is when it gets fishy. It got fishy real quick. First of all, we got to ask ourselves this, right? Let's sit back now, right? Let's sit back. Remember them saying his lawyers were involved with Rock Nation, right? Pay attention. They saying the prosecutors, that's actually a violation. And wouldn't the lawyers, because that happened in the Young Thug trial, if I'm not mistaken, they sat with one of the witnesses without them being present. Yeah, they have the right to be present to sit in the same room. Shout out to Flacco. This is wild. I ain't gonna lie. Hold up. He did what, Flacco?
The prosecutors didn't want to call the eyewitness. The defense called him. But when he got to court, Tory Lanez and his family watched the prosecutors take that eyewitness upstairs. And when he came back downstairs, he didn't speak to Tory Lanez, look nobody in their eyes, went to the stand and completely changed up his story.
When we sat outside, my wife and I, we saw this gentleman come in and we sat down and it was identified for us that, oh, this is Mr. Sean Kelly. He's sitting across from us on the other side of the hallway. And as we sat there, the prosecution came out, one of their detectives or investigators rather, and one of the prosecutors, they took this gentleman, they went upstairs, I believe was to the 14th floor at that time. By the time this man came down, the witness they did not want to call, this man came down and his testimony became so embellished with other nonsense that people who saw it.
So this is Tory Lanez's father. That's why he came out that courtroom flipping out like that. This is why he came out that courtroom flipping like that. Remember, he was calling out Rock Nation and everybody else? This is kind of wild.
My wife and I, we saw this gentleman come in and we sat down and it was identified for us that, oh, this is Mr. Sean Kelly. He's sitting across from us on the other side of the hallway. And as we sat there.
Hold on, we got over 1,000 in the building, man. We got 1,020 in the building, man. I would like for y'all to please get the likes up. Subscribe to the channel. We on our road to 50,000. You dig? We on the road to 50,000. I may give away some bread. All kind of shit might happen. You heard? We on the road to 50,000. I need y'all to share the broadcast, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you set your bell notification so you know when I'm dropping a video. We just getting started this year. We just getting started. Get the likes up, y'all. Hit the like button, subscribe. Salute, man.
The prosecution came out, one of their detectives or investigators rather, and one of the prosecutors, they took this gentleman, they went upstairs, I believe it was to the 14th floor at that time. By the time this man came down, the witness they did not want to call, this man came down and his testimony became so embellished with other nonsense that people who saw it just looked at it and said, this is crazy.
Imagine telling the police
he
seconds.
switched up his story, right? So he switched up his story. Because he's saying everything was switched up. Hold on, let me go to this one right here, because when he got on the stand, what did he say? You see what I'm saying? Like, what did he say? Share this one instead. Let's go here.
He went downstairs. Now he has a 2-story house and his bedroom is on the 2nd floor and he's looking down at all of this. Yes. How many minutes after? 15 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. You were truthful to the police. Yes. Were there 2 women fighting and third guy separating them? Yes. Now that third guy would have been Jaquan. So who was fighting? The 2 girls. Who had gun initially? The girl. So initial fight is with 2 girls. Yes. Larger guy gets out of car first. Yes. Then shorter guy came out after. Yes. Okay, so that right there kind of made some sense. 2 girls are fighting. He sees muzzle flash from a girl. No, 2 girls are fighting. Then the bigger guy separates them. Then he sees muzzle flash, and then the little guy comes out. So who did you see initially with the gun? The girl. Then you see a lady. Then you see a lady across the street. Apparently, Megan gets shot in the foot and hobbles across the street. Yes. And then this is where, then he said something that really surprised everyone. Then he says, yes, they were beating her there. Apparently, she went across the street, fell to the ground, and was in a fetal position. And when she was in that position, this witness, Mr. Kelly, says, all 3 of them, Jaquan, that would be Jaquan, Tory, and Kelsey, were over there beating her. And then he said he heard the larger gentleman say, hey, the police are coming. They looked like they were going to throw her in the lake. Now, I don't know if there's any lake near.
Yo, so he added all of that?
Nicholas Canyon Road. Can somebody fact check that for me? Because this is when I started saying to myself, this witness is losing all credibility. He said he thought they were going to kill her and throw her in the lake. But then
so the prosecutors basically made him switch up his story. Look what he's saying. They was going to throw her in the lake.
Get into the car. They speed off driving north on Nicholas Canyon Road. They bust a U-turn and come back down to Hollywood Boulevard. Defense attorney says, all right, no further questions. On cross-examination by Alexander Bott, he says, you called 911, yes. You said that there were people in front of your house. They were beating girls, yes. All 3 of them were beating the girl. Now let's talk about the short guy. Did you see muzzle flash when the small guy got out the car? He said they were all fighting. So he didn't really answer that question. They were all shouting and screaming, he said. Yes, but did you say the chap in the back got out of the car and started shooting? Well, yeah, he had his arm extended out.
Oh, hell no.
So then everyone was like, wow. Now he's basically saying that Tory Lanez
Oh, I
was doing.
see what's going on. I see why things got conscrewed. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Should that witness be held accountable? This is wild. Listen to what he's saying. So this is the cross-examination by the prosecutors now, right? And he didn't say that. Oh, man.
Jack got out of the car and started shooting. Well, yeah, he had his arm extended out. Yes. So then everyone was like, wow. Now he's basically saying that Tory.
He's reading straight off the transcripts of the key witness, right? Let's not forget. I just want to make sure everybody stay abreast of what's going on. So this is the key witness. Remember, this is the man that's on the stand. This is the man that's on the stand right here that's saying this. I want us to make sure we keep up. This is wild evidence. This is nasty. The prosecutors took him upstairs. He came back down. He got called on the stand by the defense. And look what happens. He changes. That's wild, y'all. That's wild. I got to be real. This is wild. Hold on. Let's see. Let's let him live and finish.
Lanez was doing something like this. Was he firing everywhere? The prosecutor asked. Yes. 4 to 5 shots? The prosecutor asked. Yes. Well, that was all of the shots came out to 5. So now he's saying that the little guy shot 4 to 5 times. Didn't you say the little guy shot? Yes. You said the short guy got out the car and shot. Yes. The girl was kicking, then she got out the car, then she fell, and the girl started bleeding. She was crawling and stumbling. Okay. You said female was shooting from car, though. Yes. But I had my son, and I was concerned with my son. Regarding the woman, you.
How did they get away with this, man? Like it. I just need y'all to understand. We see the inconsistencies, right? We see everything going on here with this man's testimony, with everything, with the star witness, everything. We see the inconsistency. How did they get away with this? There's no way, unless it's somebody higher. You heard? It's not even a political thing. Like this is beyond. Like these are the people that's making the laws of the land, damn near. Yeah, corruption possible. Yo, salute to you, Into the Mind of a Madman, because at first you had me like confused, like where I was going with my jump off, because I had a whole line. If you look at the bottom of my screen, I got a whole line of videos set up. So you basically just put me now where I needed to be. Salute to Into the Mind of a Madman. I appreciate you for the nickel. I appreciate all your donations today to the channel. I appreciate your insight. That's a fact. Corruption possible, yes. All I'm saying is not new suppressed evidence. Nah, this been out. This actually been out. They just didn't, they refused to see it. They refused to actually acknowledge it. That's what's going on. Something is wrong with this, y'all. If this is put in front of your face, they refuse to acknowledge. I'm just being real. This is nasty. This is nasty. Hold on.
You said you never saw a gun, though. So you're not sure if she is shooting. Yes, she was constantly fighting and kicking. Lots of abusive words. Then he says there was a torrent of abusive words during the shooting. Mother effer, constant torrents of.
Real quick, we got a call, man. Salute. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you're calling from. State your claim.
Was good. I had just called you from the Bill, North Carolina. You missed one big thing. I don't know if you had even peeped it from the if you go back to let's say 238, and you missed one key big thing. I'm surprised you missed that part.
On 238 of his testimony, of Sean Kelly's testimony?
No, where it was with Megan Thee Stallion talking.
Oh, I got a whole line of shit over her in the back, so I could play it anytime. I got all the recordings and everything already.
No, but this is key.
What do you mean?
This is gonna blow your mind right here.
What video is that? What video?
Puerto Flacco.
Oh no, I think I showed everything on Fly. I showed the whole video, brother.
No, but it's something that you didn't hear. Trust me when I say I ain't called for no bullshit.
Okay. Let me see here. Let me go back to all right, I got you right now. Got you right now. You know, y'all run the channel, man. Y'all know what it is.
Because the roller's gonna ask you a question.
Okay, hold on. I got you right now. Now you said what number?
Go to go to like 238.
238.
And it's gonna say, it's gonna say about
All
like
right,
at
hold on. I'm
240.
gonna share it right now. Share this tab instead. Okay, let's see what Flacco talking about then. Let's see.
Because looking like a horrible drunk who was sleeping with your best friend's man looks crazy. Now, the police didn't just take her word for it. The police did their investigation at the scene. And at the scene, they discovered enough evidence to show that Megan Thee Stallion stepped on glass, which is why when the police charged Tory Lanez initially,
I did show that when she stepped on the glass in the video.
No. Are you actually on his
I'm on
channel?
his video, yes. I'm on the video. That's the video.
No, I'm talking about it from his channel though.
Yes, I'm on Poetic Flacco's channel. I'm subscribed. I know who he is.
Okay, we'll go to 238.
You said 238?
Yeah, 238.
All right, hold on. Let me
like 2 minutes and 38.
I got you. So you talking about when she was saying that when she was sitting there talking to the woman?
Okay, now listen. No, he gonna ask her. She gonna ask him a question.
Okay, hold on.
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, also.
she was also very concerned about her image. And
What do you mean? What did she say? I can't go to jail? Are we going to jail? Like, what are you talking about? As long as you tell the truth?
No, he actually do
it, so we can, you know.
Okay, he asked her, did she get shot? She said, no, she didn't get shot.
I stepped on glass. She said, I stepped on glass. I know. I played that for everybody already. You heard? You missed it.
She said that after
missed it.
Oh,
you
my
missed
fault.
it,
Then.
dog.
My bad.
Salute, man. I appreciate
bad.
you. I appreciate you, homie. I appreciate you.
No doubt.
Salute. Yeah, please feel free call in if you feel like I missed something. I know damn well we tackled that already. Let's get it. Facts. You got to make a donation behind that. Jeez. Wait, it sounds muted to y'all? No sound. How? Hold on. Y'all can hear me? The audio is not muted. Hold on. It's not muted. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Oh, we can hear me. All right, so you got to hear the audio. Okay, let me do this. Got you. Screen, boom, share.
Interviewed you 9 months later.
Y'all
was
good
my
now, right?
client in the
I can hear it now, right? We good
when
now?
you first saw the muzzle flash, and then he said, "Well, the chap got out the car."
Wait, y'all can't hear that? Y'all can't hear it? Oh, okay, yeah. I had to reset because I think when I take it off another one, y'all know, hey, it's computers. Hey, we don't run computers. We don't make the news. We just break the news down. You heard? We don't. Hey. Let me get this call, man. Let's get a call in, man. Let's get a call. Salute, man. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV, man. Let the people know where you're calling from. State your claim.
Appreciate you for having me, man. It's the V Alien, Me TV, man, calling from Cleveland.
From QU? You said Queens. You said Queens?
Cleveland. No.
Cleveland. Shout out to the whole Cleveland, man. We get it in Ohio. You dig? State your claim, my G.
Yeah. So my whole thing about this whole shit, because I see the question is Meg
Watch
lying,
the profanity.
right?
Just
As
watch the
niggas-
profanity. Watch the profanity a little bit.
My apologies.
Go ahead, brother.
As African American males that then grew up and been around each other, what dude is gonna be piping Meg, her best friend, and about to pull Kylie, and is mad enough to shoot a John about not liking his music?
Right. I think what messed up is when they went to trial. I think what just screwed this whole thing up is him just going to trial, period, and then they allowed anything to happen at trial. That's what I feel like happened to him, bro. He got caught up in the system, you heard? And there was somebody higher that didn't like what he was doing and wanted to put him down. He gave him a chance to put him down. I could imagine
You remember
what they offered him.
Radio?
Say it again?
You remember Quarantine Radio?
Yes, he
When he
went
was
crazy on
yeah.
Quarantine Radio. Yeah, that's when he dropped
was
it.
independent.
Yes, that's when he dropped
That
the
was
NFTs.
independent.
Yes, he made millions and millions of dollars. He made $1 million in a minute. He did that in a minute, and he showed everybody, I'm cutting out the middleman. If you go look at my old videos, I've expressed that. What I'm saying is it was somebody higher. This is disgusting. This can't, even the testimony, the guy changing the testimony on the stand is wild. He's changing the testimony on the stand right in front of everybody.
Just the other piece of that puzzle, though, around the same exact time when he was threatening to expose the major labels, who got bought out of their contract by Rock Nation? Who got saved from a contract situation? Meg Thee Stallion.
Yes, that's when she was running with the other dude. What was he, a football player, some baseball player?
Baseball guy, right? And then Rock Nation bought her out. Same time, Tory Lanez becomes independent, threatens to expose the industry, makes $1 million independently. I feel like that has a lot to do with it that doesn't get talked about enough. Like, she just smoothly got bought out of her deal, was pushed everywhere, and then this happened at Kylie Jenner house. How ironic.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, man. I don't know. He was feeling himself, man. I'm gonna say it again. I think it's something higher here. It's something fishy going on. You feel me? It's a lot of something. It's fishy. It's fishy. I'm just gonna call it what it is. It's fishy, bro. But should he be?
Most certainly.
I mean, let me ask you this, because I've been asking everybody this. Who's going to jail behind this, though? Who's going to? Because this man is basically suffering. No, but who's going to? If they free Tory Lanez today because of new evidence or whatever is going on, should somebody go to jail for this?
No, they definitely should, but should and would are often two different occurrences. Remy should have been dead right by Tap.
Okay, I get it, man. I get it.
But I was with you. Somebody should definitely see time for that. Because
I mean, come on, man. This man, they almost killed this guy.
Like you said, if somebody.
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you.
That's my only thing. Yeah, somebody should definitely see. They all should see time because they all in corroboration. But would I really go like that?
Yeah, that's know how it goes. Hey, look, power is power, man. They let him go today. They're gonna sweep the rest under the rug. I'm just being real. They're gonna sweep it under the rug, man. That's what I got them doing, sweeping it under the rug, man. Like nothing never happened to them. I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling. I got other calls coming in. Appreciate you.
Salute. Going, man.
Salute. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you calling from. State your claim.
Yeah. Lauderdale, Florida, man.
Oh, salute. Shout out to the whole Florida, man. You already know what it is, man. State your claim, my G.
Yeah, man, that bitch lying, man.
We gotta watch the profanity, brother, please.
Oh, okay. Nah. She lying though, man.
I know it's passionate, right? Like dudes get passionate behind this, right? Dude, like this is nasty work. This man is I mean, he went through a lot in being in prison, bro.
Nah, that's a fact, man.
If it was,
you only have to get reimbursed.
Let me ask you this.
Need some reimbursement.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If Tory Lanez would have took the stand and snitched on them, and basically said no, it was Kelsey that did it, Woody would have had a career today. I gotta ask all of y'all that. I want to ask everybody that in the comment section and be all the way real. If Tory Lanez would have told on Kelsey Harris and explained what actually went down, I didn't do it. They did it. Would he have had a career today?
That's what you get for being solid in this world, man. That's what you get for staying solid, man. He just threw his life.
Because I see everybody screaming now. Bloody murder, bloody murder. But if he would have told on them, he wouldn't have no career. If he would have took the stand and raised his hand and said, she shot her, he shot him, he wouldn't have a career, my G. So he was in a rock and a hard place.
That's a fact.
Like they would have had that man like 6'9". Come on, bro. Salute, man. I appreciate you calling up, man. Shout out to the whole Florida.
Say look.
Salute, salute, salute. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you're calling from. State your claim.
Hey, Eat Loyal. My name is. I hear that men up there, so I just wanted to give a female perspective.
Wait. So people gonna keep calling. The lines is blowing, and I don't know how to stop it from making all that damn noise and all that. You know what I mean? Chill, y'all. When y'all hear somebody on the line, give it a second. You know what I mean? Let somebody else go. Go ahead, sis, man. Where you calling from, sis?
I'm calling from New York.
You already know what it is, man. What part? Brooklyn, Queens?
Manhattan, Lower East Side.
Okay. LES. Shout out to LES. Shout out to True Life.
Yes.
Shout out to all the successful niggas. Come on, they got successful dudes out of LES.
Okay, come on.
Alphabet City. Shout out to the whole Alphabet City, man. State your claim, sis. Go ahead, state your claim.
So I did, I'm basically on all the men's side. Like, even though I'm a female, I do not believe that Meg was shot based upon just the videos, her calmness. Like, if you were shot in both your feet, there's no way that you can be that calm from the pain. I don't know if she was on any kind of drugs or what have you to make her not feel that, but there's just no way that she was that calm to be able to not say that she was shot. Like when you shot, you erratic. You can't keep that calm and level-headed. So I just don't believe it. And based upon all of the information that we had, and like the previous caller had said, with Tory Lanez, making a breakthrough in the industry, I do believe that this is something higher. This has nothing to do with Meg. She was just a pawn in the game.
Well, did you hear how they took the witness upstairs to a certain floor? And that was nasty.
Yes, that was nasty work, and that's crazy.
Is that nasty or what?
Free Tory. That's crazy, and they all should be held accountable.
Well, how come we didn't hear about any of this during this whole situation? Like, we didn't hear nothing about this.
They suppressed this on purpose. I really feel like that. I feel like they suppressed this information from the public on purpose because we have the news and everything. When the media wants you to know something, they drill it in your head, and they did not even expose that. We don't know that until right now.
Right. You're right. You're definitely right.
They wanted to paint him as a man who is not protecting Black women, as a man who's gonna hurt women, and that's not the case.
Yeah, it's just wild. To me, it's just wild, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's nasty, man. What's going on? It's nasty. Look at this. Salute. I appreciate you calling up, sis.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep doing your thing. We loving you over here in this household. Thank you.
Salute. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was a little discombobulated today. I'll get it together soon. Yeah, I'll get it together.
So good.
Salute. Look at this, y'all. So they posting images now, right? So images are going around all over the internet. Shout out to My Battle Facts. Shout out to Facts Nation. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Facts Nation. Make a comment, Facts, so I could put it up here so they can know. It's going around, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. They say no gunshot in any foot. There ain't nothing on her feet. Her feet long as hell, though. I ain't gonna lie. No, that girl feet long as hell. That girl got some long feet, man. Like, let's call it what it is, man. Salute. Welcome to Harlem Legend TV. Let the people know where you calling from. State your claim. Girl got that Shaq feet. Go ahead, salute. Let the people know where you calling from. State your claim.
Yeah, this dude from Lorraine I tried to call earlier.
Oh, salute, brother. State your claim, King.
Yeah, Lorraine. Shit, I wanted to know.
Yes.
I wanted to know when he get out, who gonna fuck with him? Since he kept it real and shit, like he hold it down or whatever.
I mean, but see now, so think about this now, brother. That's a great question, right? Who's going to mess with Tory Lanez when he gets out? I doubt it. they not gonna want to rock with him because he ain't rocking with the people that run this shit. You understand? There's people at the top that run this whole situation down here, right? So I doubt if dudes are gonna want to take the side of Tory Lanez. Now the ones that do step out the box are going to be the ones that's going to get bigger and bigger. As you can see, Drake, he's the biggest in the world. Drake is the biggest artist in the world, right? Right? We're gonna call Drake the biggest artist in the world, right? He said free Tory Lanez. You know why? Because he's not under the regime of the Rock Nations. He's not under the majority. The majority of these rappers, and I'm just being honest, the majority of them are under Def Jam, Rock Nation, all those big labels. The majority are under that. A lot of them are not going to intertwine with Tory Lanez, bro, because they're going to be going against the system. There's going to be a lot more people that's going to pay for going against the system. There's always a payment plan when you're going against the system. It is what it is. Tory went against the system. Tory went against the system. We all know this.
Yeah, he really did.
Salute, man. I appreciate you calling up, King.
Shout out, man. I appreciate you.
Salute. Yeah, man. Hey, them feet look unpleasant, man. I got to be real, man. That girl got them Shaq feet. Hold up, man. Like men feet. Yeah, her feet crazy. Yeah, that's men feet right there, man. Let me hear a little bit more of this, see where he's going with this. Hold on, y'all.
Started shooting. So that's when it got crazy. Now he's just basically saying he got out the car and started shooting. This is after he said the girl started shooting. But you said the little guy was doing something else. Was my client still in the car during the initial shooting? Then he says yes. They were shouting. The two girls were fighting. There was lots of swearing. And then he says, who fired first shot? And he says, girl. Nothing further. Back to the prosecutor. And the prosecutor says, did the defense investigators do a walkthrough with you first before they recorded your statement? He said, yes. Did they do a dry run? Yes. Then they recorded after the defense investigator did the dry run. Yes. So basically what the prosecutor was kind of alluding to was that the defense investigator interviewed Mr. Kelly first without recording, I guess to find out what he was going to say.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all.
Then once they found out what he's going to say, then they recorded him. Because if you record someone without knowing what they're going to say, and they say something that's not beneficial to the defense, they still got to turn that recording over.
Mm-hmm.
So then they took a lunch break. They came back. The prosecutor was still asking questions. And then the first officer on the scene was Officer Diaz. And the prosecutor says, you never mentioned a female shooting to Officer Diaz, who responded to the scene. He said, well, when I was speaking with the officer, I was more concerned with my son. When you met with defense investigators, who suggested that there was a struggle over the gun? I don't know. Well, with reviewing the transcript, refresh your memory.
Yeah, we see what's going on here, y'all. It was one of those moves, man. It was one of those moves, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Y'all see any, look, a toe blown off or anything? Yo, her big toe look crazy. I ain't gonna lie, yo, like her big toe don't look wow. Word, yo, that's what I'm thinking. Classic hit job, bro. Classic, man. It was classic, man. Let's break down some of the lines right here. Hold on, I think I got it right here.
Yeah.
It's right there in Florida.
Yeah.
Evidence of any shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatched.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all we have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told.
And then there's some cash over. Looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all together.
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself.
Okay.
And getting out of the vehicle.
Okay. So her friends didn't cut her then.
Right.
Well,
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What's that?
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay?
Just look at some of her lies. Some of the stuff is like back to back.
But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think
really cannot go to jail.
Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from.
You hear her clearly say glass. Look at all this. I had all this already lined up.
Hey, can we I'm not from here, so
Okay.
That's the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man.
Very dangerous. This is a dangerous woman, man. Yo, I'm gonna be real though. The people that's ahead of her, the people that's actually on that's bigger than her is even more dangerous. Because these are the people we don't see. You heard? She just here, she just around. Those are the people that we actually don't see. You dig what I'm saying? We don't see these people. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like a lot of these people we don't see, y'all. So at the end of the day, you gotta ask yourselves, man, like, hey, who's more dangerous? Is it her or the people that we don't see?
So what happened with you were just walk on stepping on the glass. My right foot, I just stepped on glass the other day. So you were already hurt.
I actually called out.
You hear her in the hospital telling them that she stepped on glass. What changed since then? This is a dangerous, dangerous case. I ain't gonna lie. When he comes home, we're gonna see. Because I got a feeling he's gonna get out of jail. I got a feeling he's gonna get out of prison, y'all. Let's call it what it is. Hopefully he does. This is going to get nasty, y'all. I think this is going to get nasty. I think a lot of people are going to start saying people's names. A lot of people are going to start ratting, going to start telling on each other. You heard? Diddy ain't the only big figure that's going to be caught up and brought down. I think there's going to be a lot more people that's going to come down with this whole ship. I'm just being real. Like, it's too many lies being told.
You want me to tell the laws that we got a gun in the car so they can shoot all of us up? I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them.
Not go to jail.
Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay.
You want me to tell the laws that we got a gun in the car so they can shoot all of us?
All she does is lie. I don't get it, y'all. I got to be real. All she does is lie. This is nasty work all the way around the board. God bless. Shout out to Poetic Flacco. Shout out to Facts Nation. Make sure y'all go subscribe to my Battle Facts Facts Nation Black Collar 6 channel. He does celebrity gossip also now. Follow me on IG, Instagram. Follow me on TikTok. I'll do my best to be covering this. You know what I mean? Back to back to back. Because there's gonna be a lot more coming out. I already know it is. I'm hearing now that Megan Thee Stallions, yeah, right here, y'all. Make sure y'all go follow Facts Nation at Black Collar 6 TV. Make sure y'all go subscribe. Make sure y'all go show them love, man. It's 8:47 in here still, man. I appreciate everybody that pulled up in the building. Everybody hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, share. We got a lot more shows coming. Make sure y'all go support my videos. Just hit the like button. I don't care. Just hit the like button. You heard? There's a lot of y'all in here still. Make sure y'all leave a comment in the comment section. That's what helped these lives go to the next level. When we share, when we hit the like button, when we, it's different things going on, man. The Knicks should be playing there. I got to go. Yeah, I got to go. The Knicks is real soon. I got to go. God bless my Knicks, man. Karl Anthony Towns, he might be out. He's questionable. Look, we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Leave us alone, bro. Stop hating. There's a lot of hate going on out here with my Knicks. But make sure y'all support the page, support the videos that I be dropping. Just go back and leave me a comment, even if you say Harlem good show or yo, I hate your commentary, yo, Harlem, you talk too much, whatever. I don't care. It all builds up the algorithm for me. Great show, y'all, man. Yo, it's your boy E or you, aka the Harlem Legend, man. Started a little slow. We picked up, we caught up. You heard? Salute to everybody that donate to the channel. I appreciate all of y'all. Appreciate all of y'all, yo. That's a fact, man. Enter the mind of a madman. Salute. Jaffe, salute. That's a fact, man. I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate everybody that donated to the channel, man. It's much love, much respect. Make sure y'all have a good night, man. There's a lot going on out here, man. And keep your eyes open for the channel. Tell a friend, subscribe again. We back. Salute.
Man, Big Boys Neighborhood. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining today's live, man. And you know how when you jump on live, you always start to do that wait for everybody to get in kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So you start off with a little bit of lollygagging, but today, man, usually when we do a live, we talk. But being that today we're going to talk about, Diddy, where is this Diddy trial standing? What is it like in the court as opposed to the court of public opinion? Yes. We'll speak on that. And also, Tory Lanez. And then also there's just been a lot of pardons that's been going on as well. Right. And so I could go ahead and do all these educated guesses and maybes and I thinks. But when you talk like this, you got to bring a professional in, ladies and gentlemen. From West Coast Trial Lawyers. This man is the president of West Coast Trial Lawyers. And when you say president, really own the whole damn thing. But it's always good to have a title. But Nemo Romani, Nemo, welcome back to the neighborhood, bro.
Big, thanks for having me, man. Glad to be on.
Man, it is a pleasure to have you on, my man. Yeah, and the reason why we brought you into this live with the neighborhood, bro, is because Nima, you know everything. You know everything, Nima. So now, first off, I want to start off with the Diddy trial. We're in week, what are we in week 3 right now, Nemo?
Week 3. Yeah. We're wrapping up week 3 tomorrow. So it's the prosecution's case in chief right now. They were originally going to go 6 weeks. Now they're saying they're going to go 5 weeks. So we got a couple more weeks. And on the stand right now is another one of the victims, Mia. She's testifying under a pseudonym, but she was one of Diddy's assistants.
All righty. Now, what we're seeing right now, just in the last 3 weeks, what have you seen? Because we've been waiting on this whole Diddy trial. When Diddy got, arrested, and I think it was September, Nima?
Yeah.
May 5th sounds so far away. And now we're 3 weeks in. Is it laying out the way that you thought that this trial would lay out?
I do think it is going well for the prosecution. Look, some of the charges are hard. We're talking about sex trafficking. We're talking about racketeering. We're talking about prostitution. I think prostitution, it's in the bag. But that's not what the government's looking for. They're trying to nail him for the trafficking and for the RICO charges. So, Cassie testified for 4 days. I thought she was a very good witness. She got crossed up a bit on her text messages and emails because she was talking about setting up these freak-offs, saying that she loved them, she wanted to participate in them. So the defense scored some points there. But they're bringing witness after witness that's showing this physical abuse, this sexual violence. I think the government's way ahead right now, Big.
So you really think that the government is way ahead? And the reason why I asked that, Nemo, is because it feels like the court of public opinion is still there. Like there's a lot of things when it comes to sexual preference, when it comes to what someone enjoys. I mean, baby oil is not against the law.
It's not.
You know, it's not. It's not. You know, I've been breaking the law since I was a kid, especially my mom. You know, like she would put baby oil on us. But are you hearing the racketeering? Are you hearing those things right now? The sex trafficking? Are you hearing that, Nima?
Yes, and this is why. Look, sex trafficking is the hardest to prove. Look, I agree with you. Adults, they can consent to any sex they want, no matter how freaky it is, you know, no matter how much baby oil and Astroglide. But with the racketeering, Big, you can get there even if the government doesn't prove sex trafficking. So let's say the jurors are like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe she was into this. Maybe I believe the defense that this was all some swingers lifestyle. When it comes to racketeering, there are other what we call predicate acts. So you can prove racketeering through arson, right? And that's all the Kid Cudi stuff, right? You can prove it through bribery, right? Paying the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel for that video, right? Trying to get that surveillance video. You can prove it through obstruction of justice, witness tampering, the intimidation, right? You have Don Richard, you have all sorts of people coming in and saying, you know what? Puff said that if I talked, I'd disappear. I'd be in the East River. He'd kill me. You can get there from prostitution, right? We've talked about paying all these sex workers, right? You heard the Punisher testify. So there's a way for prosecutors to prove the racketeering, even if they don't get to sex trafficking.
Yeah, okay. Well, you just broke that down very well, because for the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks, I've been like, man, it all sounds personal right now. It all sounds like preference. But when you break it down as such, it seems like this is bad. You know, and when we say it's bad, Nima, do you feel like it's on course, or do you feel like now that we've seen about 3 weeks of testimony, do you feel like, excuse me, that it's even worse than what we thought?
You know, it's pretty bad, Big. I mean, we're on the radio, but like you're talking about Cassie, you know, doing drugs until the point that she threw up, right? And she's continuing on with these freak offs. Her having sex on her period, allegedly by force, when she has UTIs, you know, that she had to go through with this, you know. So they're describing these scenes in these hotel rooms that there's blood everywhere, there's baby oil, you know, they'd go for days. Sometimes they need IVs afterwards. Listen, I get it. People can do whatever they want, but, you know, having her testify, and again, she's just the first victim, right? You got these other victims that are going to testify as well. You got Mia, you got Jane. So I think what the prosecution is trying to do, man, they're trying to overwhelm the defense, you know, because look, you might not believe one victim, but a victim after victim, they're telling the same story. It's going to be hard for those jurors to go back in that deliberation room and say, you know what, I'm going to give this guy a walk. That's why I think he's going to be convicted.
And Nima, your background is prosecutor or defense?
So I'm a former federal prosecutor. I put more than 1,000 people in prison. This is what I used to do. Now I represent victims, people like Cassie, but I've tried a lot of cases. So some of these people that are armchair quarterbacking this, they've never been inside a courtroom, right? Some of these lawyers, I mean, this is what I did for years. I used to go after the cartel. That's where I cut my teeth. So look, the prosecutors in the Southern District in New York, where this trial is happening, they're really the best and the brightest. I mean, these are the people that are prosecuting Luigi Mangione. They're prosecuting Mayor Eric Adams. I mean, they hire from Harvard, where I went to school, I mean, all the time. So I wouldn't bet against them, Big.
Right. And being that you've been in that position, do you feel like they're doing, like the job is on course?
I do. You know, look, they're keeping it really tight. We're not hearing about all the celebrities. Look, I mean, that's what everyone's been asking me, right? Who else was there, right? Who else parted? You know, they're not going on these tangents. They're not making it a circus. They're focused on, you know, Cassie and these other victims. And they're bringing, what's important, Big, they're bringing in the former employees, right? You've had 3 assistants now testify that they all saw the same thing, the drugs, the violence, the sex. It's going to be hard for the defense to say, listen, they're all lying. And if anyone's watching, I'm telling you right now, Big, I know you got a driver, you got an assistant, you got to treat those people well, man. They know where the bodies are buried. Those are the first people that end up testifying against you, man, when things...
Well, I don't have a driver nor an assistant, so... I would have to testify against myself. Like, yeah, he did it. Nima, the one question I do want to ask, and I've been asked this, and I've asked this question many a times. Why is this Diddy trial? Why is it not televised?
Yeah, this is the problem when you have trials in New York. So both New York State and federal court, they don't allow cameras in the courtroom. Obviously, we're in LA, going back to OJ and Menendez, court TV, man, we would watch those trials gavel to gavel, right? New York, it just doesn't allow it. This is one of those things where like each state has their own laws and their own rules. So that's why we see the sketch artist, Diddy with the white hair. He doesn't have his Just for Men hair gel. His assistant really outed him, man. I mean, it was bad, Diddy's been dyeing his hair this whole time.
Hey man, when I saw the sketch artist and Louis that worked with us, Louis absolutely hate the sketch artist. I say, and I always tell people, I say, it looked like the sketch artist is like laying on his stomach with his feet in the air and kind of just like doodling, like, But yeah, I do catch, I catch the gray hair, I catch everything. But yeah, that was my main thing. Like, this is one of those, Nima, if it was televised, where I would not go anywhere because I would be locked at the house watching this. And, of course, you get your daily reports and we talk about it in the neighborhood as well. And, you and the TMZs of the world. But it was not, man, I think he caught like a good little situation with it being in New York and not being televised, because the court of public opinion and just visuals and everything, man, it would be extremely bad for Diddy, even more so.
Oh, it'd be bad, man. I mean, you're seeing pictures of the bruising, right? Videos of these freak offs, right? Because Diddy would record him, right? And he would pleasure himself, but he wanted to keep the videos to have control over Cassie and others. So imagine you're in that courtroom and big people are lining up from like the night before. This is like one of those trials of the century. But you're right. If it were televised, then it would be an even bigger circus. So that's why people like me, I mean, look, I got this IFB here, I'm just going on the news every single day, every channel. I'm doing Fox, I'm doing ABC, whatever it is. And I'm giving the recap because, look, people can't watch the trial like they want to. And I'm a big believer that they should have cameras in every courtroom in this country and they should be transparency. But we got to take that up with the Supreme Court.
Man, I think the camera in the courtroom suck. I want it in the courtroom, but God forbid if I ever have to go to court, then I definitely would want it in there. and how does one get a seat? Are they doing like a lottery system out there? Because people are really like waiting in line and almost jumping for joy when they get a seat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Menendez right here in Van Nuys, right? Everyone's trying to get a seat. I mean, people are waiting in line. So New York, people have money. So there's these professional line sitters. I mean, they show up and they get there, sometimes midnight the night before. They're sitting in line, they have their chair. And then some rich dude shows up, pays them, gets their seat, and they're in the courtroom.
Why do you think people are so intrigued? Not just how we will watch it on television, Nima. Why do you think people are so intrigued with doing a lottery and somebody getting out there and, selling their position? Why do you think we're so intrigued to get into that courtroom to see this Diddy trial?
Because big, it's got it all, right? The celebrity factor, right? One of the biggest artists of our generation. It has sex, it has drugs, it has violence, it has race, it has gender. I mean, you name it, it's got it all, You got Diddy, trying to blow up Kid Cudi's car, breaking into his house, man. I mean, the jealousy, you got the different love triangles, Cassie playing both sides, man. It could be its own kind of telenovela, man. It's really got everything.
The Punisher.
Yeah, the Punisher. Yeah, the Punisher is due. And it's crazy because my wife asked me this question, Nima. She was like, because the Punisher was a witness, right?
Yeah.
But the Punisher is now doing interviews.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, why can't he go do interviews? And I was like, dude, that's Nima.
Yeah. So that's a great question. Yeah, he is on CNN and Laura Coates. I mean, she's one of my favorites. I'm on a show all the time. He's talking about when you're done testifying, you're clear. So if anyone's ever been a witness in court, once you're done, the judge will ask, can this witness be excused? Are they discharged? Or are they subject to recall? That means they may come back. So if you're done, you're discharged. It's like whether you're a juror or a witness, you're free. You can talk about the case. You can do whatever you want. And that's what happened with the Punisher.
Yeah, and I know the Punisher. I read, like, they put up 6 pages of his book, and that was him explaining about how he started with Diddy and Cassie the first night, the first encounter, and he talks about it through the whole, like, damn near the whole 2 years, and it's about 6 or 7 pages, right?
Really?
And that book, I don't know, Nima, how much knowledge you have of that book, but he doesn't say Diddy, he doesn't say Sean Combs, he doesn't say Puffy, he never says Cassie's name. Was that book, and if you have any knowledge of, was that book written before we saw all this Diddy stuff happening?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, it was written, and it was written without their name. So, I mean, look, the last thing I think anyone wanted is to out Diddy, right? It was when Cassie filed her lawsuit in November 2023, then everyone started piling on, right? Really, and I think we talked about it in the neighborhood, it came out that Diddy paid her 20 million, the hotel paid her 10 million, she got 30 million. And that's something the defense has argued, hey man, this is all about money. This is shakedown, this is extortion, this is a money grab. But the question is, if Diddy had paid her earlier, right, when she wanted to get paid, he might not have been in this situation. The Punisher wasn't naming names. Everyone was kind of talking about it, but it wasn't a case. Only when Diddy didn't pay Cassie did this whole thing kind of blow up. And he's probably kicking himself right now. Should have paid.
Oh, yeah, man. When the floodgates opened on that one, bro, it was like everybody had a reason. Because as soon as it went public and you could start to go with your own position or your own, it happened to me as well. It just opened up numerous lawsuits. It was so many that was thrown up against the wall. You're starting to see some that's sticking now, Nima, but so many were thrown up against the wall, man. I even know someone that listened to us in the neighborhood, man, from years ago that she had, that she had a case as well that she put, threw her hat in, but it quickly got kicked out. But yeah, it was like if you could return back the hands of time, then he probably would have doubled what he gave to Cassie. Just for what's going on now.
Listen, man, the guy's worth $1 billion, right? Cassie was reportedly asking for 20 million, maybe 30 million. I mean, that's the number that's been thrown out there. Apparently he only wanted to pay her $10 million. That's 1% of his net worth, right? For someone that you were with for 10 years. If I were advising him, I would be like, bro, pay your girl, man. Pay your girl, because listen, when I was a prosecutor, I talked about those former employees. The two best sources of information for me always were exes, husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, and those former employees, man. They know where the bodies are buried. You got to take care of them, man. Otherwise, they can turn on you.
We're kind of seeing the same thing when we talk about, formers. We're saying the same thing now with Smokey Robinson. Smokey Robinson is 85 years of age, man. And he have 4 former staff people that's coming up and saying, out of camera views, he was coming at us sexually. He was doing certain things, and that came from the staff as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have, and they're all, Latina, and they're all saying it was the same thing, right? Smokey would come out of the shower, has a towel on, he laid the towel, and they're telling the same story. Look, the reason this is important is when you have victim after victim, it can be a Smokey, it can be Diddy, it can be Epstein, it can be Weinstein, Cosby. When they're all telling that same story, the jurors aren't going to disbelieve everyone, right? One person, can obviously lie, but is everyone lying and they're all got together and they're all telling the same story? Yeah. Not really. We know, man, abusers oftentimes, man, they don't abuse just one person. There's multiple victims out there.
And I think Cosby, I think he had like 70 or something. like Cosby, it was like, man, did you do something with every white woman in America?
Cosby too. It was the same thing at his trial. I think there was like 6, and that's why he was convicted. I mean, his conviction was later overturned because he had good lawyers. They said the DA and him had a deal where he wasn't going to be prosecuted, but he was still found guilty despite denying that any of this ever happened.
Do you think, from as many times have you been in court, in as many cases have you been a part of it as a prosecutor, spectator, comrade, confidant, consultant, do you see this as being extremely bad for Diddy, and do you see a real sentencing here, if from what you see so far in these 3 weeks and from what you know professionally?
I do, big. And let me tell you my prediction. I think he's going to be convicted. I think he's going to get 15 or more years in federal prison. And look, he's 55 and he's already aged a lot. I mean, this is going to end badly for him. I don't think the judge in the case, Subramanian, is going to cut him any slack. Here's not someone that tried to work out a plea. Here's not someone that accepted responsibility. He put his pregnant, very pregnant ex-girlfriend of more than a decade on the stand, made her relive all this abuse. I mean, we're talking about terrible stuff, her getting urinated on. I mean, it was bad, you know? So what judges look for, and look, the jury decides guilt or innocence, right? But it's the judge that imposes the sentence. If I'm the judge, I'm thinking, well, why should I give this guy any kind of break when he hasn't accepted responsibility for any of this? In fact, there's been some evidence that he's tried to discourage and dissuade and intimidate witnesses from testifying.
Yeah, and as the trial plays out, Nima, I'm looking because at one point we had a broad stroke of what the Kid Cudi situation was. And then when we saw Kid Cudi get on the actual stand and the being in Kid Cudi's house, the Molotov cocktail to the car, the dog being locked in the bathroom, you know, it was more than I thought from just the broad stroke of Kid Cudi and Cassie having a brief relationship. It was worse than what I thought when you saw how it kind of, you know, played out.
Yeah, you're right. And look, it starts with Diddy threatening to kill Kid Cudi, right? Then he breaks into his home, right? And he's got a gun. You know, if it wasn't for Capricorn Clark, right? He might have shown up there. Who knows what would have happened? You have other witnesses who are testifying that once Diddy went looking for Suge Knight at Mel's Diner, he got 3 guns in his lap. Obviously, the car gets torched, and you have Kid Cudi saying, "Listen, man, like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. I was worried for my own safety," right? I mean, this guy is like completely unhinged. So, look, man, a lot of people have had interactions with Diddy, but the people that are testifying in this trial, they're really showing this kind of mob style violence, right? That's what the racketeering is all about. It doesn't have to be a cartel or street gang or, you know, your traditional mob. It can be any organization that's doing criminal activity, including Bad Boy Records. So if they're engaged in drug trafficking and all this stuff, that's racketeering. You just need 2 racketeering acts over a 10-year period, and we got that here, big.
Yeah.
Man,
A lot of intimidation. I feel like you're getting a lot from this trial. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
feels like you intimidated a lot of people with the blackmailing, with the tapes that he had. And, but to me, what's crazy is the people that aren't speaking out, Nima, right now, can they later on come back and speak out if they ever wanted to, or once this trial's over, it's over?
It's over, man. This is their one shot. So, you know, they had a tough time with victim number 3. I don't know if she's going to show up. Maybe she's scared. Maybe she was paid off. Maybe she's just embarrassed, right? But man, yeah, I mean, Lou, you're right. We're talking about intimidation, right? So Diddy has these freak off tapes, right? And him and Cassie, you know, they're going through their thing. And then he threatens to release them on the internet and send them to her parents' work so they get fired. So Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom, goes and gets a home equity line on her house, $20,000. She wires it to Diddy so he doesn't release the tapes. That's extortion. I mean, again,
It's the mom, bro.
Oh, yeah, and that shows you right there, man. $20,000 from a mother to a billionaire.
Yeah,
is, you know, like, come on, man.
Yeah. And look,
Yeah.
she was such a good witness. The defense didn't even ask her any questions, man. They got up there, they're like, listen, man, I'm not gonna mess with mom, you know?
Like, yeah, sit down. Any cross examination? Nah. Nah, I think you can go ahead and let her go. And we've recently, Nima, we've seen some pardons going. You know, I was saying how Trump got his pardon pen back out again.
Yeah.
And we've seen, like, you know, from our genre, we've seen, you know, NBA YoungBoy was just pardoned. There was a partial pardon for for Hoover. And what do you know what that means when they say that he was pardoned on is it the state side or the federal side?
Yeah. So it's the federal charges. So you know, Trump can only issue a pardon for federal crimes. And look, Rolling Stone's reporting that Diddy's team, they know that it's looking bad. They've already reached out to Trump to try to get a pardon. So
That's what I'm asking.
yeah, I mean, look, when Trump's giving out pardons like it's Halloween candy, this is the best time to be a criminal in the United States, big. I'm telling you, especially white collar criminal, man. This is the time to do it. You know, bank fraud, tax fraud, no problem. You know, Trump just handing it out like it's nothing. But look, you know, I know we've been talking about other people that are looking for a pardon. Tory Lanez, that's got to go state, right? So that's got to go to Newsom. Newsom's been a little bit tighter when it comes to that. Hasn't pardoned the Menendez brothers. So it depends on where you're convicted. If it's state, it's got to go governor. If it's federal, you got to get a pardon from the president.
Right. So with Larry Hoover, he had state and federal. Correct.
Yeah.
So that's why it's called a partial pardon.
Yeah. So he had federal charges that he was pardoned, but there were still those state charges. I think he had to plead to. I think he ultimately got probation on those. So ended up not being serious. But that was my understanding of the case. He had both state and federal, so he can only be pardoned on the federal.
Hey, Nima, how do and you may know way more than we. How do pardons work?
Yeah, so the way a pardon works is there's two possibilities. It's a full pardon, which means the conviction never happened. You weren't even charged. It's completely wiped clean. Then there's what's called commuting your sentence, which means the conviction's there, misdemeanor, felony, whatnot, and then you just don't have to serve the time, right? So you can walk out a free man or woman, but you still have the felony conviction on your record.
And how does one start that? Is there, because I've been hearing many things too. I hear like, oh, you know, it costs a certain amount. And then I'm like, where does that money go? You know, why does this person get a pardon and the other doesn't? And of course, we see, you know, Trump pardon, his pardons are personal pardons as well. You know, January 6th insurrectionist pardon, you know, over 1,000. We've seen the reality family that was which one?
Todd and Julie Chrisley. Yeah.
And I told him, I was like, man, she at the house already. You know what I'm saying? So those are more, it seems like more personal. But
yeah, look, it's all politics, big. It's not what you do, but who you know. And look, that's just the reality, man. If you're friends with Trump or someone in his inner circle, you may have a license to commit a lot of crimes. That's what I'm saying, man. Diddy's currying favor with them already because he sees the writing on the wall.
Right, man. And can you, a pardon comes like Trump couldn't stop the trial. A pardon would come after.
No, at any time. So you saw, look, I'm critical of Trump, but let's be fair, right? Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter. So he was convicted at one trial, right? And then he pleaded guilty. As the jury was walking in on the second, he hadn't even been sentenced. So at any time in the proceedings, before trial, during trial, after trial, conviction and sentencing, you can be pardoned.
All righty, Nima. I know that the world wants your advice and wants your input and your commentary. Thank you so much, Nima, for sharing your knowledge with us in the neighborhood, brother. And we'll catch up to you, Nima, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, man. Great seeing you guys.
Tell everybody at you know, Fox and CNN and MSNBC and all these damn outlets that you do. Tell them we all said hello.
Yeah,
I will. I'm gonna hop on another one right now. Thanks, Vic. Take care.
That's our man Nima right there, man. Nima Vermani, that dude. Like I said, Nima he knows everything. Right. He knows everything, West bro. Coast? Yeah, West Coast trial lawyers right there, man. And when we were briefly, I wanted to speak on Tory as well, right? The video that came out, and I wish I would have asked Nima this: how in the hell does that video get out, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that video get out?
It's one of those things where, like, I feel. Well, I think TMZ got it first. So if TMZ got it first, either somebody sold it to them and took it out of the prison and sold it to them,
right?
Or I don't know if there's a way to it has to where video has to be public and they can access it.
Now I don't know about that one,
but that
seemed so like either, straight right? CO. You know what I'm saying? That looked like somebody was like, man, you didn't get this from here.
Yeah.
And sent it on. But if you're just joining us in the live or just a brief, you know, recap, man, we had Nima Vermani in here from West Coast Trial Lawyer. We had a chance to speak on what's going on with Diddy.
Yep.
We're going into wrapping up week 3. We had a chance to speak about Capricorn that's been Cap that's been on the stand, Kid Cudi on the stand. the charges that's going down, and even Nima being a prosecutor at one point, hearing him say that this is bad for Diddy and that he see him getting 15 plus years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. This is right now what if I was Diddy, I would tell them, like, I know that you guys cleared me for 4 shirts, 4 pair of pants, and 2 pair of shoes. They had to clear him for that. I would like, dude, I would take back one of these shirts and 1 pair of shoes and some slacks. Just bring me a red MAGA hat. I was like, man, take all this stuff back. Bring me a red MAGA hat.
That would be the biggest Trump supporter now.
To get on out, man. But really, just the whole setup, man. The court of public opinion, we had a chance to speak about why it's not televised. And I get asked all the time, why it hasn't been televised. And I asked too, like, why we're not seeing this? And he was saying that in New York, they don't allow cameras. And when you think about Menendez, when you think about, think about the OJ trial, even the Johnny Depp, you know what I'm saying? Though I guess those were in California. Like we wouldn't have known about shit in the bed.
Yeah, and
you
then,
know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for that one.
And Vic, a lot of people, we actually have a poll up right now asking people, like, do you think Diddy is guilty on our live? And 84% of people think he's guilty. 16% think he's not guilty. Which to me is really interesting. I think the charges.
Right. You think?
Yeah, like the racketeering, not the sexual stuff. Because I think everyone
and even
agrees.
when Nima broke down racketeering and the things like that, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a broad stroke, and he made me understand it. I was like, oh shit. So
I think with the extortion of the Cassie's mom, the holding the tapes and threatening people to release them, obviously the prostitution's there because he's paying people, or Cassie is, I guess, but you probably know where the money's coming from. Like with those 3 things, dog, I think you got racketeering, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, Wacko, do you have a time running for us right now? Because I don't have an actual time running for us right now. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. 30 minutes. Cool. There you go.
Big another comment that we have here, because people are going back and forth talking about the book, but T-Sec said we should be very careful. T-Sec, S-E-C-K.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, man, you're going to be in court, homie.
Kind of shadowy, and
yeah, man.
He said that we should be very careful how we judge others, be neutral, and observe the behind-the-curtain business. People are so gullible and easily swayed by the follow the crowd. Control is a major disease.
Yeah, man. And I think that's what we were seeing when we were talking about the court of public opinion.
Yeah.
Like when the trial first started off, it was more sexual preferences and things like that. And speaking with Nima, it's like, okay, well, there is some racketeering and movement and, extortions and all that kind of stuff, right? But when you look at how T-Sec, how he was breaking it down, now we're in the court.
Yeah.
So we can sit here and say, oh, you don't know what's going on. You're starting to see documentation.
Yeah.
You're starting to see witnesses. You're starting to hear testimonies that this isn't just hearsay anymore and, the benefit of the doubt and all that kind of shit.
I don't think I'm the only one, but when it came down to from the beginning when they're like,
no, I didn't like men too.
Oh, no,
yeah, I do. I love men.
Nobody don't like men.
Right.
But you know when it came down to like, oh, the Diddy has the freak offs. In my head, I'm like picturing like back in like the Greek days where they had these like massive orgies where it's just like everybody just smashing everywhere, and you know what I mean? That's what I thought. And now that now in hindsight, now it's like, okay, these freak offs were kind of a little more just him, Cassie, and a third person,
or very private from what it looked like, very intimate, no pun intended. But because I've been to like Diddy's parties. People go to Diddy's parties. NBA All-Star Weekend, you were there. His 50th birthday, everybody was there. BET weekend, clubs, everything. And so people would ask me like, man, had you ever heard of the freak off? I had never heard of a freak off.
Yeah.
Never heard of the title, never heard of anything. And now that the trial has been going on, I noticed that, okay, it wasn't 30, 50, 100 people.
Celebrity names.
It was kind of like, okay, it's this small knit group. But I also we seen pictures of people like in white, and it looked more than just Cassie and and the Punisher.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was some people, so maybe maybe it could get up to 10 people. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I thought it'd be like slipping slides and 100 people there,
Giant beds.
Just nasty. What that smell like? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? What kind of assistant got to clean that shit up?
But there was an assistant that had to do all that.
Yeah, someone had a job.
Setup and then the cleanup, bro. That's freaking gross.
Hey, Ani, you've been with me for many years, right? If I called you and asked you, and really think about this, don't think about the Diddy thing. The Diddy thing, none of this shit happened. Okay. If I called and asked you and I said, Ani, we're about to get on this flight. I'm in Vegas. Can you come and just, straighten my room up? Would you have did it?
Yeah,
See?
100%.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not a lot you would say. I'd be like, no.
Right.
Like, okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, I trust you. That's why. Like, I trust you.
Can we cut the live now?
No. But like, I feel like it's an easy job almost because I'd be like, oh, okay, just clean up this room, not thinking about what happened.
No,
I
I'm
don't know
talking about if I
they
had
knew.
like some crazy shit in there. Like, if I, you know what I'm saying? Like,
dog.
shit just hanging and you know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
get gloves though.
right. Yeah, you would have to have gloves.
Yeah, no way.
I'm snitching.
Right,
I
you
don't
really?
know. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't hire me to do something like that.
But you know what? This isn't like it's a temporary agency.
Yeah.
This isn't like somebody came in and they're like, okay, well, your job today, you're going to go to this address. This is people that were like assistants and trust and NDAs and all that kind of stuff. And you got to think, if this been going on for decades,
right?
And you're saying you're snitching, you wouldn't have snitched.
Maybe.
And the thing is, you probably wouldn't have made it through the cut.
True.
You know, you got to know who you're trusting. You know what I'm saying?
Has it ever popped in your head where you're like, what and how much did J-Lo see?
Everybody, I think that.
Yeah.
Right?
Everybody.
100%.
I think that about everybody. Like, how could you, everybody?
It's funny you brought that up because I literally just saw a video that was like surfacing the internet, and it's like showing when Diddy kind of got a little jealous about her kissing someone. Because she's an actor, so she had a role where she had to kiss someone, and he's like, oh, I don't want you to do all of that, like, and she comes out saying like, I don't know, I think he's tripping. It's just I'm acting, but it's like that jealousy. Right
I don't
there.
know how much any of them saw.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And these the names that I'm about to say are my peoples too.
Yeah, of course.
How much did Khaled see?
Oh. Yeah.
How much did French Montana see?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and these great, rightfully so, these motherfuckers, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, even on social media, I saw a clip of Khaled recently where he was like doing that running thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have kind of like shied off of, social media with the daily postings and shit like that. Because I've had people that ask me, what did you see?
Yeah.
King George in
Did you
here.
know about freak offs? So if I'm just know Diddy and I've done interviews, I didn't roll with Diddy. So if I'm being asked what did I see, what the fuck did they see?
I know, man. I just picture like just for example, like the J-Lo Diddy relationship, right? They're two super famous celebrities. So who knows how much time they really spent inside their homes, each home. So, Diddy had that one room where there was a lot of stuff in there. So I'm wondering, like, was it always, don't go to that door.
Yeah.
Don't go to that
But you know
door.
what?
Don't go to that door.
Louis, you and I, we worked together for over 10 years,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Same with Ani, over 10 years.
Yep.
Marty, you've been with us for like almost six months, right?
Uh-huh.
But with that, we all know our patterns too.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
guys know about what time I'm going to eat. You guys know how the show is ran.
Yeah,
know I'll come in with a cooler on my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? I know what Ani's doing. I know Mariana. I know that you're in the car doing your makeup before you come. There's things you just know.
Right.
So if you're with someone and there's things you just know, you didn't know that.
No way.
Stop it.
There's no way.
No, I went in a rabbit hole about like a gun case they had, and they had to make a run for it from a club like Diddy and
Oh,
J-Lo.
you talking about that? Yeah, Shine. Remember Shine?
I didn't
Got
know
over a
that.
decade for that
Oh,
shit.
yeah. So Shine was on Bad Boy record.
Mhm.
Dope ass
Yeah,
artist,
man.
by the way. And then, he ended up taking the rap for the gun, now he says. And then that's the reason he got deported.
Yeah.
And now he can't come back to the
Oh.
U.S. because he's banned from coming back to
Yeah,
the
but
US.
he's in like government over there. He's not a gangster
now he's
anymore.
like
You know what I'm
a
saying?
politician over there.
And
but-
he came out when Diddy did one of those, like it was one of those acknowledgement things, Black Excellence, and like some kind of award that he won. And Shine came out and performed with him, and that was huge.
Yeah, that was.
And they just recently had like this one thing about Diddy, a documentary, and Shine said the reason why he did that is because it was an upliftment for the people in his country. You know, it's from Belize, because things were promised, money was given, so on and so forth. So he's a politician.
Oh, wow.
He did it for his country,
I
not
didn't
for
know
Diddy.
that.
Wow, I had no idea. And
Yeah.
then, so Diddy ended up paying him whatever he said? Because in my mind, I'm like, does he really pay? Because this guy's going to jail.
Man, I think they took 10 calendars, 10 years.
10 years
from
from
Shine.
Shine.
Oh, that's not worth
You know
it.
what I'm saying? And others got the best lawyers, and it was this young guy that shot up a club. You know what I'm saying? So this is probably something that Shine or others see and say, man, we've always,
Yeah.
had to, you know, take a fall
I
or look
wonder
the
if
other
they'll
way.
bring that up in the trial eventually.
I don't know. You brought it up on the live.
Yeah, I know. Like, I wonder
Jesus
how
Christ.
far they'll go. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
With that stuff. But yeah, dog. Like you said, the racketeering is obviously there.
Oh yeah.
The sex trafficking situation, I think, is a little stretch because you got to technically transport somebody from like a different state or
But
whatever.
it depends on how broad it is. It's like, hey, you know, if I gave you a ticket, you flew over here, then I held a ticket, and you
Yeah.
didn't go back, or I moved you from New York to New Jersey via car, to, you know, it's like
And then also I popped the question like
you popped the question.
No, not popped the
Congratulations
question.
to you, man.
I popped the question, but-
Congratulations to you and Myra, man.
That's myself
This is a hell of a thing to bring up, man. So y'all set a date or what?
I asked myself the question: how long have they been investigating him for?
Hey man, when it comes to the feds,
like
the feds don't build a case. The feds got a case.
Yeah.
So when the feds walked up on Diddy in New York that September that day, they already had him. When they raided the houses, they already had it. They just needed to get some of that, you know, hands-on, you know, hardcore, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, once man, the feds.
I had a friend who was shipping weed through like the postal service,
Mhm.
and he would ship it.
Why
out
would
of-
you say that on the
he
line?
would- It's already done. He would
Yeah, but I mean, now somebody can just look into you. Like, why would you say that? Even when Nima started bringing up like the cartels and all that shit, I was like, dude, I don't talk about cartels
it involved the
and
feds.
drug lords and all that shit, man. Like,
He was bragging about how successful it was, and he did it all the time, and he never got caught. And what happened is that the feds knew the first time he did it.
oh yeah,
But they just
yeah,
they
like
just
let
sat-
him keep
They
going.
just sat back and get him. They're not gonna bust him for just one.
Yeah, yeah.
They just sent him back and just let him get like
My
15,
man was like,
20
I
of them
got
in.
20 of these transactions.
That's wild.
Hell yeah.
Oh, here's your receipt. And
Yep.
then they busted him, dog. And I was like,
Hey man, the feds owe some of those, unless you got a lot of money or whatever, bro. You might as well just put the handcuffs on yourself.
yeah.
You know what I'm
walk
saying?
myself.
Like, all right, that's when you be like, all right, you caught me. Man, because they tacky, they be like, do you recognize his voice? And it'll be like, yeah, man. So Sean, bring that on over here, man. Then, like, oh yeah, that's me. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you recognize these pictures? Like, yeah, well, that's when you start trying to lie. Like, yeah, it look like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it says hello on your hoodie. Like, oh, yeah. No, what about this side profile? Like, ah, shit, you got me. Yeah, got me.
I wonder who that third victim is, though.
That
Because
one
you know
that
how-
they said may not testify.
Yeah, Nima was like, who knows if they'll testify because maybe they felt embarrassed or
What if you found out it was me?
I don't know. What if it's J Lo?
Oh,
There's no way.
I mean, you never
How it's
know.
no way.
You never.
Not as a
know.
witness. I don't know. Damn. Because you could be subpoenaed. It could be a mighty subpoena too. Like
Yeah,
such and
that's
such.
true.
But I think that if it was J-Lo, you know what I'm saying? People would say her name.
Oh, true.
You know, like oh, they call J-Lo or they're gonna call J-Lo or something like that.
Well, maybe that's why she don't want to testify.
But if it's a subpoena,
Oh
have
yeah,
to
they would
go.
have already
you
like
have
talked
to.
about
you
it.
know, yeah, like
Damn. But Big, you know how you were saying since it's a federal case, like they already have something they've looked. Remember when the whole Young Thug thing happened and we're like, oh, he's going for sure. The feds got him. Like, how did he end up? That's why it's like also like more people are thinking he's not guilty as it's going on right now in our live. But is there a way that he could get out because the feds, I mean, the Young Thug thing?
I would never say never. You know what I'm saying? Never say never. But even with Thug, right? Thug was one of those. He had some some hearsay and he said, and because his case was built.
Yeah.
His case was built, but his defense was able to pluck away at it.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Was able to pluck away, and then people that was on the stand was like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, they were all scared too. Like,
I don't know, like hell,
Because a lot of people sometimes when I read the comments, like I love reading comments when
I
the
can
trial
tell.
comes out. But people in the comments will be like, "All right, like I see he's done domestic violence, he's done this, but I don't see any
Right.
racketeering."
That's the way I
so-
was feeling. That's what I was saying with the court of public opinion at first. You're seeing these things, and I'm watching, the professionals, on CNN and all these kind of things, and they're like, oh, having baby oil is not against the law. Watching, someone have sex is not against the law. And I'm thinking the same thing, like, okay, that's not. But when Nima started explaining certain shit, I was like, ooh.
Like, wouldn't Hugh Hefner technically?
Hugh Hefner would be fucked if he was alive.
Yeah, like the things I hear about Playboy Mansion.
If Hugh Hefner was alive right now, he would be fucked.
Yeah.
And you hear they want to go and exhume his body. They want to dig his body up and put him on trial.
Oh my god! I thought
No,
you were
for
serious.
real.
Really?
Yeah, this is for real, man. It was like somebody got to go to trial.
What?
I'm just bullshitting.
Are you dead
Me too. I'm
serious?
like,
Yeah,
you should know
yeah.
he's playing, honey. Like, I'm like,
No, you was gone too, though.
Yeah, I was.
She was like, I've only been here 6 months.
That's what I'm saying.
You've been here 10
Yeah.
years.
I was like, that sounded so good.
Yeah, man. Because even when you see some of the shows after Hugh Hefner passed, they killing him, but they say shit. Hugh Hefner by today's book, he would be fucked for that.
That's another where,
Mansion
like,
stuff.
I think there was too many people in there where for sure
He got to be somewhere in heaven or hell in his pajamas. Like, I'm so glad. You know what I'm saying? I'm so glad that I was gone.
But
yeah.
that visitor list got to be crazy.
What, over at
dog.
Playboy Mansion?
Oh yeah.
Hell, I was there.
Oh, you were there.
Hell yeah,
I
man.
wish I was there. I was like growing up.
I never went to a Playboy Mansion party.
I've
We
always-
shot like a commercial or some
Really?
shit. It was something that we shot there.
Always wanted to go to a Halloween
Yeah.
party mansion, dog.
Thank God I wasn't at some of that shit though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you
The
know,
grotto.
yeah, I seen the grotto.
Oh,
you know what I'm
man.
saying? But I went there twice. One time we had a shoot, and the second thing, I don't know if it was like it was like very tame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it wasn't like Playboy bunnies running around. And, you know what I'm saying? It was like a fucking waste. You know, but that was probably God looking out for me too.
What's a waste?
Why somebody pull up a picture with me in the grotto like, what's up, wacko? Hold on. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that a close friend of mine, she's like my sister. She was actually dating Hef.
Oh, really? Though?
Yeah. So she tells me I know a lot of
Oh
interesting
yeah,
stories.
man. Well, we'll do a live on that too.
yeah,
And you sound like you're doing a fucking slow jam show.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this was going out to Payaso from you know what I'm saying?
Do a movie trailer.
Yeah. In a world. In a world. See, there it is, man. Hey, Jason, note to you, man. Make sure we get Wacko for for some VL work. We never, man. We keep going to Tory Lanez and we jump right off of Tory
Yeah,
Lanez.
exactly, dog.
Tory Lanez, man. The video that came out with Tory Lanez being assaulted.
The stab you.
Hey, bro,
Scary.
he survived.
Mm-hmm.
He survived because that dude was out to effing kill him, bro. If you poke somebody 14 times,
Yeah.
that is a lot. And now that they've had the video out and you see the visuals of it, I'm making it sound like it's a Vulture's video. When you see the visuals, but just the way that he was knocked down, and they say that the dude had the knives that they had them, he had them like secured, like taped to him, kind of.
Right.
So with each punch, so that way it couldn't fly away, nothing, man. And when you see Tory like arms moving around and his leg up, dude, he was fighting for his life. And then there's a still picture of him, dude, and he's just blood dripping on his sweatpants, on his his correction uniform and not correction, but his inmate uniform and everything, man.
Yeah, it's crazy how he got up and walked down the stairs.
Hell yeah.
Like, I'm just like, after being stabbed 14 times, he literally like had to get out of that mental
Hell shit,
state
I would jump up.
to get up and walk down. Like, it's
And
crazy.
People get poked one time and die.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
What was he getting hit 14 times? You know, and Tory doesn't have the cushion. You know, like I know one of my guys, big dude, he got shot, but the fat kind of saved him. And when I was over 500 pounds, you know, a bullet gonna fuck you up anyway.
Yeah.
But Tory getting stabbed, he has nothing but bone skin to whatever it's going to.
Yeah.
Wow,
and
I
they
didn't know
get
that was
hit
a thing.
14 times.
Like, if you're like thicker, obviously it might not hit you the same.
Right. For and I mean, like when I was 500 pounds, if that would, God forbid, if I would have got shot, it would have fucked me up.
Yeah.
But the amount of fat and distance that I would have had to travel through could be a little different than it just penetrating like what I am now.
Right.
You know, don't shoot me now either though. Yeah, no, I don't need to be proved right.
The fact that I guess the guy came out and said that he thought that Tory Lanez was going to go after him.
Of course.
So he was prepared, and he heard that through the grapevine or whatever, and then
They need
him
to
being
check that
prepared.
grapevine.
And him saying that he thought Tory also had something in his hands. So it was just like, I'm gonna hit first before he hits
Hey
me.
man, I love how he said he thought Tory had something in his hands. Like, dude, you secured 2 knives to you, bro. Like, this wasn't like you just out there like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know, and then the way that the attack went down, and you never, we watched the video, and you never want to see too much.
Yeah.
But there was a point too where the angle that they had, it was like one of those mirrors that would look at the rest of the tier or the rest of the floor. I was like, dude, that mirror's in the way. And not that you wanted to see him get, tortured, but damn.
Yeah, there's so many people out coming to his defense now because everyone's saying that he's not guilty of shooting him at somebody else, right? And like just there's new video that came out, and I think it's like the cops camera
Right,
that's
right,
coming
right,
out,
right.
and witnesses are
Body
talking
cam.
body camming. Witnesses are actually they recorded the conversation with the cop and talking to witnesses, and I guess one of the witnesses says like he saw her shoot her.
Shoot. So Kelsey
Her
shoot Megan.
shoot her,
But you
yeah.
hear her shoot her.
Yes, as
on,
opposed
from the
to
body cam.
he shot her.
It was her bodyguard or her driver, Kelsey's bodyguard,
Yeah.
the one that came out.
Yeah, but
and
now there's something.
Now there's audio,
Just
audio.
right before we went on live.
Yeah.
Right before we went on, literally, there's some audio that came out.
I don't know. I don't know if we put it up there already. If it is up there, if you see anything like that,
Hold on, let me see.
but there's a lot of people coming to defense and wants them to get pardoned, and Gavin Newsom, you should do something. Amber Rose, specifically, one of them, who definitely came out.
Oh,
and was
yeah.
just like,
Why you are advocating for Tory Lanez?
I'm advocating for Tory Lanez because the evidence.
What do you want people to know about why?
Damn, did they cut
why you are at? What do you want people to know about why?
Just restart
why you are advocating for Tory Lanez?
I'm advocating for Tory Lanez because the evidence shows that he's innocent, and he deserves to be pardoned by Governor Gavin Newsom. You know, he's 100% exonerated from the gun, and for that alone, he should be home with his family.
Well, the DNA showed that it could have been any of 4 people, but he sent a text apologizing, and Megan Thee Stallion and her friend Kelsey there that night said it was him. What do you do with that?
Well, I heard the whole story from Tory's mouth. He called me personally from prison, and I now understand why he said sorry, and it's not for any shooting at all. So I'll let him tell that story when he comes home, but the sorry was not for what people think it was for.
I'd be like, fuck that, tell that story now. Like, they gave me 10 fucking years. Hey, tell it when he come home.
Yeah.
Man, this dude done got stabbed 14 times, all this shit. If there's something that's going down that could get him out, get that dude out of there.
Yeah, man.
I just think it's so interesting that how many big names are supporting him. Like right now, one of our chats to our listener, Marbell, she said that I still feel like it was a setup. I always felt like he was not guilty. Even Drake speaking out, like that's a huge celebrity. So I feel like if there's nothing that, I don't know, I'm starting to kind of believe in it.
I'm just saying this, man. Tory had enough money to get the best defense, right?
Yeah.
And when it started, at what point do you raise your hand or your voice and say, it wasn't me?
Right.
You know, is it right when you're being, the police are there, the interrogation? Is it once you get locked up, once you get or denied bail, once you're going to court? When do you? Yeah, now that you're sentenced and you got like a 10-year bid, you've been shanked 14 times. Like, at what point do you say, I didn't do it? And he said it.
Yeah.
But at what point do you not start bringing people in and, the driver and this motherfucker and her and this and be like, man, I'm not doing no time for what you did.
Exactly.
Like the same way it was it Kelsey that recorded him, I would have been recording somebody else. Like, hey, you shot her.
And
I'll be tacky. They didn't know they didn't know what I was doing from the beginning. Like, hey, what's up, baby? How you doing, Kelsey? All right. Why you shoot her? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or the option on
no foreplay, right to fucking.
Like on my Android, on the option, if I want to record a call and I'm calling you, it'll give you the prompt. This call is being recorded.
Yeah.
Hey man, why'd you shoot her?
Hey man, did they say this call being recorded? Oh man.
But yeah, I'm not doing no time for somebody that, especially if I didn't do it. Like, it's just like, I'm standing up for myself.
And I'm at an age now, I got kids and all that shit. I remember back in the days, we almost get caught up. You're like, oh man,
Does Tory have kids?
Yeah, I think he has one son.
Yeah, see, there's reason to be at the crib, bro.
And it's crazy because right before all of this happened big, it was when he was going on his lives and he was like on top of the world. And and we were like, oh, look, Kylie is over here partying with him. Megan's partying. Then this happens.
Man, whatever it is, man, God willing or, whatever, it'll play itself out. And what's wild about that, man, if Tory is innocent, that is fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he is innocent, man, because he could have died.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying? Guilty or innocent, man, that person went to kill him.
Well, supposedly that's why that bodyguard had came out, because they were like, oh, I like they felt bad that he got
Right.
stabbed in there. So that then he was like, oh no, actually Kelsey did it.
I would feel bad if I just knew you got arrested.
Right.
I would feel bad if
Yeah.
I knew you were going to court. If I knew you got convicted. You just told you was gonna let me do 10 years
Right.
if I didn't get stabbed.
Yeah.
Now that I got shanked 14 times, now you got a conscience? Like, man, I get out and kill you.
There's a rapper named King Yella that I saw him talk about this because he's been in prison. He was thinking that I think it's the guys and it's the somebody inside. It's
Really
an
though?
inside job.
Right.
One of those situations.
You know, I don't play a lot of audio.
Oh yeah.
Is it
But-
one of these things? That
No,
somebody
no, he's been
calling
in there.
out somebody's name.
So
you
he's
know?
kind of he's telling you what should have happened if
Right.
that thing went down. Just like
Okay, so it's about a minute 18
Yeah.
seconds. If I hear something that sounds
Oh,
like
100%.
organized, I'm bringing this shit down.
Yes.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna monitor it. All right, here we go.
When there's a situation like
Nope, I don't like it already.
when there's a situation like a stabbing like this, like what goes on with the yard?
First of all, see, he's not a member. I don't know, he out there thugging, the niggas act like they with him, but obviously he was paying for protection
Yes.
or whatever was going on, or taking care of niggas. And obviously, when
said it.
something like that happened, because it's a race, it's automatically supposed to go up. That's hands down. He black, he got stabbed by a Mexican. It's going up like that. That's automatic. It's not no. That's how you know it was set up, gang. Ain't no way possible that you stabbed 14 times and the yard just stayed regular.
Did I say that?
Ain't no way possible. That whole was set up. The guards probably knew it was finna happen. Everything. Fool want to get his little clout, a little 30 minutes of fame with this. Hey, that, bro, you can't even do it. Like, you touch him up automatically, bro, that gonna shake.
Yeah, that's what and Charleston White, I think, made that same point, and so did somebody else. They made that same exact point. It's like, hold
He
up,
did too.
he's
Yeah,
got
man.
touched by somebody from another race. It's supposed to automatically go up.
That's automatic, hands down. There's nothing to talk about. It's going up.
That's great.
That's how you know
Hey, man.
it was set up. It was bull.
And to my crew that did the editing, you know, and I don't know if it was them, but the curse words were edited out, but the N word they didn't play.
I know, I heard it in
Jesus
there.
Christ, man. Come on, man. Like, if anything gonna get cut out, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's definitely gonna be crazy in there though.
oh yeah. And then what happens? Where does he go now? You know what I'm saying? Because if it's a hit, then that whatever that jacket is, that's gonna follow you.
Mhm.
You know, I love Ani, and you know, when Ani was living in Fantasy Island, she was like, he should be home now, right? Like, no, if that was the case, everybody gets stabbed.
Just get stabbed and go.
Yeah,
I didn't
man.
think that was a thing.
Yeah, this ain't like the military where you get hit and they send you home. Yeah, she was like,
Get after him. Let him go home.
yeah, man, that dude is in prison. Yeah.
Because even in PC, they're still have,
Oh yeah,
you know.
protective custody. Yeah, you can still get got. You know what I'm saying? And then some. There's some. You know, there's double agents in there as well. I'm acting like I've done so many years on the yard. You know what I'm saying?
Someone once asked in comments.
I go all by homies, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta listen to Big. How long did Big do? Nothing. You know, you got some. You know, nothing crazy.
But I still do want to know
Man, I'm over here telling them myself nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying?
the real reason though, because
What?
obviously it wasn't because he felt like he was threatened.
Yeah, I don't
It's
want to
not-
know the real
It
reason.
could have been. That's all it takes, really. If you're in
No,
prison,
no,
If you feel and you're mentally in there and you kind of think, hey, someone's coming to get me.
But on that card too, though,
You
bro,
just
what
gotta be
could
like-
Tory do to him without it being
okay?
Okay.
I feel like it was the privilege. Like maybe he felt like Tory was getting too much privilege. Tory didn't
Or
want to like
jealousy at that point?
jealousy, and Tory didn't want to like give him some of his
It
stuff.
was probably hey man, and it could have been orchestrated by, you know, his race. Doom, somebody else got him.
Yeah.
Maribel thinks that it happened because the guy wanted attention and he was going to get on TMZ. Maribel in our comments.
Because he was already
Who's
doing
Team
life. Right? He's a
Tory?
lifer.
Yep.
But
Look at me. Maybe he's a Leo. Maybe he's one of
just don't. I just feel like
Hey, Maribel,
That's what she said.
it could be.
It could be.
Maybe
You know, real talk. It could be. You know.
You never know. Like, there's comments going back and forth about is he guilty, is he not? Right now on our live, like we got Optical Cook. K9 saying he's
Oh, shout out
apologizing.
to Optical K9 too.
What about the call?
He's apologizing in the call. If you truly blacked out and woke up in jail, you don't say, I'm sorry. You ask, what the fuck am I in here for? What happened? You know I didn't do anything. Tory is a goof.
Yeah. Well, hell yeah. If I wake up and I'm locked up or chained or something, I'll be like, hey, hold on, man. They be like, Big, you a snitch. I'll be like, yes, I am.
Sure.
Yeah, I am a snitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you think did it? Hold on, please.
Forget the correct spelling.
Yeah, like who did it? Him.
Receipts.
Yeah, man. Him. Hell yeah. I'd be like, man, put me on a secure line and I will call him right now. You know? Nah, man. Hell no, man.
But man, there's another comment that does say
You
from
don't want me to
Cedric.
leave, huh?
Yeah.
Just one more.
I got a
Sorry.
dentist appointment, my ear all swollen and shit.
The chat is on fire.
Oh, yeah. Well, fuck. Shit, you gonna have to stay here and talk to these motherfuckers, too.
I got you, Cedric.
Yeah. I already missed my ear appointment yesterday.
Oh, man.
Okay, I can't even hear this fucking show.
I gotta put it in sound.
Hell yeah, man.
We gotta put captions
All my
for you.
shit is coming over here. Anybody talking from the left, I can't hear you.
We gotta
Wait,
put
man,
captions for you.
Yeah, man.
I was like, am I on your left?
Now what's going down?
But Cedric Green said that terrible for an innocent man, but when you're in prison, you can't posture to intimidate people that have nothing to lose. Playing in front of someone's cell door is very dangerous, and no one outside of California can explain anything about what happened in California prison.
Hey, man. And who's that? Who's
Cedric Green.
Cedric Green. Cedric Green, he know.
From experience, looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Cedric Green got an ID.
Yeah.
He sound like it, man. But I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here, man. If anybody want to hang out, I'll be right over here, Dr. Ms. Ropey. But thank you guys for hanging out with us live, man. Once again, we started off with Nima. Nima, thank you so much. Nima Romani from West Coast Trial Lawyer. And I mean, that dude, he shined so much when it came to the Diddy situation. Thank you for that. Thank you guys for hanging out with us up in here, man. And as always, when we do these lives or any of our content, make sure that you subscribe to Big Boy TV, all 4 of our channels, man. Thank you guys for hanging out with us live. We're going to go ahead and get on out of here. We're a Big Boys neighborhood, and we are gone.
So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
I mean, no.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see it what appears to be the girl standing here and going in, shooting into the car.
All right, y'all. Now, part 1,000,008 of this Tory Lanez versus Meg Thee Stallion saga, as new evidence have been uncovered yet once again, showing up at a time when it doesn't really matter. But new evidence have arose, and now they somehow found audio of an eyewitness stating that he didn't see Tory Lanez fire the weapon, but instead he saw what appeared to be another female, which we're going to assume it was Kelsey. Now, like we stated previously, it's mighty funny how suddenly they're able to dig up all this evidence, but somehow when it mattered the most, nobody were able to get their hands on it. Where did this come from, right? Where was this body cam footage the whole time? Because I'm sure it's been in their possession. So what makes it different now that they're using it rather than before? Now, in this video, we're going to go over the new evidence that we have come across, basically showing that Tory was actually right the whole time. They have new body cam footage of Meg Thee Stallion admitting that she stepped on glass when she was arrested by the officer on his body cam. Then we're going to see Tory Lanez getting arrested for the first time and sounding like all he's trying to do is protect Meg like he said he was, which is crazy because to this day, I don't know why, but to each his own. Now, on top of that, there's his interrogation videos that we never seen as well, so it should be pretty interesting. I'm wondering if the body cam footage and the rest of the things that lean into Tory's favor is amongst all the evidence he claimed before wasn't allowed to be present during trial. Y'all remember when he stated that the DA didn't allow his attorneys to bring forth certain evidence that would prove that he was right? And it's clear as day why, because Clearly, if the world was able to see a witness saying that it wasn't Tory, along with Meg herself saying that she stepped on glass, then I'm sure everyone would have definitely had a change of heart. But anyway, let's get into everything, y'all. But before we do, make sure y'all hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it. Now, this is the first video. It's Meg on a body cam stating that she stepped on glass and she wasn't shot. Check this out.
You know, then I don't think really cannot go to jail. Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
There you go. Right? Two things. She says she can't go to jail because she can't have that on her image. And then the second thing is when they asked her what happened to her, she said glass. Right? Without no hesitation. She didn't hesitate like, damn, if I tell him that he shot me, then we're going to get shot. Because remember, she said that. She said the reason she lied is because she didn't want anybody to get shot. But now that you see the body cam footage right here, does it look like anybody would have been shot if she would have just told them, yo, he shot me? Right? With the way she's sitting, the way the officer is talking very calmly, everybody's calm, everybody seemed like the situation is assessed already. Does it seem like if she would have told them that he shot her, that he would have got shot, or she would have, or Kelsey, or anybody else? No. So two things here. She says that she don't want to go to jail and she stepped on glass. Now, the fact that she says she don't want to go to jail lets us know that she's doing anything or will do anything to prevent herself from going to jail because she cares more about her image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from. Hey, can we like shoot I'm not from here, so I...
Okay.
That the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no, sir.
There you go. For y'all that didn't just hear what she said, listen. She asked, are you sure it ain't a gunshot or was it any shots? She said, no, ma'am, once again, with no hesitation. I did not get shot. That came out of her own mouth. Let's hear it again.
That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no, sir.
All right. So in case, y'all didn't catch it, let's play the whole thing through so y'all can see it yourselves. So she says that she don't want to go to jail for one. Two, she says that she stepped on glass. And three, when she asked was she shot, she said no.
Do you think we're going to go to jail?
What's that?
Do you think we're going to go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out.
See,
as long as
right then and there, right? That should let you know that she's willing to do or say anything not to go to jail. Look how scared she is. Right? Not big Meg Thee Stallion, not the gangster, the tough female rapper. Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail? So that lets us know right now that she's willing to say or do anything in order for her not to go to jail. Simple.
you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think really cannot go to jail. Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from. Hey, can we like shoot I'm not from here, so I...
Okay.
And now think about it as well, right? If she was to say that Tory shot her initially, they wouldn't have took her to jail, right? That wouldn't have had nothing to do with her. That would have been whether Tory really did it or not. He would have went to jail right then and there. And after he would have went to jail, he would have had to prove his innocence. But anytime it's like a domestic dispute or abuse or any of that stuff, it don't matter whether the man is telling the truth or not. They have to lock the man up initially, which is kind of crazy, but that's a law.
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no, sir.
So here's my thing, right? That was it. We're going to get to the next video, but here's what I want to say, right? Whether you believe her or not, whether she was shot or not, the fact that there's so much inconsistencies within this case because she herself is the reason, that should get him more right than in there. He should have never went to jail. You can't sit there and say let me tell y'all, in my whole years of living, I've never seen a situation where somebody openly lied and was caught lying multiple times, and somehow somebody else was still able to go to jail, right? If I say somebody shot me, and then I turn around and say, no, I didn't get shot, I stepped on the bear trap, right? If you say that in court, that's an inconsistency. You're supposed to have a good enough lawyer to say, well, no, look, she lied. How are we supposed to believe anything she says? Keep in mind, there's no weapon that pins Tory to the situation, no gunshot residue, no nothing. And on top of that, you have an audio, or actually they have body cam footage of the witness saying that he didn't see Tory Lanez shoot. He seen the girl. Y'all check this out.
The gun, and the girl shoots him. So the driver's door's open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you?
Listen.
I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and going shooting into the car. That's what.
There you go. You heard what he just said? I seen the girl, what appears to be her standing right there in her shoot. Case done. Case should be done right then and there. How you got an eyewitness, you got the victim lying, in court lying, and somehow you're still convicted.
What it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, so, but then the guy gets out again from the back, the gun, and the girl shoots into the car.
So the girl shoots into
the driver's door's open.
Now, keep in mind, if y'all pay attention, you can't really hear him. I think his accent is pretty thick. But if you listen carefully, he says the guy come out the back. If I'm not mistaken, they said the weapon was found in the front passenger, right? Under the seat, right? That's
man. You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and going shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me.
There you go. He said that's what it looked like to him. Simple as that. Right? Now let's get into Tory. We never seen his arrest video, but now we're about to see it, and the body cam actually shows us that for some weird reason he is trying to protect her. He keeps saying, oh, I just want to check on my girlfriend. Check. If only he knew. If only he knew what the future will hold. Right? Let's get into it.
That the incident occurred? The shooting happened? Nah, I don't know the address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro. Stay right here for me, bro. Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay?
Look, he talking to her. He got all type of nicknames for Mago. If only he knew. Telling her everything gonna be okay. Not for you. Right? And it's sad, man, because like I said, when you pay attention to this video, and then we're going to get into the interrogation video, but it seemed like he had genuine love for her, and he was trying to support or, really protect her. And it's crazy because she spent the whole narrative and said that black men don't protect black women enough. How crazy is that? Listen what he's saying, Mago.
I don't know the address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro. Stay right here for me, bro. Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her. Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her. All right? Just a quick question. It's gonna be good. Have any injuries on you? No, I don't. Do you need an art? Come for your. Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? Your girl to safety.
See? That's all he kept talking about. My girl is safe. I want to know if my girl is safe. Right? And we seen it live in the flesh. It's no, you're being told, he say, she say. This is live body cam footage. And clearly you can see this man was really trying to protect her. He better than me. If I know the truth, right, and my life on the line, and then come to find out she's sitting there trying to spin a narrative. Black men don't protect black women, when it seemed like all he tried to do was make sure she was good. This is crazy. Now let's get into the transcripts. I guess this is like a court transcript or document. It says footage of his arrest where she says he was trying to get his girl to safety. I saw a lot of body cam video. Did you hear him say that? I don't recall that specific statement. Did you hear him say, I was just trying to help my girlfriend? I don't recall, ma'am. Did you hear him say, I was just trying to help my shorty? No, ma'am, I don't recall. Oh, so you know what this is, right? See, this is how you know. The bull crap. Because if y'all remember, this is the officer, right? The officer was asked these questions. Did you hear him say that he just want to make sure his shorty is good? She said no, right? Or he, whoever the officer, the officer said no, I don't recall. How don't you recall? I recall pretty clearly. You can hear it on the body cam footage. He asked her more than one time, is she okay? When he was being interrogated, he asked the officer that was interrogating him, is she okay? I just want to make sure my shorty is okay. But yet he says, no, ma'am, I don't recall. I don't recall. That's crazy, man. Anyway, listen, that's pretty much it, y'all. Y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. With all this new evidence coming out, man, I think it's clear as day. I still think it's kind of funny and coincidental how he stabbed 14 times, twice in the head, once in the face, and a whole bunch of times in his back. Suddenly, everybody's coming out with this new evidence. Where was it before? Right? Where was it when the world thought everybody was conspiracy theorists because it didn't make sense? Where was it? And would there be any perjury charge filed against you know who at the end of all this? Because clearly somebody was lying, and it wasn't Tory. Y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'm going to keep on dropping. And I'm out.
Well, you've claimed that Megan Thee Stallion's career is over once a video of the altercation with her and Tory Lanez is exposed.
Yeah.
You've seen this video.
Well, I haven't seen it. Legal has seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No. Legal have seen it.
Legal is who?
They're legal. His legal team.
His legal team. Okay, Tory's legal
seen
team.
It. Another one of my close friends have seen it. We knew it existed, but they wouldn't allow it to come into court.
Why on earth would they not allow a video of the incident?
Because the person the video belonged to was a minor, and the parents was not given consent to release it. So they know the video exists.
Wait. So there's a minor in the video?
Minor was recording, so it's the minor's phone.
Okay.
Real like 15, 16, some shit like that.
And she recorded the actual shooting incident?
She recorded from, I guess she saw Tory from the light, right? So she was recording the car. None of it, she got it from them on the first stop, on up to whatever happened in the car, to the SUV stopping, to this person getting out, to this person getting out, to the other person getting out, to the shooting happening, shows everything. So if it doesn't, the only reason why it hasn't come out like that, because if it comes out like that, it won't be admissible in court.
So they're working with their parents. They're Asian people. They don't want no parts of this. They think the daughter's gonna be exploited, exposed, and all this type of shit going on. So they're working with that. If they don't agree, it's gonna eventually come out anyway. It's gonna make its way out anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last 2 years or so, I have stated publicly that based on everything that I have seen and know and what's out there, to me, it's relatively clear that Tory is going to go to prison. And I remember Tory, when I've said this publicly, he DM'd me trying to figure out what I know. And I'm like, bro, I don't know anything, but it's clear what's happening. You have a victim that's going to take the stand against you. Tony Yayo has said this on my show. He said in the whole history of the hood, he's never heard of someone shooting someone, they survive and are willing to take the stand and they take it to trial. These types of things don't happen. When the victim is going to take the stand against you, you take the plea deal.
There's a difference between a man telling and a woman telling. Unless a woman takes down like a whole cartel or a whole mafia, that's different. But if she looks good and attractive and has a nice body, somebody's gonna still mess with her or be cool with her, or be. It's not a big deal.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. If she's a street chick, she'll get a pass, and if she's a civilian, she gets a major pass. Megan Thee Stallion is a civilian. If a civilian get on a stand and say, "Yo, he shot me," to me, you're going to jail.
And I just want to say this. I talked to some of Tory's people. He was offered a 2-year plea deal early on, which he turned down.
You know why he turned it down? Because of it gets him kicked out the country.
Okay,
right?
It's better than prison.
But
the U.S. is not the only country in the world.
To debunk what Tony Yayo is saying.
Okay.
When you got somebody like Tory Lanez, who's not a street dude. Tory's not a street dude, right? And you're telling him he did something that he know he didn't do. He doesn't understand the probability of what's going to happen and what's going to happen to him. He doesn't understand. Like I would take a deal in a situation that I know I didn't do, but I'm understanding how this shit is looking and my criminal history and what I could get versus you telling me you're going to give me 2 years time served, some probation, and I keep moving. I'm going to jump on that, right? But when you're telling Tory he shot this woman and he's like, no, I didn't. Right? Yo, she's going to take the stand. So what? I didn't shoot her. Right?
That works if he's going to take the stand as well.
No, he's never supposed to take the stand.
That's not true.
Bullshit.
That's not true.
He's never supposed to take the stand.
Hurricane Chris shot a man in self-defense. Took the stand. I said, what did your lawyer say? He said, I don't care what my lawyer said. I am not going to put my trust in the hands of these jurors without at least telling my side of the story.
Oh no, I knew I was gonna talk from day one. It was never a thought in my mind of silencing me. This is my life. I know exactly what happened. I mean, my lawyer is a terrific lawyer, and he did an amazing job, Alex Washington, but at the end of the day, I had to get up there and say my part, bro. I couldn't just put everything in their hands like that. I got to look these people in their eyes because my life is in their hands. I want to talk directly to these people and see if they could see I'm not no lying ass nigga right now. You understand what I'm saying? I'm looking you straight in your face, telling you exactly what happened. I'm not gonna bullshit with you. I'm gonna answer when you ask me a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to get up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she cross-examined me back. She cross-examined me, and it got ugly. You know, so I still didn't regret getting up there, bro. I had to speak my part because I feel like the jury, they feel like, all right, it's 12 of us. Everybody done said what they got to say. So I feel like the jury looking at it like, if you don't say nothing, then you're basically hiding behind your lawyers. An innocent person, it's hard to make them be quiet because you know you ain't did shit.
He took the stand, explained how the guy was, walked up to him, was trying to reach for a gun in his car, had this big, huge, brick thing in his pocket, and so forth. And he had to shoot him in self-defense. Not guilty. You're free to go. Lots of people in situations even more serious than this take the stand and they walk away from it.
Listen,
if I did not shoot, hold on, if I did not shoot this woman and they said that I did, my lawyer go kiss my ass. I'm getting on that stand and you can cross-examine me all you want.
Listen.
People say, oh, Tory didn't want to be seen like a snitch.
No,
so 10
that
years
had
is
nothing to do
better.
with it. That had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with it.
He already wasn't going to tell, he wasn't going to do that for whatever. If he'd have did that, he'd be home free right now. Ain't nobody crazy. Like, we know what the fuck's going on. But you got to also remember, Tory could be an emotional guy, right? This is why I said he shouldn't have.
Yeah, because he came at me crazy in the DMs. You would think,
Tory
hey, let me
could be
not
an
piss off
emotional
this
guy.
media guy.
Tory could be an emotional guy. You know this. Can you imagine one of those seasoned DAs getting Tory up there, and before they even came at him with the question, they picking at him.
Yeah, they're showing the gun tattoos.
They're picking
They're
at
showing
him.
the altercation with Travis
And
Scott.
then by the time they come to the thing, we have an emotional Tory in front of the jury. I want you to walk with me now, Vlad.
Right.
Right? You're a different type of situation because you're going to get up there, calm, cool, and collective, and do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the DA picking at him, Tory over anxious, because if you don't take the stand, he's over anxious to get up there, and the DA gets an emotional Tory and hits him with the question. You know you did it, and Tory flips the fuck out up there in front of 12 jurors.
Well,
I get what you're saying. We're talking about Tory that we know. We're not talking about Vlad.
Yeah.
We're talking about Tory, and we know how Tory could get.
Right, but it couldn't have worked out any worse.
You don't know that because now they saying, oh shit, he is aggressive, right? Think about it, right? So, but I still think he got grounded for 2 appeals, right? One overall, and they still never proved he had the gun, right? And they gave him a 4-year enhancement for the gun, right? So if his legal team is smart, they're appealing overall, and they got appealing for that gun enhancement.
Look, he
get that gun enhancement kick, he still leaves the country. You knock that 4 down, he comes home.
Look, he got 10 years. I think it was very clear that there was some witness tampering going on because what's the name of the girl who
What
took
do you
the
mean?
stand?
How did he tamper with the witness?
Kelsey Harris told one story after the arrest.
Okay.
Gets on the stand, tells a completely different story. Can't remember nothing suddenly. Who paid for your legal bills? I don't remember. You don't remember who paid for your lawyers? Have you ever had a lawyer and you didn't remember who paid for
No,
him?
you definitely remember that.
You see what I'm
dumb
saying?
shit. But how you saying that's witness tampering? Because I don't think if somebody was tampering with him, would like want her to.
She definitely took the stand and said things that were favorable to Tory as opposed to Megan.
And she took the stand under what type of situation?
She was given a deal.
No, what kind of deal?
They wouldn't prosecute.
Okay. Now,
so if you're not getting
would it be
prosecuted, say whatever you want.
What would it be there? What would they be able to prosecute her for? They gave her some immunity, right?
Right.
Okay, but why would she need immunity?
Listen, did they fight over the gun? Did she have a role in this? Possibly.
Did she have gunpowder on her?
I believe her and Tory both had gunpowder, but that just means that it's in the vicinity. You could shoot someone next to me and I'll get gunpowder residue on me.
You stand on the side of me.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's what I'm saying.
But the GSR was on the hands, right? The Prince, right? Was Meg really shot or hit with a bullet?
She was definitely shot.
With a bullet?
Yes.
In her foot?
The doctor, because I remember
Bullshit.
Megan the reporter came here. Megan the reporter who sat in on every... Listen, you and I did not sit in on this case.
Come on.
We're getting it secondhand,
Okay.
right? Did you go to trial?
Megan's trial?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Neither did I. But I interviewed someone that was there every day.
But I've seen her clearly
said
stage.
The doctor showed up. They went through the whole thing. There was fragments in her foot.
His exact testimony was that she had to go under surgery. There were bullet fragments in both feet. One foot was definitely operated on. The other one that they removed bullet fragments on, they were they were able to take it out through an operation, like technically wasn't considered surgery. So we've seen reports about surgery on both feet, but if you go back to the surgeon's actual testimony, it was definitely surgery on one foot, and they were removed bullet fragments from the other, but they didn't have to go all the way in or something. But there's still fragments that remain in the foot.
They had to
Bullet
get them
fragments
removed.
or asphalt?
Bullet fragments, metal bullet fragments.
So what, it hit the ground and came back up?
Yes. That's what it sounded like.
And 7 days later, she's twerking on stage.
It wasn't a serious injury. It wasn't like her whole foot got blown off.
Yo, you're saying the bullet fragments are in the foot?
Yes.
So it was a ricochet?
Yes.
So it wasn't intentional?
I mean, you could see the blood.
But it wasn't intentional. Blood could come from glass. It could come from asphalt.
Right.
Blood could come...
Shooting, listen, if I shoot up the ground around you and you get grazed or whatever, I could say it was intentional. I wasn't trying to shoot or kill Whack.
Well, what if
he got hit with something?
But what if Whack had a gun and I'm getting into it with your security and you're on the side of me and you grab my hand saying, Whack, don't do this. What are you doing? What are you doing? And the process you grab my hand, the gun goes off, right? Boom, right? I don't know if the gun went off because we're wrestling for it, right? I didn't want to shoot the dude in the foot. I wanted to shoot the dude, right?
Yeah.
But the gun goes off.
Yeah.
GSR is on me. GSR is on you.
Yeah.
Bullet hits the goddamn ground. Ricochets a hit. Are you telling me that's intentional?
Listen, if that's really what happened, it's gray. It's gray area. It's gray area. We don't know. But ultimately, the jury unanimously, if one person felt, I'm not quite sure, mistrial, start over.
The jury unanimously convicted Geronimo Pratt. He came back after 30 years. And the jury let OJ go, and he didn't. So what we talking about?
I understand.
Right?
You can always find. No,
I give you one where it was innocent, guilty, and give you one where it's guilty, innocent.
Guilty, innocent. I know it can go both ways. I get it.
Right
Listen,
now,
man, I don't know Tory. Me and him have never met. We had one DM exchange. I personally think he should have handled it a little bit differently, considering who I am and the voice that I have.
Yeah.
You don't want someone like me against you. You want someone like me in your corner.
So right now, would the jury convict Drake right now?
For what?
For everything they say he's guilty of. Right now, would a jury convict Drake?
Guilty of what? Pedophilia?
Everything that...
No, they would not. There's no proof.
Bullshit.
There's no proof.
They will fry Drake ass up
proof.
right now. Because those jury are people.
No.
Yeah.
There's no
right
proof.
now, that
Drake
same
would walk
jury
free.
will convict the innocent Drake. All right?
RJ on the go. Now, hold on. Before I even get into this video, before I even start it, I know it's going to be wild because it's on World Star. Now, I just knew. Megan, the stallion, goddamn, the horse was lying. Here is new body cam footage shows that Megan the Stallion saying that she wasn't, and instead it was glass. I just knew it. Now you got Tory. You know what just happened to Tory recently, and this is all because of you, Megan the horse. I never liked Megan the horse. I ain't gonna lie. I never liked her. I never will like her, bro. I need you guys to watch this video all the way through and give me you guys' opinions down below. I need you guys to like this video, subscribe, and share this out to everybody else that might find this interesting. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's about to get crazy. Let's dive into this video of this new body cam footage. Boom, here we go. As you can see, new body cam footage shows Megan the horse saying she wasn't, and instead it was glass the night of Tory Lanez incident, bro. Like, come on, man. Why you gotta do Tory like that? Now you got him in the pin, and you know what just happened to him recently, bro. I tell you, man, these females is no good, bro. These females is no good for people that already have some type of status, some type of money, anything. They just somehow, some way ruin it. Now, ladies, not all ladies is like this. I'm just saying, fellas, lock in. If you got something going for yourself, the last thing you need to worry about is a female. Same with you ladies. If you got something going for yourself, last thing you need to be worried about is these men. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm a guy, yes, I'm gonna stick up for the guys, but I'm also gonna be in the middle and stick up for the females too, because it's always gonna be fair at some point in time. But let's go ahead and roll into this video. Let's dive into it. Like I said, if it's on World Star, you know it's gonna be wild. Here we go. So, bro, what? Does that even look like? It looks like that has something to do with some type of glass, some type of scratch. Not no bullet holes, bro. Come on, man. Let's get into this, bro.
Ma'am, do you think he's gonna go to jail?
First thing she says, do you think he's gonna go to jail? In my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if she's saying something like this, obviously she did this to be envious, some type of vengeance, some type of revenge, and that she made a mistake. Or is she gonna go to jail? Now it's gonna make her look bad, and she gonna have to stick with the lie that she was first saying to begin with, bro. Like, I'm stuttering talking all this because I'm actually pretty mad. I'm upset, bro. It should not be like this. My man Tory did all this work, hard work, dedication. Now look at him. Look what he going through. Let's go. Let's go.
What's that?
Do you think we can go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think really cannot go to jail. Okay.
Hold on. Bring it back. She talking about she can't go to jail. So, I'm going to be honest, okay? We all know Megan the horse, big body Megan horse, you feel me? And, we got little Tory. You know what I'm saying? You're telling me if anything was to go down, Megan couldn't do something to Tory, bro? Come on, bro. And now she's saying I really can't go to jail. So I wonder if she probably started this, something, obviously some type of alcohol, that had to be the thing. That's always the root of all evilness. Stay away from it, bro. Anytime there's alcohol involved, there's always some issues and there's always some problems, bro. 100%. But the fact that she's saying that she can't go to jail, she has something to do with this, bro. She definitely has something to do with this. And so she had to put the blame on Tory. She had to. She had to make up some type of lie and excuse. If you're looking at this picture right here, bro, does it even look like some type of bullet, anything like that could have happened? Let's just be honest here, bro.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay.
Oh. See what I'm saying? She can't have it on her image. On her image? Are you serious? So she's protecting the image. That's what this is about. Her protecting the image, man. Let me calm down. Let me sit down, bro. I'm getting a little too tight. Already. It's only been 20 seconds.
So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from?
Did she just say glass from where they were coming from? Oh my gosh. Free Tory, man. Can I get a free Tory down below in the comments?
I'm not from here, so
Okay.
First of all, she sounds like she's messed up a little bit. Like I said, alcohol had to be involved. Intoxication.
I didn't get shot.
What did she just say? I didn't get shot. She just admitted. We can tell by her voice. We know it's her. She just said she didn't get shot. Wasn't the whole reason why Tory's locked up now was because he shot her at her feet? Oh my gosh. These women, man. These women, let me tell you, they're no good. They're no good for you. They're no good for you, bro. They're no good for you, bro.
Oh, you did it? No, ma'am. I mean, no, sir.
She said, no, ma'am, no, sir. She's intoxicated. And the fact that she just said it.
I'm not from here, so
Okay.
And then he even said, "Oh no, you didn't." So the officers are already under the impression that she got shot at. He said the question again, and she still said no. Messed up and even said, "No, ma'am, I mean no, sir." Bro, what? Megan the Horseshoe did Tory like this? Or did the state do him like this? Who? What? Oh man, I feel bad for Tory, bro. How long has he been in the pen now? It's been some time. It's been some time, bro. Damn. Wait. Okay, we got more footage.
Were they all together?
They were all
Yes,
together.
they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut? Or who cut her?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself.
So you mean to tell me that this image right here, that you're seeing right here on the right side, right? You mean to tell me the fact that she dropped the bottle and she cut her damn self? Chat. What? Now, honestly, I know a lot of people might be mad at me because of how I'm talking on Megan, and you guys might be a big fan of Megan, but let's do some common sense here now. We gotta be fair. We gotta play the fair game here, because right now, this is sounding really messed up, bro. Everyone was under the impression that since Tory is so much smaller than her, that he had to use some type of, you know what I'm saying, to protect himself. Protect. Are you kidding me? Or that he was intoxicated to the enough where he accidentally, not accidentally, but poured it out, wasn't thinking right. Whole time, you mean to tell me that picture right there, that image that we are looking at clearly, and she just stated, this is the body cam footage. This is 2020, chat. It's 2025, chat. It is 2025. This is 5 years ago. This man's been locked up over this, and we now know the truth that one, she wasn't even shot at. Two, that what you're seeing on her leg was because of her. Oh. And the reason why I feel so bad for Tory Lanez is because this man's been locked up for all the 4 years, and what just happened to him in the cell, all because of her, whole time wasn't even his fault. Come on now. I don't gotta really talk that much sense into you, but if you can't say this is not messed up, you just picking her side because you like her then, or you mess with her, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? People pick their sides. They pick their sides. They choose. It's perfectly fine. But we coming down to being fair and using our common sense. Let's be honest. Tory Lanez is this tall, gang. Like I'm 6. I'm 6'2". How tall is Tory? What, like 5? So I'm 6'2". Okay, me and Megan might be the same height. Goddammit, me and her might be the same height. You're telling me Tory, this height with all the money and the fame he got. Even no matter how intoxicated or whatever you are, no matter how much money you have, no matter how much you can get a lawyer and you get out of a situation, you think he's gonna mess up and ruin his life for her? And then whole time she's saying she wasn't even shot at, and she admitted it on the body cam footage. Body cam footage don't lie. This is the receipts. This is 4K quality. What? Like, I'm actually getting tight. You see how I keep, man, hold on. I gotta take a little breather because I'm actually like, damn. It just goes to show you have something going good for yourself and you just get mixed up or surrounded by the wrong people. All that money, fame, whatever, it don't mean nothing when you're behind them bars. Hold on, bro. It just, oh my gosh, it's making me mad.
Getting out of the vehicle.
Getting out of the vehicle.
What's that?
Do you think we can go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out.
Not go to jail.
Okay.
I cannot go to jail. As if like she has something to do with it. Why would you be scared to go to jail if you didn't do nothing? She's guilty, bruh. She's guilty. Got this man locked up. She out here living her best life while this man locked up going through all this type of stuff over something that she probably started and caused, and she out living her best life while this man is behind bars. I cannot go to jail. Can't ruin my image.
I cannot have that on my image.
The closed captions make it worse. I mean, we can hear it clear as day, but when you're reading it and hearing her say it at the same time, it just sounds like she's just so selfish. Like, what if whole time this was all her fault? Tory really had nothing to do with it, but she just didn't want it on her image, and she didn't want to take the fault, the blame, because she don't take responsibility. So now someone else has to take your responsibility, and we're talking years. Life is too short. Too short. Especially if you have, all this money and fame, you actually can go live your life and go do stuff. Now you can't because of what someone else did, bro. That's why I just been watching who I hang with, who I be around, bro. Even messing with these females because it's just like this. It's just like this, bro. It just don't make no sense. Let me go back to the image when they was in the car.
I'm not from here, so okay.
I didn't get shot. So technically he asked 3 times. He said, didn't hear. I didn't get shot.
I mean, no, sir.
Oh, you did it? Oh, you did it?
I mean, no, sir.
No, sir.
With the other people here that you have in handcuffs, were they all together?
They were all
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut? Or who cut her?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself.
I told you alcohol. I didn't even catch that part. Alcohol was about glass bottle. Glass bottle, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. And the worst part is Tory can't get these years back. Like, yeah, when he gets out, he can do whatever and have a good time, but there's years and time that he missed out on. Wow.
So, getting out of the vehicle.
What's that?
Do you think we can go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure.
And then it's like, I feel like the reason why she's asking, is he gonna go to jail, is because she really didn't want him to go to jail because he really didn't have a fault. But since she put the blame on him, she's asking like, damn, I hope he doesn't go to jail. Like, once the cops get involved and something serious like this happens, someone's going to the penitentiary, twin. And it had to be Tory Lanez. It should have been you. Nobody's gonna mess with you, not because you Megan Thee Stallion, because you Megan the horse for real. Like, they would be like, damn, oh no, I ain't messing with you. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, that has made me mad, bro. I want you guys to let me know down below what you think about this video right here. Whose side do you really choose? Not just because if you like this one over this one, over what you heard, what you've seen, and use common sense. I'm gonna read every comment, and I'm gonna comment back too, because if someone says that I'm in the wrong, I'm just here reacting, giving my opinion. Let me know down below. Make sure you guys like this video, subscribe, and share this out so other people can see this. We might be able to help Tory with this video right here. This might be able to help Tory, even though, like I said, the time that he got, he can't get back. But she got to face some type of consequences or something. I ain't gonna lie. Talk about can't ruin my image. Can't ruin your image. Wow. I'm gonna catch y'all next video. That has made me mad, man.
Hey, saucy, flossy. I can't get none of them off me. You wanna know how to off me? Yo, bitch over here, she off me. Drip.
2022, singer, rapper Tory Lanez, convicted of shooting performer Megan Thee Stallion after a party at the Hollywood Hills home of Kylie Jenner. Here's the story. They're at the party. After the party, they get into an argument. Lanez tells Megan Thee Stallion, dance, and shoots at her feet like a cowboy movie, hits her. Proof? Testimony of Megan Thee Stallion, her friend Kelsey Harris, and DNA evidence on the weapon that convinced jurors to convict. Pretty simple, right? Maybe not. Turns out that DNA, only a 0.01% chance that the DNA is from Lanez. He's always maintained his innocence. He was sentenced to 10 years. So this is really about the testimony. Lanez, so what happens? So he goes away, recently stabbed 14 times in prison. Many say it was a hit, okay? Because new evidence is about to come out. All right, a little conspiratorial, but he was definitely stabbed. Lane's supporters believe that the media doesn't care because Megan Thee Stallion is represented by Jay-Z's Rock Nation. Now, I could give a damn about Jay-Z or his company. This just wasn't a case on my radar until now. Why? Anna Paulina Luna. She is a representative from Florida. You see her here on a regular basis. She says she's got new evidence, says it wasn't him. And she joins us now.
Before she jumps in, let me just say this. This don't even sound believable. It never sounded believable from the very beginning. They leaving a party, and he just gets a gun and says, dance, be dance. And he starts shooting her in the feet. A chick that he busting down, that she lied and said that they wasn't sexually active as far as romantically and all of that stuff. It don't even sound right. It sounds stupid.
Representative APL, it's good to have you.
Thanks, Chris. Happy to be back on. And thanks for taking a look at this case.
No, listen, you tell me to take a look at it, I'll look at it. But why did you look at it? I mean, this isn't your jurisdiction. I don't know you to have any connection to any of these people.
Yeah, so as you know, we are on oversight and accountability. And so this case was actually initially flagged for me by Amber Rose. And the reason why I took particular interest in it is because of the fact that they actually had evidence that they presented to me in my office that actually disproved the conviction. So as you stated earlier, that 0.01% of DNA, they actually found 4 people's DNA on that firearm, none of which was Tory's. Not to mention there was 0 fingerprints on the actual magazine. And also too, as you said, 0.01% chance. I mean, that evidence in itself should pretty much speak for itself. Also, there's been ring footage that's been obtained that actually disproves the whole dance, Megan. And so what we're saying is really there was a case of he said, she said. The evidence wasn't actually respected and properly adhered to actually in the trial. And then they also were doing something that I would find pretty wild and egregious. They're actually submitting his lyrics for rap as evidence to the crime. So look, first and foremost, you have to have a free and fair society. That means we need to respect and uphold the justice system. So I actually reached out today to Gavin Newsom's office, and we are requesting an emergency meeting. We're also working with other Democrats, specifically to the California delegation. But I think that this is something that's pretty egregious, that the way that this was handled, the way that it was. I think that it was largely driven by headlines. And aside from the people involved and the parties involved, obviously I take domestic violence, I take this very seriously, Chris, but I also take very seriously the fact that I do believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, that Tory's innocent. And I think that it sets a really bad message when you have someone of his stature, and also to someone that is as influential as he is, it's being wrongfully incarcerated. And that's exactly why we wanted to use our megaphone for a good reason and help get him his pardon, which I think.
And I think that he deserves a pardon immediately, because if there's no DNA evidence on a gun, and the only thing that you have is testimony from the person that was jealous at the time, that also lied in an interview that said that she didn't even have sex with him or they wasn't romantically linked when they absolutely were, that's pretty insane. That's 100% insane. And I think that 100% he needs to be freed. And the thing that bothered me the most about this whole situation is that he was convicted in a court of public opinion before he ever got a trial. He was put a gag order on. She was able to talk. Obviously, we know record labels and marketing was involved in that because she was a heavy investment. And now she's crashing out and trying to make it seem like he's still guilty. And it seems as though he got set up in jail and was stabbed 14 times. That's not right. That absolutely is not right. You cannot convict a person in a court of public opinion, which they did that first. And then the second thing is you cannot just throw somebody under the bus and ignore the justice system and endure evidence or withhold evidence that would allow for him to be able to be free. That's 10 years of this man's life. He almost came within an inch of dying, was stabbed 14 times. That's pretty egregious. That's pretty egregious. And anybody, including all of these women that continue to stand on this and act like he still deserved to be in prison, shame on you. And please stop talking about how you protect and how you stand up for black men, because you know that's a lie.
He'll get.
So Luna, who did it? I mean, she says, and her friends say that he did it. And who else would have done it? And what proof do you have to support that? I get it. Maybe they didn't make the case the right way with the weapon, but who did it?
You know, Chris, that's not for me to weigh in, and that's definitely for the judge and the jury. But what I will tell you is based on the evidence that we have, the evidence that we have says that he wasn't the guy. And so I do think that Gavin Newsom has some great attorneys that will look at this. But I'd also like to point out that the prosecutor specifically on this case that initially brought the charges is a very interesting prosecutor. Look into who ran him. And at the end of the day, you know, I think Hollywood, as you know, Chris, in politics does overlap, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that happened there. So look at the evidence for yourself. We've posted it for the entire world to see, to determine for themselves. And I know that Tory's legal team actually has an incredible case. And so we are calling on Gavin Newsom to issue that pardon immediately. And also remember, he was almost killed in jail. I actually talked to him today on the phone, and he said that once he does get out, once he does get this pardon, which I do feel confident that he'll be getting, he's going to work extensively in prison reform, because this should never happen to anyone.
It shouldn't.
Anna Paulina Luna, this is a really interesting one. I've never covered a situation like this before, but I appreciate you using your platform, and let the legal team know. We'll be reaching out if they want to come on to make the case. I'm happy to hear it, and we'll check in with the governor's office as well. Thank you very much for coming on.
And again, I think that this is unfortunate that you got a man, because you don't get a second life. Look, you may disagree with, or you may not necessarily rock with Tory Lanez, right? You may not necessarily care about Tory Lanez, but the one thing that we should stand for is our justice system. And we've spent so much time trying to please people and please women and make sure that we see people and that we acknowledge that they're seen and all of this stuff. That should not come as a result of putting a man in jail that don't deserve to be there, that could not be convicted based off of the evidence, but was convicted based off of the court of public opinion. I'm disappointed. I really am disappointed. And I said this from the beginning. You still see people on social media that still is standing for Meg Thee Stallion, and they won't even acknowledge, look at, or recognize, but they want to make sure that you recognize and acknowledge them and how they feel, but they won't even recognize the new evidence. I can't wait till this ring evidence is put out there. So hopefully we'll be able to get it and obtain it so that we can review it. Again, I don't think that Tory Lanez should have been in jail at all. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this position to have to advocate for something. If I'm gonna advocate for something, I'm gonna advocate for what's right. It doesn't matter if it's a man, don't matter if it's a woman, don't matter if it's any of that. We should absolutely be advocating for what's right. And Tory Lanez needs to be released immediately. Hopefully he does. And here's the worst part. We need to hold Meg Thee Stallion accountable. Megan Thee Stallion needs to be held accountable. I think that we need reform, so much so that the people that make false accusations and get people convicted based off of public opinion and power, they should be sent to jail. And then they need to investigate who ordered this hit also. I want everybody gone. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. T-Channel, 40% off your first order plus 20% off of life. And then make sure you subscribe to the channel. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to see y'all tonight. Peace.
Okay, so he gets transferred to state prison.
Yes.
And then I guess he got moved to general population after requesting it.
I'm not sure if that's true, and I would be surprised. I mean, when somebody like Drake is making, Instagram story posts about you, I don't think that bodes well for you just being in the general population of a California state prison. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have any. His classification isn't public record, but and I wouldn't. I'd be pretty surprised if they just had him like in the chow line, as TMZ was referring to. I mean, I don't know what that is based on, but I mean, it's a security issue.
Yeah, I mean, he's 5'3". He is obviously very famous. And if something happens to him, the prison system is going to look very bad.
Yeah. And
because everyone's going to report on it. It's not like a random prisoner who got stabbed or something like that. Like Tory Lanez just got stabbed in a state prison. You know, the Warren's going to have to get a phone call that day from someone higher up, maybe even the governor.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it would be it's just seems improbable that they would have him in just a wide general population like that. I think the prison he's at now, of course, has different levels of incarceration, but it is a supermax prison. So, I mean, just given the tone of when there are shirts around the country, you know, that you're selling that say "Free Tory," it just doesn't bode well for, you know, getting a lot of privileges and freedom inside the prison system. But
Well, I had Whack 100 on my show recently, and he said he didn't see it himself, but he knows someone who saw a video that I guess Tory's lawyers have a copy of, and it's essentially they're claiming, you know, Whack is claiming it's a video that if it ever came out would free Tory and it would show that he wasn't the shooter, but apparently the person who shot the video was underage and is an Asian family who doesn't want to get involved. So therefore, this video has never surfaced, but they're trying to have it come out, and the doors will open and Tory will run out free.
Well, I haven't seen it. Legal has seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No. Legal have seen it.
Legal is who?
They're legal. His legal team.
His legal team. Okay, Tory's legal
has seen
team.
it. Another one of my close friends have seen it. We knew it existed, but they wouldn't allow it to come into court.
Why on earth would they not allow a video of the incident?
Because the person the video belonged to was a minor, and the parents was not given consent to release it. So they know the video exists.
Wait. So there's a minor in the video?
Minor was recording, so it's the minor's phone.
Okay.
Real like 15, 16, some shit like that.
And she recorded the actual shooting incident?
She recorded from, I guess she saw Tory from the light, right? So she was recording the car. None of it, she got it from them on the first stop, on up to whatever happened in the car, to the SUV stopping, to this person getting out, to this person getting out, to the other person getting out, to the shooting happening, shows everything. So if it doesn't, the only reason why it hasn't come out like that, because if it comes out like that, it won't be admissible in court. So they're working with their parents, they're Asian people. They don't want no parts of this. They think the daughter's gonna be exploited, exposed, and all this type of shit going on.
Do you know about this at all?
sounds made up. I mean, it seems like at this point, I mean, he was convicted 18 months ago or so. He's been in custody 18 months. And his appeal is totally brief. They're trying to get some kind of information on, discrimination or something to add to it, but it's completely briefed. So if there was actually a video that completely cleared him, I think they would maybe mention that in the papers.
Okay, there's no mention of this in the paperwork whatsoever.
No, I think people are just kind of making things up for.
Well, I mean, he did say he's never actually seen it himself. So
yeah, so he did hear about it, but
okay,
somebody made it up to him.
Possibly, right? Yeah, you're right, because it would be mentioned in the paperwork.
I would think they would have a vested interest to make sure that video is out, or at least people know about it, and that'd be a pretty critical piece of evidence, like a video showing that he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go back over to Tory Lanez for a minute, because there was a woman that popped up on Andrew Cuomo's platform. Or was it Chris Cuomo? I don't remember. Anyway, she was talking about the evidence about new evidence and Ring cameras and all of that stuff that's basically being presented to hopefully free Tory Lanez. And so I'm gonna go ahead and broach this subject before we get back into the relationship talk. And then make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. This is what she had to say.
Representative APL, it's good to have you.
Thanks, Chris. Happy to be back on. And thanks for taking a look at this case.
No, listen, you tell me to take a look at it, I'll look at it. But why did you look at it? I mean, this isn't your jurisdiction. I don't know you to have any connection to any of these people.
Yeah, so as you know, we are on oversight and accountability. And so this case was actually initially flagged for me by Amber Rose. And the reason why I took particular interest in it is because of the fact that they actually had evidence that they presented to me in my office that actually disproved the conviction. So as you stated earlier, that 0.01% of DNA, they actually found 4 people's DNA on that firearm, none of which was Tory's. Not to mention there was 0 fingerprints on the actual magazine. And also too, as you said, 0.01% chance. I mean, that evidence in itself should pretty much speak for itself. Also, there's been ring footage that's been obtained that actually disproves the whole dance, Megan. And so what we're seeing is really there was a case of he said, she said. The evidence wasn't actually respected and properly adhered to actually in the trial. And then they also were doing something that I would find pretty wild and egregious. They're actually submitting his lyrics for rap as evidence to the crime. So look, first and foremost, you have to have a free and fair society. That means we need to respect and uphold the justice system. So I actually reached out today to Gavin Newsom's office, and we are requesting an emergency meeting. We're also working with other Democrats, specifically to the California delegation. But I think that this is something that's pretty egregious, that the way that this was handled, the way that it was. I think that it was largely driven by headlines. And aside from the people involved and the parties involved, obviously I take domestic violence, I take this very seriously, Chris, but I also take very seriously the fact that I do believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, that Tory's innocent. And I think that it sets a really bad message when you have someone of his stature, and also to someone that is as influential as he is, it's being wrongfully incarcerated. And that's exactly why we wanted to use our megaphone for a good reason and help get him his pardon, which I think he'll get.
So Luna, who did?
So anyways, yeah, so now they're submitting it to Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, to ultimately try to get him pardoned or to get him released. Meg Thee Stallion obviously is crashing out about it. I already had read her statement, and she's continuing to pound a beat a dead horse to try to make sure that she keeps him in jail, even though he got stabbed 14 times. So I got a couple questions, but the first one, and anybody can take this, and anybody can start off. The first one is, do we need to, how toxic is it to convict somebody in the court of public opinion? And do you think that the culture is also responsible for Tory Lanez going to jail, whether that be women that advocated for it, all of that stuff? Do you think that it's impossible to get a fair trial, especially for somebody that is a public figure, when the information is released to the general public and everybody got opinions about it, before we get to Meg Thee Stallion and all of that?
I think it's really hard. I definitely think that public opinion has some level of impact, especially depending on who it's towards. So, yeah.
Anton, repeat that question again.
The first question is just the court of public opinion. Is it possible for somebody to get a fair trial, especially if you are a public figure? Considering that we have social media, and a court of public opinion plays a huge role, I think, in influencing whether or not people get convicted. Do y'all think that it's possible to get a fair trial if you're a public figure?
I don't think so. Especially if the case went like super, mainstream. I don't think so. Whether it's in your favor or not, I think everybody already has their opinions about it. And that's what I always wonder about the jury. How do you get a fair trial with that when they already know?
Anybody else before I go over to the second question with this whole thing?
No, I agree. I don't think that it's reasonable to even think that people aren't influenced by television and social media and what their friends are saying. So even if they're not watching it on TV or seeing it on social media, I think they still hear about it, and they are gonna go with whatever opinion was presented to them if they don't have their own.
The second question that I have is, should people be calling for Meg Thee Stallion to get locked up?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Why you say absolutely, Quentin?
Absolutely.
Slimmy.
Absolutely. She lied too many times, and she tripled and quadrupled down. She definitely needs to get locked up immediately for the same amount of time that he got. unequivocally. Yeah, she should be in fucking prison. And I ain't gonna get into all the other shit, but yeah, a few people need to be in prison. Not just her. Not just her, but
Agreed.
definitely because she lied. She
When
lied.
you say a few people need to be in prison, what do you mean?
I ain't gonna say nothing.
He's talking about Perez.
I ain't gonna get into the allegedly, but I'll just say
Talking about who?
Some people like Rock Nation, the attorney,
Perez.
Tory's
I
original,
understand what you're saying. I understand.
Tory's original attorney. It's just, man, the first judge, like, a lot of people need to be locked up. It's egregious, man. Like, there's no way. How do you shoot a gun if you don't have any DNA on the weapon? Like, let's just be real.
Who actually? Oh, sorry.
How is this this shit is public. How did the public even believe things like that? How can you shoot a weapon and your DNA is not on it? Because even if you wear gloves, your DNA would still be on your DNA is somewhere.
That's because they told the public it was inconclusive. So even though it's not on there, they're not ruling him out. So when you do things like that, you leave the door open to say, well, we didn't say it was, it wasn't. It just said inconclusive. They couldn't tell.
I would like to thank
the
the DA of Harris County for testing the gun and seeing that my saliva wasn't on the barrel. Appreciate it.
What?
Some girl told something in a little spat I had that I put the gun in my mouth and tried to shoot myself.
Yeah,
I am so confused. Like, this is like real life. This shit really happened to me.
I am incredibly confused right now.
But it wasn't it a thing between if
Your turn, Carrie.
What you say, Carrie?
What we can talk about that too.
No, I'm good.
No, I was just gonna say if it was a question of if Tory shot or the girl Kelsey, right?
Yeah, but
So then if he didn't,
Well, she
then
didn't.
that
She
means
didn't
she did,
specify.
right?
In the rest of the interview, she didn't necessarily specify. He asked her. He said, "If Tory didn't shoot it, then who?" And she said, "Well, I can't speak to that. Only thing she said is that it was new evidence, ring camera, that shows that things did not go based off of what was testified in court. That every bunch of other people's DNA was on the gun, his wasn't." And that she was just submitting evidence, and that she had new things that she was going to reveal.
Yeah, it's the
Submit
same.
evidence to ultimately try to get him released.
It's the same evidence that was there from the first time. So that ring camera, when we had this conversation the first time, I was saying about those cameras that were there, and then it was a young Asian lady that went to the LAPD. Okay, they confiscated that tape. So there's a lot of tapes that they already have.
So do y'all think, and I'm really asking because I wasn't really following the details of this when it first happened. Do you think that Megan truly knows who shot the gun at her, or she just thinks it was Tory
She didn't
and
get
it was somebody
shot.
else? Well, it hit her foot. Whatever. So nothing hit her foot at all.
So there's two different reports. Okay, the first report that she told to the police department was that she broke her foot on glass. This is on record. That's why I don't know why people argue these things when it's public record.
Did she go to the hospital?
Yes, and they sewed it up. You can't we have guns.
On
You
glass.
cannot sew
That's what
up.
I'm saying. Wouldn't the
You're not sewing that up.
Well, and wouldn't the doctor be able to say if it was from a bullet versus
Yeah,
glass?
so the doctor did testify, right? The doctor did testify, and he said he pulled out bullet fragments, but they didn't have the gun there in court, and they didn't have the bullet fragments. Don't know why they didn't bring the gun. They had a picture of a gun, and then two, the bullet fragments they couldn't find.
Everybody need to be locked up. This was just ultimate fucking cover up for a woman that lied and a bunch of people that wanted this man to die. and rot in prison.
Nobody said no. Okay, so the person in the chat, nobody said a gun wasn't shot. We said her foot wasn't shot because by her own verbiage to the police, she stepped on glass. And
I
her
guess what I
wounds
was
are
trying to figure out.
consistent with stepping on glass. She said on national TV that she had nerve damage, and the doctor testified there was no nerve damage.
I think that if she gets found out to be lying, she absolutely needs to go to jail. There has to be some sort of deterrent for telling these kind of lies and putting people away to where they miss out on part of their lives. It can't just be like, oh, well, slap on the wrist. Please don't do that anymore, because people will just continue to do that. There has to be a guideline for punishment for this kind of stuff.
That's a whole other issue. Like the level of like putting someone in jail to say you lied and you knew you lied. That's kind of hard to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like you said this and this happened. That doesn't mean that you knew that that was the truth. Like that's kind of hard to prove that someone lied.
And if Kelsey
That's
was
why perjury's
was,
like niggas ain't just getting charged with perjury all the time because it's hard to prove.
That might be
but
the case.
okay, so
But if
Kelsey
she is found guilty, she needs to have some punishment associated with that.
how does she get
Kelsey struck
immunity
a deal
though?
with the Kelsey struck a deal with the
Yeah, you got immunity.
Yeah, but how do you get immunity if you might be the one who did it?
that's why she needed it.
That's some crazy.
That's the point.
Gotta talk first, nigga.
I mean, right. If it's me and they offering it, I don't care if I did it. Hey, I'll take it.
What you want to know? What you want to know?
But the only independent
what you want me to
witness,
say?
which was Sean Kelly, he said the muzzle went off, the muzzle flash went off closer to the short girl. He said this is his words when he first talked to the police. Now, the other thing I found strange was they didn't allow the 911 call to be played, where he was on the phone and he said that the tall guy was pulling the tall girl, and the short guy got out and was trying to keep the short girl from shooting the tall girl. This is how he's talking. This is what he said. And the house that they were in front of has a Ring camera. The house that they were in front of has a camera right up above it.
This all just proves this shit was a setup. They framed that man. Like right in real time. And then what made it worse is like people just really was being stupid on some fan shit. Like even believing that. Like if there's no DNA on the weapon, man, like come on now. And we found out that it was 4 other people who had DNA on the weapon. We knew that back then. This ain't even like what that white lady was talking about. That shit ain't even new. Everybody knew this back then.
Is it true that at first Megan was like not saying anything about it, and then she felt some kind of way because of what Tory had said in a song or something?
She came back a week later on a live. And she said, oh, if he don't stop talking about me, I'm going to tell what really happened. And then the following day, she's like, oh, Tory shot me. And then a couple weeks later, she's like, oh, he said, dance, bitch, dance. I'm like,
that was in a movie.
but where she shot at, she said in her second statement that she said to the police, she said that she didn't see who shot her because she was facing the other way. But then on, what's her name, Gayle King, she said she saw Tory stand over the door and shoot at her and say, dance, bitch, and then shoot. That's what she said.
And in the same interview said she did not have sex with that man.
So did you see it or not?
This is they all should have just had to do like 10 years of cleaning up a highway or something. Like this was just stupid, the whole thing.
Be like,
well, somebody definitely needs to, like, he shouldn't be in jail for this is crazy.
That case set a new a new standard in
That's
all of
crazy.
this. You can convict somebody without the DNA evidence because the closing arguments was, okay, DNA doesn't mean everything. DNA is not the end all be all. That's what the closing arguments were.
Did the attorney just say it was 4 other people's DNA? Did she say that it's like they still have access to that? Like, can they
We never
identify?
tested Megan nor Kelsey on the scene.
See, I would wonder if by her, like, I'm wondering, can they do anything with that, or because it wasn't entered, can you not enter it in that now? I don't know.
But he
Because if
didn't go
you
to
just
jail for
tested,
shooting her.
he
He went
didn't.
to jail for the illegal firearm
Did she get shot? Did she actually get shot?
because
Oh,
it was in his quote unquote his vehicle. He didn't get convicted of shooting her. That's the narrative in the media. If you go and look, what he's convicted of, just it's public record. He's not convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion.
Did she have any X-rays?
and they gave him 7 years for that. I thought that was like a 2.5-year charge. Wow. Hmm.
So it's just like, it's a case that it's a bad case. And there's plenty of bad cases, that are just like this one, where people can build a case around circumstantial evidence because that's what it is at best. But even the hairdresser, the gay hairdresser, he even said that he didn't believe that gun was Tory's. Because when he used to pack Megan bags, she would always have that same type of gun under the bag. And the bag that was in the front on the passenger side was Megan's.
All right. Well, let me any further comments on this one before we move over into the next subject?
Yeah, fellas, y'all, you got to be disciplined, man. Ultimately, this might not have happened to Tory if he just had a little bit more discipline. Like real talk. Like it wouldn't have happened with the Meg situation. It would have been totally different for him. Dick discipline is very important, especially when you're dealing with high profile women, spiteful women. You got to move smart. And you damn sure don't get no pool with no Kardashians.
All right. All right.
Straight from the courtroom, law and crime reporter Megan Cuniff comes on to do a recap of the Tory Lanez trial and the incredible reaction after the verdict. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. As many of you probably saw, rapper Tory Lanez was convicted of 3 felonies out in Los Angeles for shooting Megan Thee Stallion back in July of 2020 after a get-together at Kylie Jenner's home. A jury found him guilty of assault with a firearm, possession of an unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and negligent discharge of a firearm, and that also his actions caused great bodily injury. Now, for Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson, this could mean over 22 years in prison. By all accounts, this was quite a wild and unpredictable trial, and we're told that when the verdict was read, the courtroom turned a bit chaotic. But with no cameras allowed, you might be saying, how do you know that? Well, that's because we have the terrific reporting from Law and Crime senior reporter Megan Cuniff, who was inside that courtroom for the whole trial, and she joins me right now. Megan, the reporter.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I want to do a bit of a trial recap, but before we do that, what happened in the courtroom when the verdict was read?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of family members, when a verdict is read, Lanez's father had a real emotional reaction, but it was also quite angry and very loud. And it was also, it happened a few seconds after the verdict was read. I mean, it was kind of almost a calm yet furious reaction by him, where he just rose from his seat and just started screaming about this wicked system. And he talked outside about how he has thousands of sons across the world. And I think he was alluding to his work as a preacher, because it definitely had tones of that in the courtroom, but everybody was pretty rattled by it because it was so loud. And then the big problem was there weren't enough sheriff's deputies in there. They weren't prepared for that kind of scene. They had 6 deputies in there, which was the same number of deputies that they had in Harvey Weinstein, and he's 70 and in a wheelchair. So it took them a few minutes to kind of get everybody under control, because Lane's had a lot of supporters in there, and they weren't being violent. There was no kind of physical confrontation, but the father did approach the prosecutors with his finger out, saying, you're evil, you know exactly what you've done, and just how loud he was. And then the time that it took deputies to kind of control everything is kind of what scared everybody, because they've got to get those people under control, but at the same time they need to keep a hand on Lanes, because it was a given that he was going to be taken into custody. So it was just kind of a chaotic scene from the deputies, but who, through no fault of their own, they were all doing a good job. There just wasn't enough of them.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, people who were sitting right near it were nervous, and somebody told me afterward, who knows them, that nobody was in any danger in there, and it's not like he ever got physical with anyone. But of course, we don't know these people, and just with the vitriol against the press and everything that's going on, we were nervous that he would start yelling at us or something like that. He did turn to the audience but he was just really furious about what happened, and they seem to think it's a really big injustice, which is interesting when you look at the evidence.
I want to get into that. Before we do, the jury, right? So the jury comes out, they're asked, is this your verdict? My understanding from your reporting is there was the way they said yes was different for each juror. So what was their reaction, the jurors' reaction to A, what was going on after the verdict was read? What were they doing? And B, when they said that this was their verdict, can you tell us what their reaction was?
Yeah, it was all happening so fast, and I've heard from a few people that the jury was all the way out of the courtroom when the father's reaction started, but still there's no way they didn't all hear it from the hallway. But when they all came back in, the foreman was a 30-year-old guy, had a video gamer vibe to him, but just the look on his face when he stood up, you could tell they were taking this really seriously, and the 3 guilty verdicts. And when they went around and did the polling, I thought it was interesting that it was definitely a multiracial jury. You had a lot of diversity on there, and there was an older Black man who he would sometimes wear shades. He usually had them up on his head, but sometimes he would have them on in the beginning. And he was kind of a mystery to some people, because he had a cough that was causing all sorts of speculation the in the gallery. But when they did the poll and they asked, is this your verdict, he really barked yes. He's just said yes. And I thought it was usually with juries, especially being a white person, kind of coming from maybe a white privileged background, I'm not always in tune to describing the race of juries. I mean, it kind of makes me uncomfortable to do that, but there's such an obvious racial component to this thing. And I had kind of wondered that if some of especially an older Black man like that, would not approve of this defense that Tory put on, what he was accused of doing, and then how he kind of cast the blame on the Black women that he had victimized.
Were you surprised by the verdict? Because let's now get into the evidence. What was the most significant piece of evidence you think maybe for this jury that ultimately said Mr. Peterson committed these crimes? I mean, what was the most significant piece of evidence for you by this verdict?
For me, it was the apology call, and we didn't actually hear a whole lot about that during trial, because I think prosecutors just kind of figured, why bother? I mean, if they played it in the opening, they got it in evidence from somebody within the jail, and then it kind of seemed like it was on the defense to try to explain that away, because while he never mentions a shooting or a gun in the call, the prosecutor even said in his closing argument that he'd gone over it a few times with his co-counsel, and they just can't figure out what else he could be talking about in this call. And they went through it line by line, focused on how he's asking about how Meg's in the hospital. This is his apology call to Kelsey. And we never really seemed to hear much about that from the defense in trial. Like, they really needed to explain what that call was. And it was kind of just left unopened until prosecutors brought it up again in the closing argument, because there was a lot of focus on Kelsey's recant on the stand and then the testimony from the neighbor. And I think all of that, it was important. But in the end, Tory himself provided a ton of evidence for this, just through his text messages to Meg and then his phone call to Kelsey.
Yeah, because that for me, I was, following the trial too. The apology call, the text messages from the defendant himself, very hard to explain that away. I thought the Kelsey Harris testimony, the Sean Kelly testimony, the friend and the neighbor was totally confusing. It was inconsistent. I think it blew up a lot of the prosecution's case. A part of me was a little surprised by the verdict because of that testimony. Did you not? What did you think about that?
Oh, I figured, and I figured he'd be found guilty. I mean, I thought maybe there was a 1 in 10 chance you'd be able to get a hung jury, but sitting in the opening statement, when I heard that phone call, I mean, I really did go. Oh my god! I mean, his apology call is like, what? Why are we even here? Why didn't he take a plea deal? And then his lawyer, just coming from a background of the LA Daily Journal where we're covering the elite criminal defense attorneys, I was like, wow, this guy seems to be a little rough around the edges in his approach to this case. And I was also struck by how much attention the defense seemed to be focusing on all the social media stuff. I saw some trial transcripts being floated around social media that I think pretty obviously came from the defense. And I thought it was remarkable that they were being floated around in social media, kind of trying to sway the public opinion on it. But then I don't think George McDejan, the defense attorney, had any kind of PowerPoint during his defense closing argument. I mean, it really seemed like kind of a piecemeal. Like, I'm not sure how much actual lawyering and work and preparation was put in to the defense. But then he also just seemed to have, I mean, bad facts. I mean, what can you do when you have a phone call like that, an apology call like that? You can try to explain it a little bit better, which he didn't. But I mean, what can you say about it?
Yeah, and we have about a minute left. I want to ask you. I mean, you had Sean Kelly, this neighbor, talking about that he saw Lane's, short guy, right? So Lane's was firing, but then he also said that he thought he saw a muzzle flash from Harris. You had Harris who recanted and said that she didn't see Lane's with a gun the night that Megan was shot. It was inconsistent with what she originally told investigators. I mean, where do you stand on their testimony? Were they telling the truth? What do you think? I'm confused by it.
The big thing is demeanor, and recants like Kelsey's recant happen not so much in celebrity high profile cases a lot, but they happen in gang and domestic violence cases all the time. And that's why there's case law that allows the prosecutors to go back and ask her about her inconsistent statements. And the big thing there was Lane's own attorney, who, like I said, compared to some of the other criminal defense attorneys, I said, seems a little rough around the edges, badgered her so much about prosecutors badgering her in the interview that it enabled them to play the entire September interview unedited, which would not have happened in any other case. But jurors were able to hear her demeanor and then compare that to her on the witness stand. And I've heard from a lot of prosecutors say, there's such a big deal made about witness recants, but especially with the previous statement, most of the time for jurors, it's obvious. And the prosecutors really focused on using Megan's own testimony to explain why Kelsey did what she did up on the witness stand, just talking about the reluctance within the Black community to cooperate with law enforcement, that kind of thing.
Well, it sounded like an incredible trial. Megan, you were our eyes and ears inside that courtroom. Great reporting. And this story's not over because, again, we have to see what his sentence will actually be. And I'm sure there'll be an appeals process as well. Megan, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for you, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sidebar. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.